was they're going to be a little more consistent because they're deeper. And that's the same conversation, not to turn it back to my realm, but the Nuggets, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason why the Nuggets struggle with consistency. They didn't have depth. Football, one of the reasons why the Broncos struggled with their defensive consistency last year, they didn't really have the depth.
Yeah, depth there now, not an inside linebacker. That's getting thin, but you love what now with Courtland Sutton paid, you can turn your attention to Nick Bonito, Zach Allen. Any sort of buzz among the reporters? Again, we're sitting here doing our radio show, but do people feel like Benito's going to get paid, or do people feel like, well, the Broncos might think he's a situational edge? Sean Payton has said, we're going to watch his reps, and that sort of thing. Like maybe they see them differently than perhaps the media sees them.
I thought it was fascinating yesterday, and I put it up on DenverSports.com. 2 of the first congratulations messages for Courtland online were Zach Allen and Nick Bonito.
Coincidence?
I don't think so. And it was all positive, right? It wasn't like, they paid him before they paid me, blah, 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 I do think there is a certain aspect of Nick Bonito, though, that is like, is this guy your ace? Or is he an awesome 8th inning reliever, right? And I can't figure it out.
I love that analogy.
Right, and I don't think anyone else knows, whereas Zach Allen seems just like your perfect third starter, right? Like, he is just going to be solid. Like, you put him out there, he's going to be solid no matter the situation. So I personally, and granted Zach Allen's a little bit older, I'd be more prone to paying Zach in front of Nick. I'm a little bit scared of paying Nick, especially when George Payton, and I'm not someone that's given George Payton a lot of credit, George Payton proved he can find a really good edge in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's a skill that George Payton can identify again in the future, and clearly he's identified it in free agency as well with Zach Allen and getting after the quarterback, I'd make the bet that George Payton can go find another guy that's maybe 80% as good as Nick Bonito, and that probably is good enough for the Broncos.
I want to just ask you something based on what you said. Have you changed your tune at all about what George has done?
No, especially
Really?
not after yesterday.
Okay.
I think that was a really rough contract to give out. And I've
Why?
That's a pretty team-friendly contract.
It's pretty cheap for
only 41 guaranteed.
I mean, the void years, right, make it so that it's going to be fine. But let's just say, and granted, the salary cap's going up, so an $18 million receiver in 2029 might be really a number 2. Whereas right now it's kind of in between a number 1 and a number 2. Do you guys know how many 1,000-yard receivers there have been age 33 or older since 2010?
Since 2010, I would guess
1.
less than 3, yeah.
It's actually 10. So
Whoa, really?
It's way better than you think.
Okay.
I'll give you the list right now. So age 35, the only guy to do it was Steve Smith. Age 34, Anquan Bolden, Larry Fitzgerald, Reggie Wayne. Then Bolden, Edelman, Fitzgerald, Kelsey, Smith, and Thielen all at age 33 had 1,000-yard receivers.
Okay.
So you guys, do you think that Courtland Sutton's in that class of player?
I do not.
No.
I do not.
No.
Then that's why I would
That's
tend
big
to
for
think.
Cecil to say.
Yeah, well, I mean.
But that's why I would hesitate on the contract is I think that Courtland Sutton is not one of those players.
But what if you – sorry, Cecil, but what if you get the most out of him over these first couple of years, and then, like you said, by the time you get to year 3 – the number 1 receiver on this team is Pat Bryant or somebody else.
See, can you guys just change the name of your show to the Pat Bryant Show?
We
what
do
are
love
doing
that
here?
guy.
Yeah, he's like the star of the show.
If only he went to Indiana instead of Illinois. Then
Oh, we'd be all over him.
Oh, my God. You guys would have the jerseys already. Yeah, man, I kind of see your point, and I agree because I do think it's key for Bo Nix's development to have Courtland here this year and next year. So you're paying a premium on Courtland in the future to have him now. I view that move with Courtland more as a move of desperation than inspiration, as our friend Andrew Mason likes to put the two together. But I do think it's really important to have some sort of target. And let's be honest about Evan Ingram. There are major injury concerns with Evan Ingram.
Sure.
He's really good when he's healthy.
Yeah.
So you're in a situation this year where if Evan Ingram got hurt, Courtland's your only target. Courtland could walk into a walk year, into free agency, having caught 110 passes for 1,500 yards, and it's going to be a lot more expensive.
Yeah.
So I see the logic. I don't actually think that this is a really horrible move by George Payton. I just don't love the contract, but I get why they had to give it out.
Well, and they had to give it out because last year they played ball, or they didn't play ball. Can I get a raise? No. Here's some incentives. And then he got all the incentives. Had he not gotten all of the incentives, or let's just say none of the incentives, we wouldn't be having this conversation about Courtland Sutton.
We might
Not
be
at
talking
all.
about him as a camp cut.
Yeah. Yeah, or so trade during the draft or something like
yeah.
that. There's interest out there, and also this ties into the Bo Nix rookie deal. You have a window. Life is about windows, Jake. I'll say that as the old man on the show. life is about those windows of opportunity. You have a window of opportunity because you're not paying Bo Nix yet, because that contract is going to be a whole lot of money.
You know what I said the night of the draft, and Broncos country is going to hate that I said this, and I still believe it. I don't think Bo Nix is a guy that's going to ever win a Super Bowl outside of his rookie contract. I think your window is his rookie contract, because the only guys that are quarterbacks that win being paid that much are like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. I don't think...
And Josh Allen has won a damn thing.
And he hasn't won anything. I don't think Bo Nix is ever going to be that MVP-level player as a quarterback. I think he's more in the Kirk Cousins range, which Kirk Cousins was a really good quarterback for a long time.
Yeah.
That's a compliment. That is not a diss. But that just says that I don't think Bo Nix can be your number one player on a Super Bowl winning team, and a quarterback after his rookie contract is going to be paid like a number one player. So you're absolutely right, Cease. I think the window right now is the next 3-4 years or so before Bo gets that high-paid contract. So having Cortland right now and then having to pay for it, so to speak, on the back end of that contract is probably the right move.
So I had the conversation earlier just in passing with Dover, but it's great to unpack it with you, Shaps. The Avs are built to win a championship. The Nuggets are built to win a championship. I believe the Broncos are built to win a championship. So I called it Race to a Ring. If you were to put some chips down on a race to the ring, who do you got? Nuggets, Avs, Broncos.
I'm glad you took the Rockies away from me, because I was really tempted. You know? I think that the Nuggets are the team this year. Looking at the moves they made to address the situation, you go in the recent data, which is no reigning champion has advanced past the second round since the prime Warriors, right? So all the data kind of points to the Nuggets taking another step forward next year and having that depth and having the pieces that they need that fill in the holes that they've had. I like where the Avs are at. I still think they needed to do more this offseason. I think they have some big holes. I like that the Broncos are going to be a defensive-led team, and Bo Nix is not going to be a quarterback that makes a lot of mistakes. I still think the Broncos are a year away. I think the Nuggets have the best player in the world right now, and they finally have a team around him again like they did in 2023.
I want to sneak this one in real quick, but we're up against it. Will Deion Sanders be coaching the Colorado Buffaloes in 3 years from right now?
Absolutely not.
Really?
No way.
2 years from right now?
I think this season has the potential to be his last, but I could see it being 2 more.
Okay. All right. Jake Shapiro.
Thanks, Jake.
Always available. Read him at DenverSports.com. Follow him at Shapalicious on the Twitter machine right there. And he'll be with us from time to time out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. All right, let's go. Check RX. It's what we do at 1140 every single day. Speaking of Deion, we'll hear a little bit from Prime. And I actually have an update on Jamal Murray, something I got a little information as to what he was doing in the last couple of weeks.
Central City?
Well, no. You're actually going to like this, and I'll share it coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
A friend asked me the other day why I loved being in the diamond and jewelry business so much. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams from Williams Jewelers. It's not just about shiny rocks, precious metals, and meticulous craftsmanship from the world's very best.
It's really about you.
It's your life and loves. It's about your moments and the ones that define you.
It's the birthdays, the anniversaries, the birth of a child. It's when you're on one knee asking the love of your life to spend forever together with you.
For 3 generations now here in Denver, you've trusted Williams Jewelers with the most important moments in your life.
That's what's precious to us.
And why we love what we do here at Williams Jewelers every day.
You see, our why is you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at williamsdiamonds.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Hopefully you're on Team Gets It as well. We are going to check our X. Couple stories to get through as we're live out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. And then coming up at noon, we're rolling through our first 2 quarters. We'll tell you what we've learned here today, but it looks like they're going to go a little bit longer today. So could get into our noon segment as well. We talked a lot about Deion Sanders yesterday because we heard about a cancer that he had, fought, and then beat to be able to come back and be on the sidelines up there in Boulder starting this fall. Well, I saw another clip of Deion, and I just thought it was powerful coming off of what he has gone through and then kind of sharing that message with his kids and the players that are on his team. And I think it relates to life. But he's talking about, like, hey, if you're going to do something and you're not all in, what the heck are you doing?
What's going on?
This is what Deion had to say to his club.
This is something you chose. Am I correct? Nobody's forcing you to play football, are they? You doing this, why aren't you doing it with everything you got? Thank you. Because you want results out of this. You want to go to the next level. You got to give it to get it. There's no work, planning, knowledge, or wisdom in the grave. Man, I started thinking about, in the hospital room, about all kind of stuff. I'm sitting there saying, what am I preserving this money instead of using it? And what I'm saving it for? I'm going to be 90 years old now, I'm on vacation. What y'all saving it for? When you going to use it? Whatever your hands find to do. The way you train your body to excellence is you train for excellence. That's what I expect.
What are you saving it for?
Right.
Is a great line.
I love that.
You're not going to take any of this stuff to the grave. What are you saving it for? And it's something that you and I have talked about before, pride in what you do. Have a sense of pride in what you do and do it to the best of your ability, knowing that, hey, I'm done with this job. I'm proud of this job. Now, he's obviously translating that to the football field, but I think it translates to even us knuckleheads in a radio tent watching football practice for a living. It certainly translates to those of you out there doing real jobs and making the country go round. Like, take some damn pride in what you do and do it to the best of your ability.
I thought that yesterday on the drive, Zach and Phil brought up a great point about Deion. He doesn't need to do any of this. You have bladder cancer. You have your bladder removed. You have to deal with all of these sorts of things now. He could easily just call it a day. You know, hey, I got these serious health concerns. I'm going to root on my sons as they try to make it in the NFL. And he's doing this because he wants to and because he wants to fulfill his commitment to those the kids. But it's worth noting that Deion could just wrap this thing up and sit on his ranch and make a bunch of money on endorsements still and not have to go through the stress of coaching. But how you do one thing is how you do everything.
Yep.
And he wants to be excellent as a coach. And I like the fact that he was talking championship. I think it's a little bold, but I appreciate that from Deion.
Can't be afraid of the end game, right?
Exactly. That's what Sean Payton said. And we are in the end game with the Broncos. Love to be there with the Buffaloes. Just love the Buffaloes to be in the college football playoff. So make that push, and to me, if it's Caden, if it's Juju, we're fixing to find out.
You know what, I kind of said this yesterday, but I continued thinking about it a lot after the show. For the first time, maybe ever, because I grew up, like we all did, watching Deion Sanders be this, godly-like figure as far as the football world goes, nothing else. But I saw Deion become a human being for the first time yesterday. I've literally never experienced that with Deion Sanders.
He was vulnerable.
There we go, vulnerable, yeah.
I mean, the guy's wearing gold-plated armor.
Yeah.
I mean,
literally and figuratively.
He's a legend.
Yeah.
He is a legend. He's the best to ever do it. And you saw him be very vulnerable, very human, very relatable. And, it was something that you go, all right, I'm going to run through a wall for that guy.
Yeah.
If you're one of those kids out there, like, I'm going to do everything for this guy because you have to take advantage of the moment. Again, I'm talking about opportunities and windows. There's windows in life. You have a window here with CU and Deion Sanders. Make the most of it, guys. Don't mess around. Don't waste your time. And, again, I'm talking about life as well.
Yeah.
Have that window and use it because you never know when it's done.
And I would assume this because you have children that are grown. But, I mean, imagine your kid being on the Buffalo football team today, and I hear that from Deion. I'm on the phone, and I go, you better be giving this everything you freaking got. That guy's coming back from bladder cancer to coach you.
Yep.
If you're not going 110%, you owe me some damn money and come home.
Right, exactly. It's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
So I love it. I appreciate Deion Sanders for everything that he was able to do yesterday, and I'm glad that we finally have some clarity on the health issue.
All right, one more for me. I'm going to ask you what's on your timeline, but take a look at this on Twitter from Men's Health Magazine.
Okay.
Our digital cover star, Luka Doncic.
Whoa, is that Photoshopped?
Ready to take his game and the Lakers to the next level. Now, I got God a couple weeks ago. I thought this was a current photo of Luka, and it was like older photo, and I said, hey, somebody show this to Jamal.
Right.
The world let me know that it was an old photo. This is the real deal. Luka Doncic on the digital cover of Men's Health Magazine. And there are some reports out there of Luka taking this offseason serious, and the Mavs and Nico Harrison gave him the kick in the ass that he always needed to get right. And I thought this is great. As a basketball fan, it's great because I like Luka. Now he's got the purple and gold on, so I kind of hate Luka at the same time. But I found out from a Nuggets season ticket holder who also works at a high school here locally in town, that recently, and it was, did you say the second or the third time? It wasn't the first time, no matter what. Jamal's team reached out to this guy and said, hey, I know you work at this high school. He I don't want to put too much of his business out. I'll give up who he is, but he works at a high school. He has access to the field and the training room and all that stuff. Jamal's folks had reached out earlier in the summer, said, can we come out and do some working out?
Okay.
Then reached out again. I saw some of the video footage that was shared and taken out there, and we had questioned, what's Jamal look like with that limp walking into the MMA arena a couple of weeks ago? I mean, does he look like Luka? No, he doesn't. But he's not this, fat, out of shape Jamal that maybe
Right.
we were all worried about.
Right.
What else is he doing? I don't know, but I can tell you he's gone to a local high school at least 2 times this offseason with his team, and they're doing full-on workouts, and they're there for like 4 to 6 hours because they mess around, play a little soccer and football stuff too.
Yeah.
But from what I was told and what I saw, he looks like he's in better shape in the offseason than he's been in a very, very long time.
Best shape of his life. I'm going to say something that you may take offensive, but
All
get
right.
as offended as you like. The Nuggets championship hopes rely on Jamal Murray.
No, you're 100% right. I hate it, but you're right.
I mean, there's no way around it, and to say anything else I think is wrong-headed. They have the best player on the planet. Yeah, and they've had him. They've got 1 ring. They need to get more. That comes from Jamal. You can have the best player on the planet, but he needs a little help, and that little help comes from Jamal. So if he is in the best shape of his life and he's working out and he's looking good, I promote it. I'm here for it. That's the conversation I want to have with Jamal Murray because that talent has always been there. It's the lamest argument in all of sports. Like, Jamal Murray, can it? Yes, we know, and I think playoff Jamal is an insult. I want him to just be Jamal.
Yeah.
Playoff Jamal is like, hey, you turn it on in the playoffs. Why don't you turn it on all the time? I want just Jamal Murray to show up, star, shine for this Denver Nuggets team immediately.
Yeah.
I want them to take the regular season, especially November and December, very seriously.
All right, Cease, what is on your timeline?
Yeah, this one comes over. Hashtag bring back Spivak. Says former astronomer CEO Andy Byron is reportedly suing Coldplay over the Kiss Cam scandal. That comes from Pop Crave on Twitter.
Oh, so it's their fault he was doing sex on someone, not his wife.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
It's their fault he was hag
Okay.
maxing.
Yeah.
Although he's old too, so is that hag maxing? I'm not sure. But okay, so you're gonna sue when it's on your ticket. It says that you can be filmed.
Yeah. At sporting events, at concerts, at everything.
Yeah. So, and by the way, they weren't shy about this.
I mean,
all
dude, he's
whatsoever.
full-on prom
They're at
photo.
the front row.
Yeah.
It's like on a balcony thing. They're at the front row. He's got his arms around Grandma. Like they're just. And by the way, he's old man too, so I'm not making
I
fun
thought
of
she
the
looked pretty good, to
lady.
be honest.
Really?
For an
Did you
elderly
see his
lady?
wife?
No.
Oh, we're talking like a real good 8.
Really?
Maybe even a 9. His wife is pretty smoking.
Wow.
And then he's out there.
Have you
having
met
a
Kevin?
Kevin won't cheat on you. But these guys weren't even secretive. He's standing at the corner of the edge of the balcony, arms around this old lady, and it's like, now you're all mad? You're pissed because you messed up? How's this guy a CEO? Don't get me started on my CEO rants, but this guy ran a company? He's a moron, allegedly, or whatever. I don't want to get in trouble.
It's it is actually very shocking to me that this guy thinks he can get away with suing. And in today's society, he might. I mean, he might be able to get away with something like this. I hope he doesn't because, you cheated on your wife, moron. You play dumb games, and you know what you win? Dumb prizes. And that's what he's won here today.
Yeah, it's just
Hey, just don't cheat on your wife. And if you're not happy in your relationship, guess what you can do? Dump them and have another relationship.
he's just saying, hey, I can't respect anyone. I can't date anyone that doesn't respect my wife.
Yeah, simple fix. Be faithful to the spouse that you're with or leave them and find another. It's not that difficult. All right, let's get into our lunch hour. They are still getting some work in here. We haven't heard that double horn yet. I think we're going to get into the longest practice of camp so far. But when we come back, let's tell you what we've seen today, what we've learned today. We'll do that coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Football fans, gear up. Windish RV's model year closeout is going on August 4th through August 9th on all 24 and 25 models. Tailgate-ready trailers at clearance prices. Hit any Windish location or WindishRV.com.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Spending 2 hours staring at the back of someone's bumper isn't the best way to end your day. So Jack in the Box is giving you their new bonus Jack combo. Fries, drink, and a burger with your choice of 1, 2, or 3 patties starting at just $3.99. Get so much more.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with a home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
All right, we're into our lunch hour. We just got the double horns, double whistles. Practice is over. They're over there.
It's over.
Talking to coach, getting an earful, I'm sure. So we got 2 days in a row, Cecil, where practice ended with sprints. So they did a lot of work on the far field today, and that's not an accident either. That's by design from Sean Payton. Keep a few things off of our eyeballs here in the media. and he's going to play that game. But second day in a row they had to do sprints. We had wondered maybe if it was, didn't like what he saw yesterday. I guess this is just going to kind of be the norm here. Couple of days in pads. Let's get you guys in football shape.
Yeah, let's get them in football shape and see what these guys can do. And I had talked with Andrew Mason yesterday, of course, on Orange and Blue today. Check it out on our Denver Sports YouTube channel. And Mason reminded me that Sean did something similar last year because I was like, hey, they called practice early. He said, not really. First day of pads is always a little bit shorter. Acclimation period, right, is what you call it. So now acclimation period over. They're used to having pads on. They'll probably get a break from pads tomorrow, I'm assuming. So, yeah, this is just something that Sean Payton does where you're going to go a little bit longer that second day in pads.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting to see tomorrow. So you think they go no pads Wednesday, back on Thursday?
Or maybe I'm confused as to what day it is because it's training camp. But maybe
Tuesday.
no pads Thursday.
Okay.
Pads Wednesday, no pads Thursday. Or maybe no pads the next 2 days. Not sure.
All right. I'm sure Sean will say something about that up at the podium here in just a few moments. They are wrapping up. Looks like offense, defense still getting their final breakdown talk to. I did think it was interesting. Obviously, they're not having Mike McGlinchey run during the sprint period because he's dealing with trying to recover from a right leg injury. But he was sitting there doing planks the entire time. At one point, I think he had planked for over 2 minutes.
Wow.
Which is very impressive.
That is very impressive. I think there was a world record that was just set for planking, and the guy did 9 hours, 11 hours of planking. Yeah.
What if you had to go to the bathroom?
Just go, man.
Oh, I respect that. Hell yeah.
You put a little pan underneath,
I
right?
guess so, right. Yeah.
Number 2 would be a little more interesting, but yeah, I think the record was set. I think I stumbled across that maybe like a month ago.
That's a long-ass time to plank. I start to get all shaky at about 90 seconds.
90? Okay. It's longer than I go.
So we saw that happen to kind of wrap up practice. Like I said, there hasn't been – I thought today they might try to highlight and put the offense right in front of us and shove Bo Nix to Cortland Sutton down our throats. Not necessarily the case. So we know we're here through a couple of days of padded practices. The acclimation stuff that we don't really count, and then the 2 days before pads, and there's not I don't know if there should be, but there's certainly not wow, Bo and Cortland right back on the same page. We haven't had any of those moments yet.
Yeah, you saw that Bo was definitely targeting Court. This was during more like individual kind of warm-up stuff, but it was good to see him back out there and kind of trying to get that horse going again, and it will. I mean, I was never panicked or nervous during the hold-in. I'm not panicked or nervous after 1 day of Court being back out there doing everything. So, again, I don't really want the training camp stats of, like, Cortland Sutton only caught 1 pass. Yeah, okay, fine. He's back out here. He's doing stuff. They're going to get on the same page, and it'll look like it did last year and maybe even better.
Do you need to see anything out of Cortland here, or does that all come week 1? I mean, the real test for Cortland.
Yeah, the real test is then. I need to see the joint practices. I need someone to get us to Santa Clara. I need to see the joint practices. That's it.
Okay.
That's it for guys like that. The young players, we're talking about, an Audric Estime or something like that, or a young receiver. Yeah, we can see a lot out here. For the veterans, show me against another team when it's kind of serious, like a joint practice. Preseason game, not serious at all.
Well, and I would wonder, you think Sean Payton wants to – is there a slow roll for Sutton because he hasn't been fully participating?
No.
No, none at all?
No, he's been out here. He's been out here doing most everything, so –
I don't know about most everything. He's been doing some stuff.
He's been doing some stuff. I would say this. Because he was out here, let's say he was holding out, then there might be a ramp up. But with a hold in, like, dude, you're in shape, go.
Yeah.
Go. Why ramp him up? He's a veteran. And he knows what to do. He knows how to keep his body in shape. He's done a good job at that. So I personally wouldn't ramp him up. We'll see if that's Sean has a different theory.
Yeah, next week's going to be very interesting to see how things go in San Francisco. And then it's the last week with Arizona, right? Because they're going to have a preseason game in between, and it'll be the last week in Arizona.
Yeah, for some reason they didn't do it with New Orleans.
Oh, yeah.
Sean's got all the connections in the world. He's got his villa down there in New Orleans, and they didn't do joint practices with New Orleans.
I mean, it's going to be tough to get him to shut up about it that week of. Could you imagine if they were there?
At least it's preseason.
Yeah.
Last year in the regular season, it was bad enough. So at least it's preseason now. Just get in, get out, and get on with your business, man. Get through these preseason games. Everyone stay healthy as possible. That's a good thing to report today is we didn't see any cart.
No,
we
good
didn't
point,
see anything, anybody limping off. We didn't see any sort of Alex Singleton walking with trainers. So I like that. Second day of pads. Keep this team healthy and go win some games.
And I would say, again, they were working on the far field today, so a little bit difficult. But as we were sitting here in our tent, you hear a big roar from the crowd, and then what do you see? Number 37 out in front of everybody with a bunch of bodies chasing him. So maybe you are starting to see. You said this, was it on Saturday in our little video? Like you start to see some physicality from RJ. Now throw the pads on. You're going to see a little bit more of that. But it was actually his speed that was on display today.
Yeah, speed to the outside, and as you said, like 35, 40-yard run, whatever it was. The big play element is back for this team from the running back position. Zach Bye always says, no running back has gotten a run over 22 yards and whatever the number is.
Yeah.
I know it's been a while.
84 years, I think he said.
Something like that. It's been 84 years. So we're watching with great interest. Somebody someday, I don't know, it's training camp. They were like, oh, when do they get the 22-yard run? And I said, week 1.
Wow.
Week 1.
In the fourth quarter when the Titans are just beat down.
RJ Harvey's first carry.
Yeah.
It'll be over 22 yards. Mark my words. Get your investment app out. But, that's what happens. That's how this team will operate now because the big playability is back, and it needs to be there for play-action passing, for just the setup of this offense. If Jake Shapiro is correct, and this is a defensive-led team, do you know what feeds the defense? The ground game. It's old DFS trick. Like, your rushing attack and your defense both they coexist. So if your defense is playing great, you get the ball back, you can run the ball, exhaust the other team, keep the offense cold on the sidelines, and wear their defense down, bonus your defense, because then they come on the field, they haven't had the time, and they're like, oh, now we're in a rush because you're just mechanically even driving down the field and then scoring touchdowns or field goals to put pressure on the opponent. So your ground game and your defense, if this is a top 5 defense, I'm not saying they need to be a top 5 ground game, but, brother, top 10, they better be in that category.
See, and I've told you before, that's my biggest question about this team is their running game, and it's not because of my lack of confidence in the players they added in JK and RJ. It's the man that's talking to the media over there right now, Sean Payton.
Yeah.
I have to see it with my own eyes before I just give him benefit of the doubt because he lost all of that a year ago.
Yeah, that's smart. That's the way to do it. Now, did he lose it a year ago because it was Javonte Williams?
Well, yeah, that's a part of it.
Or did he lose it a year ago because it's just not him? If we go back to New Orleans, he loves to talk about New Orleans, there were times when he used 4 backs. There were times when he went way deep into the cupboards, deep into that roster to get the ground game going. So I have faith that Mark Ingram, Reggie Bush, Mark Ingram, Darren Sproles, there are roles for these guys. And Sean has seen the kind of potential and the platform, I guess you should say, of what he wants this team to be.
Yeah.
Because it's what he did in New Orleans, and what he did in New Orleans was run more than you think. Yes, Drew Brees was a multi-year 5,000-yard passer. However, there were also Ingram getting 1,000 yards. You had Reggie Bush doing his thing early on. He went through Pierre Thomas, all these guys, Chris Ivory. So he went through a multitude of backs to continue to run the ball. I imagine now that he can, that he will. But we have to see it.
Let's talk about one of the bigger stories yesterday, and then I do want to hear from you, Cease, on some of the names you might see out there that the Broncos could go get at inside linebacker. And one of the things we learned about Alex Singleton is he broke his thumb, so it's not the biggest of worries. Again, he's going to miss a little bit of time. I like what you said earlier, Cecil. You'll probably ramp him up. He could be back in 7-8 days, Sean said. That's probably just, hey, get ready for day 1 competing against the Niners when we get to joint practices. But Sean talked about one of their internal options. It's a guy that we got to know a little bit last year. He talked about what he's seen out of Lavelle Bailey.
Days ago, he had a real good practice, so he's doing well.
All right, so he is doing well. A couple
short
of
and
joint practices. Yeah, short and sweet about Bailey there.
Keep asking him about Lavelle Bailey.
Is that a legitimate internal option?
Potentially. Again, we're early on. It's day 4 of training camp, essentially. So we can't get over our skis and say, they've got a guy. Well, they have someone that can be a special teamer. And they also have Justin Sternad, who's got plenty of experience starting. I believe it was 8 games last year that he started at ILB. This year, you look at it and you say, okay, is it just LaVelle Bailey, or are you going to work the waiver wire? Are you going to work any sort of trade? I think that would have an air of somewhat desperation if the Broncos were to do that. Right now, I don't think they need to, but you're always going to update your emergency list. That's on a Tuesday. Now, we haven't heard of anybody, and it's always weird. And again, construction's going on right now, but the tryout players will park over here.
Oh, really?
Because they're not a member of the team. And
gotta have the
usually
card.
they're dropped off
Yeah.
or they're ushered from the airport to here by the Broncos staff. So they'll park out here, and all of a sudden you'll see, oh, there's Quan Alexander walking in the front door.
Yeah.
Because they're not part of the team yet.
Yeah.
So on Tuesday, if you want to do the Mike Kliss, like hide in a dumpster, where's Peyton Manning thing, you can just sit out here, and you'll see guys, if you know their faces,
yeah.
you're going to be like, oh, there's Quan Alexander coming to work out. And usually during Tuesdays, you'll get 5-6 guys come in for a workout. Now, that's during the regular season, and it's always the front door because Lord knows if you're playing out there, like they just brought in another running back, I'm in trouble. They just brought in another ILB, I'm in trouble. So we'll put a pin in it and see if a guy like Quan Alexander would be an option for them again, because he was here last year until the Lions stole them off the Broncos practice squad.
I wouldn't mind the name. Like I said, I think they do need to bring in a body there. And I know they got the good news on Alex Singleton, but is it just, hey, you wait until you absolutely need somebody, or do you prepare for the worst-case scenario and put yourself in a position to pounce as soon as it happens rather than being reactionary and having to wait until it happens?
I did ask our guy, Zach Bye, for some observations, and he said it looks like they're bringing Sutton along slowly.
Okay.
So if Sean may or may not talk about that, somebody may or may ask him about that, but this was a heavy run day with big plays from R.J. Harvey, from Jaleel McLaughlin. Signs of life from Estime, from Zach Bye, but
Wow.
another, he fell down in the backfield. So, slipping. And we saw Blake Watson slip a couple of times
Twice
as well.
Twice
Yeah.
on Saturday and back-to-back pass catching
Yeah,
running routes.
and that's pass catching. This is Estime taking a handoff and slipping.
Not good.
No, not great, Bob, and not what you need to see. But at least on a run-heavy day, you did have the explosion back from Harvey on that play on the right side, and then Jaleel McLaughlin, I believe that one was on the left side. So either way, you're seeing how you can attack teams and how you can have an explosive element from the backfield. RJ, Jaleel, even JK could rip it off.
Yeah. Something else we talked about after just a couple of days, and it's maybe one of those way too early type of situations, but we've been out here for a few days. A couple people have caught our attention. One of those is Evan Ingram, and Coach Sean Payton talked about the progress for his new Joker.
Well, we're early. We're getting ready, we're heading into the preseason, but there is a role, a vision we have for him. Certainly he can run. He's got really good receiving skill sets. He's got a good understanding of the passing game. I think the progress has been good.
I mean, now without Courtland Sutton being fully involved and ramping up slowly here, I don't think it's even been close. I think Evan Ingram has been the best offensive player. He has shown so much as to what he can do with this football team. Obviously, he has to stay healthy. That's a big part of the equation when it comes to number one, Evan Ingram. But if he's healthy and when he's out on that football field, he is certainly a threat to catch the football, make a big play after he has the ball in his hands. But your term, the declaration of influence, I've just watched it time and time again.
Yeah.
He is able to control what that safety does by the route that he runs. He knows it. Bo knows it, and more importantly, I think a guy like Courtland Sutton's going to figure that out immediately when they start running live drills together, and Courtland's going to capitalize on a whole bunch of what could be a lot of one-on-one looks depending on where Evan's body ends up on the field.
If Courtland Sutton is one-on-one, I want him to get the ball.
Me too.
As much as possible. And Evan Ingram, having that capability of doing that, it's something that can be very special for this offense. And again, this goes back to my whole you haven't seen Bo. And not only that, you haven't seen the Sean Payton offense. Russell Wilson couldn't run it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Bring up any reason, and I'll agree with you. I'll just nod my head. It doesn't matter.
He's not very smart.
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but he can't see over the line of scrimmage, whatever. He holds on to the ball too long. I think those are more appropriate. You brought up the one I would disagree with, just because you don't want to say, is he smart or is he like
Yeah,
me?
exactly right.
Always quoting Forrest. Russell Wilson couldn't run Sean Payton's offense. Bo Nix didn't have the right tools around him, and he's a rookie to run Sean Payton's offense. Sean gets to showcase what he can do again as a play caller. Somewhere Joe Lombardi is very fascinated. Like, you get to this vibe of, like, hey, we're going to work in multiple receiver sets. We're going to work in motion. We're going to work two guys in the backfield at the same time, Marvin Mims and R.J. Harvey. Like, you have so many things you can do now. You're going to have those trick plays to Adam Troutman or Nate Adkins. Like, these are all going to be part of the package and part of the playbook because now Sean Payton gets in his bag of tricks. Sean Payton's like a grumpy Santa Claus, right? And he was just handing out just the small stuff, the stocking stuffers.
Yeah.
Last 2 years, nothing but stocking stuffers. This year, you're getting all that big old pile underneath the tree right there from Sean Payton because he gets to give you the gift of watching his football team perform his full playbook.
Does your we do lotto tickets and stockings.
Lotto
scratch
tickets?
offs. And then everybody sit there as a family and do scratch offs.
Yeah, we do Secret Santa for football guys, and I always just bring scratch tickets.
Ah, see,
because
fun.
I travel light, so I just want to take like a backpack or whatever. I don't want to carry a gift or a gag gift or whatever. So yeah.
Yeah,
scratch
tickets.
tickets.
Fun. Mm-hmm. I feel like that, and I feel like I've got a new loofah. Do you use a loofah? How do you wash your body? Let's get personal.
Okay. Usually scrub brush on my hands.
Okay.
I've got a little thing for my hair. That's the
really?
main thing. Yeah, and then I have a scrub for my face.
Wow.
And then just regular soap on your body.
Like bar soap?
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
So I am loofah guy. Like I'll get the loofah in the body wash and scrub it. But
yeah.
I will. I'll mix it up sometimes to just go back to bar soap, just to feel like it's like an old school kind of move, you know?
Okay.
All right.
I like it.
You text us. How do you wash your body? 303-713-1043.
And the show has reached a new low.
RamosLaw.com text line. All right, so Evan Ingram's a guy that's definitely stood out to both of us. I said an honorable mention, and again, it's not like he's caught touchdown after touchdown or he's mossing chumps out here, but I just like the progression of a dude like Troy Franklin. He has a lot of upside, and he's got a lot of room to grow after what get your feelings ready here, Oregon Trey. A very disappointing and bad rookie season out of Troy Franklin. I think he has a chance to bounce back from that. Is he going to be a 1,000-yard receiver? No, I'm not saying that at all. But can he be the second or third guy by the time this season comes to an end? I do think that's there.
Yeah, it's possible. And by the way, from Zach Bye's notes, Troy Franklin caught a 40-yard 50-50 ball for the most explosive play of the day.
There we go.
I would counter the Harvey run.
Yeah.
So we'll see which one. It's certainly explosive with a 40-yard 50-50 ball, but that's good because it speaks to his hands and his concentration. Really, to me, it's the concentration of Troy Franklin that was waning last year as a rookie. Seems to be much better now, and that's great news for the future of that young man because the speed's already there. The length is already there. He's larger than you think. Maybe you look at the box score, you look at his measurables, and you're like, oh, okay, he's not that big, whatever, he's really fast. No, actually, with his length, it's kind of like the old Chris Chambers thing, the Wisconsin wide receiver from years ago. Like, you're going to play taller. I think Chambers was like 5'11", but he played like a 6'4" receiver. So because of the length that Franklin brings to the field, and if his ball tracking and concentration is better, now you've got a fast guy with length, throw up, go up, get this thing, and that's why he comes down with a 40-yard catch.
That's
big
impressive.
Play of the day on a 50-50 ball.
And what Bo say the other day? Said, yeah, I could tell Evan's starting to come along a little quicker because he keeps telling me how wide open he is. I'm like, all right, he's got that little receiver Devo world going on.
Yeah. Brandon Stokley probably telling him he's open out here too. Like, hey, give me some Cheese Whiz or what? Cheez-Its?
Cheez-Its,
He
yeah.
stole Cheez-Its from
Sold
you?
Cheez-Its.
Okay.
Although now you got me thinking, Cheese Whiz on a Cheez-It?
A Whiz-Wit.
It's a cheese party up in here.
A Whiz-Wit is the Philly one, right? The Philly cheesesteak.
Oh yeah, you
get
put
a
the
Whiz-Wit.
actual cheese whiz on it. Yeah. That's the way you do a
Diabetes.
real Philly cheesesteak. Yeah, sometimes the juice is worth a squeeze, you know? Depends on what you got.
Okay.
Sean also talked about getting back to winning the offseason, something he hadn't done here since joining the Denver Broncos, but winning the offseason, and now that they're back at camp, being football business again.
Yeah.
No, there's a fist pump on the way home in my car, and then it's business. So it's part of it is the movement of the program. You know, you're seeing where this is a place where guys want to be. It's just an affirmation or like, hey, we're heading in the right direction. You know, part of that's the quarterback. You know, players are smart today. They want to go where they are. These things in place, and I think 2 years ago, I don't know that we win that battle.
All right, and is that a little another shot at Russ there? 2 years ago, we don't win that battle, talking about getting back to
He
business.
can't help himself.
And winning the offseason. All right, so he has the fist pump in the car. All right, we got the new toys. Immediately turns to how do I turn around, get back to business, and now use these new toys, which is what we're watching here today.
Yeah, that guy's serious almost all the time, which then you go, okay, is that a guy I want to hang out with? Kind of. Yeah, I kind of want to hang out with Sean Payton. Have some cold pops with Sean Payton.
I'm
Pop
sure
a ball with
he's
Sean Payton.
Don't you think he lightens up a little bit? Not here. This is his work world. I'm a different guy at work than I am at home.
Maybe during the off season. I don't know during the regular season or now in training camp if Sean Payton would lighten up. Is that part of his repertoire? Is that part of his demeanor to lighten up
I don't
during
know.
training
Maybe you're
camp?
right on that, yeah.
Like right now, probably not, but maybe off season, catch him in Cabo, whatever.
On the golf course or something, you know?
Yeah. Down there in New Orleans, can't stop talking.
Yeah.
That'd be annoying.
Like how many?
I know. Pat O'Brien's. I know. Piano Bar. Yes. Billy Joel. You saw him live. Yes. You and Kenny Chesney. Yes, Sean.
We know you developed Romo. We got it. Last one from Sean here. He was asked during the offseason, how are you selling this team, this quarterback, the future of the Denver Broncos to potential free agents?
Well, you're selling a playoff team with a young, aspiring quarterback, and 2 years ago, you're selling a vision. And I can tell you what the new building's going to look like 2 years ago, but I can tell you what it's going to look like now, and it's an easier sell when you kind of see it a little bit. It's that simple.
All right, so yeah, it's now in place. He's telling him, here's what I want this to look like in a couple years, and you're that missing piece. Now we have a quarterback. We went to the playoffs. We've got our wide receiver locked up. We got a young wide receiver group. We've added talent to the running back room. Everybody knows what the defense is. You might be that missing piece. I'm basically giving you the Evan Ingram's pitch here.
Yeah,
you're
Evan
the missing
Ingram,
piece.
You're the story. You're the missing piece, and he totally didn't take shots at Jacksonville. I know that was emphasized by some, like it wasn't a shot. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Sounded like it
whatever.
to me.
All day, baby. It's Jacksonville. Denver is different, and the way things operate now, it feels like Broncos football again. And I haven't been able to say that since 2015.
Yeah.
It feels like Broncos football. A known direction, a known plan, a path to follow, the right kind of players. This is how you win a championship. It starts here. It starts now in training camp.
All right, Broncos country, how you feeling? 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Again, you here? Have you been here? What have you observed and taken away? And if not, what do you want us to look at? Somebody's asking us how the chemistry looks between Bo Nix and Evan Ingram. Looks pretty damn good to me so far.
10 out of a 10.
10 out of a 10 is
10
exactly
out of a 10.
right.
We could not sell it as anything but perfection.
So
right
far.
now. We couldn't, even if we were trying to ramp it up and, I think they're going to – no. I mean, it's on. It's on. Just keep him healthy. Bo Lowry, work your magic, buddy.
We got personal with the tribe and asked them how they bathe themselves.
Yes.
John V. writes, I normally prefer washing myself in the blood of my enemies, but this season I will settle for the tears of Chiefs fans. That's kind of gross, and
Okay,
I like it all at the same time,
right?
Yeah. The tears of Chiefs fan. Absolutely. Like
the blood of his enemy?
Yeah, that's nice.
What is he, Deacon from Batman
Blade?
Cult?
Oh.
No. Batman Cult. He ran up against a cult leader that bathed in, the blood of his enemies.
Oh, really?
And Batman had to, take him out. He, drugged Batman.
Really?
Yeah, it was awesome.
So he was trying to get Batman in the cult.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What was his name?
Deacon.
Isn't that in Blade also? Deacon's like one of the lead vampires that Wesley Snipes trying to kill?
Yeah.
He did weird stuff with blood, too. Roman Loveland says, I bathe by putting my body in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
Ah, I like that. How often do you take a bath?
It's probably been a decade.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
More frequent than you would think.
Really? Candles, nice book. What do you do?
With company.
Oh, okay. You dirty dog, you. All right, I like that. Maybe I'll take one tonight. All right, we're having some fun here in our lunch hour.
It's the heat of the day. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I like learning about your home life. All right, let's talk about culture. How do you build culture? How did Sean do it here? Hint, he had George Payton's help. We'll have a deeper conversation about culture coming up next.
Will 2025 be a legacy-defining year for Courtland Sutton?
Do we realize that Courtland Sutton is the 11th leading receiver in Broncos history? If he signs the extension, he's going to have a fantastic case to be a Ring of Famer.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for? Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's S-O-M.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
We're definitely going to be late for kickoff. We should be at the game by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I've got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple of towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We missed tailgating because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas. Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the whole first quarter.
Football
Baseball fans, download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEASON25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code SEASON25.
The bonus Jack combo at Jack in the Box comes with a burger, fries, and a drink starting at just $3.99. Talk about a bonus. Get so much more.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Gonna break soon, gonna break soon. She's gonna break soon, gonna break soon, gonna break soon.
All right, I want to talk a little bit about culture here in just a moment. We're going to get to that in a second, hear a bit from Sean Payton. But, Cecil, I'm seeing a tweet right here from Luca Evans from the Denver Post. And Luca writes, it's pretty apparent from hashtag Broncos camp so far that wide receiver Trent Sherfield could play some legit snaps at wide receiver. He's caught a lot of passes, and he's burned Jaquan McMillan on hitch and goes in one-on-ones.
You got to throw in Jaquan like that?
You and I have talked about Sherfield a couple of different times. Because you go, all right, you sign a guy like Trent Sherfield, and you go, you know what, that's just a gunner, or maybe punt return type of player if Marvin's not available, and you're literally just replacing Tremon Smith from a year ago. And if you don't remember Tremon Smith, he was number one, and he was literally always the gunner on special teams, diving into the end zone to try to knock balls back into the field of play. That's all I thought a guy like Sherfield was going to be. We get out here, he's rocking the number 5, so it looks a little different, right? And he can move well. He's got a little bit more size than I even thought he would have.
Right, yep.
And, I think Luca, what's this guy's name? Luca Evans is kind of right here, that he might be working his way into the rotation. They got guys like Troy Franklin, Devon Vele. I don't know that Marvin Mims is going to fight for the same reps because he's such a different kind of player. But those 3 guys are going to be fighting for reps in the regular season, and Sherfield's given himself a solid chance.
Kevin Kistner said, is he the new little Jordan Humphrey? And I think he's right.
You might be right, Kev.
I think he's right, because you need that guy. Remember, little Jordan Humphrey played 51% of the snaps last year.
Yeah, that's too many.
Yeah, he didn't catch a whole lot. But now with Sherfield, you're thinking, oh, is this guy kind of similarly going to have that same type of role? Maybe it's not 50%, maybe it's 40%. Again, you talk about the young and up-and-coming talent. I want to see more of Troy Franklin. I want to see more of Marvin Mims. I don't need to see Trent Sherfield, but the nice thing is he's been one of those surprises of camp, because I just expected him to be just a special teams guy and do very little on offense. He's actually doing more on offense than you would think. So I like that call as Sherfield doing a little bit more from Luca, the new guy for the Denver Post. We'll see if it comes to fruition during the regular season. But if you don't know his game, just think Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Okay.
Maybe not the blocker that Lil Jordan was.
He's not as big. I'm impressed by his frame, but he's not as big as
he's not as big as Lil Jordan. Right.
All right, let's get into that culture conversation. So Sean has come here. I guess I haven't even asked you this, Cecil. Do you think Sean changed the culture in that 1 year with Russ, or did all of this come post-Russell Wilson?
Seeing the frustration on Sean Payton during that first year, I can say this with certainty. It wasn't then. He was so frustrated, in my opinion, by what he had to deal with, and that was Russell Wilson and all the jokes and the drama and the people running around, kids running around, like had his own office upstairs.
Yep.
That's sacred ground upstairs.
And I did not see Russell Wilson in the locker room postgame. Not once in his Bronco career.
Wow.
Not once.
And when I saw him in the regular locker room during the week, he would come in and change the music.
Oh, my God.
Because the guys are listening to rap.
Put on a little, let me see you 1-2 step. Is that his jam?
No, he'd throw on some R&B, maybe some gospel. These
goodies.
It's fine. I mean, get down how you get down, baby. But, you don't come in, never rub another man's rhubarb. Don't come in there and change the damn music, Russ.
Yeah, Vic Fangio.
Yeah, so he was awkward. Of course he was awkward. So that first year, Sean Payton couldn't change the culture because he had a guy that had different culture. He had a guy that was fake culture. He had a guy that wasn't authentic. And I'm not being mean. I'm only being honest. the honest truth is he couldn't do what he wanted to do, and that had to frustrate him greatly. I'm assuming that. But just being around this team and seeing how it was and how it is, it's so different now because it's Sean's team, it's Sean's vision, it's Bo's team, and it's really the way they want to conduct business, which is all about business. No clowns. Nobody's above this team. Nobody thinks that they're greater than the logo on the side of their helmet.
Yep.
And that's a great sign and a great start where the culture now this year can be even strengthened even further.
He talked about it, Sean Payton did, about the coaching staff even feeling how serious this version of training camp feels.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's interesting. You're always looking for that combination of experience and youth. You know, we're young, obviously, and yet we've got some guys that have played a lot of games in the postseason. A lot of the free agents we brought in have been in not just the two from San Francisco, but others. It happens, and I don't know that you recognize it happening with the signing of one, but you continue to look for the certain player you're looking for, and then it begins to take shape. And so when people ask about culture a lot, I really think it starts with the ingredients, and it starts with the draft and who you're signing after the draft and who you're signing in free agency, because we can aspire to have great culture, but if we don't sign the right players, then it's going to be difficult or impossible.
All right, and this is something I said. George Payton's getting some credit here. George Payton's going to get some credit here for signing those players, for doing his due diligence, for putting his scouts in the right places to succeed, and then trusting what the scout will report back to the team, and then the team telling it, George in the case, telling it to Sean Payton, and them trusting the process here. So Sean gets a ton of credit for flipping it the way he flipped it. You talked about with dealing with Russ, but George also gets so much credit for bringing the ingredients, to steal Sean's word, in here so that Sean can cook the way he's cooked.
When George Payton was hired, I believe his contract was 6 years. Guess what we're coming up on?
It's the 6th year.
Coming up on George Payton getting a new contract. Yeah. And we don't know. General managers, it's kind of weird in the NFL. Like, you don't really know what GMs make. Whatever the number is, I'm not saying double it. But just like you get hazard pay, you get hazard pay, right? I hope you get hazard pay if you're doing something hazardous. Hell, I just want extra pay for sitting outside when it's 98 degrees.
I'm trying to get those Mike Evans vacation days. That's what I'm trying
Those
to
would
do.
be nice. Oh, all days. If you're gone during training camp, or even really the regular season,
what are
we're
doing
making
here?
fun of you on this show all the time.
Yeah.
All the time, Mike Evans. So, whatever that number is for George Payton, you're going to bump that thing up. You're going to bump it up because he's no longer the unproven first-time GM. He's no longer you were Rick Spielman's right-hand guy. So what can you do? Are you just going to build the Vikings? And I always said it when George was initially hired. I said, I hope he's better than Rick, and I say that with all due respect because I think Rick Spielman is a good man, and I think that Rick Spielman has an eye for talent. What'd they win in Minnesota?
They won nothing.
Bumpkus,
Yeah.
right. So I was always worried, okay, are you going to try to craft something like Minnesota? This isn't Minnesota. Thank God. This is the Mile High City where championships are all that matter. So with George Payton and the fact that he's built this team into a championship-level roster, I really appreciate that from him because working with Sean Payton has to be a pain at times, maybe all the time.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing. Working with Sean Payton is going to be a little bit rough.
Be difficult.
Working with Sean Payton is going to have its challenges. George Payton has done that while working not only with Sean Payton, but together with the cohesiveness that we have between these two. He's not just tolerating Sean. And George Payton is not thinking, how do I get out of here? None of that. He's not thinking about the next stop. He's thinking about how do I get Sean the right pieces because if I do, this guy will get a championship. And if you get a championship, guess what your price tag does?
Goes up.
It goes up even more. So George Payton, I'm not exactly sure when the contract is up, but if it's up after the Super Bowl and the Broncos have won a Super Bowl,
yeah, somebody's getting paid.
George getting a whole lot of money.
Let me tell you about our partnership. We've teamed up with the city of Aurora. We're trying to give away a trip to the battle at Bethpage Black. All you got to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. You're looking for the cutout of Zach By. When you find that cutout, scan the QR code on ZB. That'll get you registered and signed up. For more information and to find the list of golf course locations, make sure you go to our website and hit denversports.com/golf. That is denversports.com/golf. All right, the podium is packed down there because we called it. We said Courtland Sutton would meet the media today. That's exactly what he's doing. We're going to get to Courtland Sutton. We're going to hear from Sean Payton. We're going to check in with the Broncos coaches and players coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What's up, fellas? It's a real personal show today. We started off by Cecil asking me to check out his butt, and then we talked about how we shower. So I might as well keep getting personal with you guys here and tell you about my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I want to talk to you about your sex life. Do you even have one? If you don't, and you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, what the heck are you waiting on? Why have you waited this long? Men wait a year or more to go get treated for erectile dysfunction. Why? Because you're embarrassed? Grow up a little bit. Sex matters. It's actually one of the key cogs in a relationship, and if you're not having it, your relationship's going to end soon. So what do you do if you're dealing with ED? You set up your first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You're going to talk with a professional Colorado licensed medical provider. They're going to draw your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are, and if medically advised, they're going to suggest that you take a test dose right there in the office. And if that test dose doesn't work, they don't want your money. This isn't a get-rich-quick scheme for the team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's about men's health and ending the stigma of erectile dysfunction. They have success rates over 90%, fellas. What the heck are you waiting for? If ED is causing strain in your relationship, you need to get to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com right now.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Here's Shayna, Dylan, and their dad, Steve Williams.
Ever wonder why diamonds have been the very symbol of royalty, power, and love for centuries?
Almost as old as creation itself, a natural diamond is the most concentrated form of transferable wealth in the world.
Passed down from generation to generation.
And like people, no two natural diamonds are ever the same. Each are unique and singular. A creation as you are.
A diamond is naturally forever.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the perfect expression of your love.
At Williams Jewelers, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver.
In fact, we're one of America's largest fine jewelers, with almost every size, shape, and price range natural diamond in stock.
All at the guaranteed best prices in the state.
Say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Englewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Back again. DJ Manny. Fresh.
All right, we're going to hear from Broncos players in just a moment. Coach Payton chatting down there. Looks like Courtland Sutton still talking. That's going to be a 30-minute press conference down there, Cecil.
Yeah, he's got a lot to say. We haven't talked to Court in a while, but congratulations, Courtland Sutton. And, hey, this is a team-friendly deal. It's a Sutton-friendly deal. You get it done, and now go out there and perform. And, yeah, they may be ramping him up. We're going to have some more commentary on that. And I don't care. He's here. They're ramping him up, guys. Like,
Dude,
yeah,
it's
okay.
July 29th.
Right.
What are we all worried about?
I don't know. It's like August 29th, that's a different story. July 29th, fine.
Exactly.
Fine. I'm not worried at all. I'm excited about the potential of Courtland Sutton in 2025.
Did it throw you off guard? Or I don't know if throw you off guard, but caught you by surprise at all that Jake had questions about the Sutton contract? You and I thought that was a home run yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, absolute home run. And I get what he's saying about the age, and I get what he's saying about the 1,000 yards, but I urge everyone to go and listen to The Drive. And yesterday, Zach Bye had those numbers on third down. Courtland Sutton's one of the best receivers on third down. And Bo Nix, when he targets him, his QBR, when he targets him on third down, is 90-something.
I'll take that.
When he doesn't target Courtland Sutton on third down, it's like 30. Okay?
That's not good.
That's a big difference. So someone else needs to step up. Court's doing it. I'm doing my part. I didn't do blank and blank. So someone else needs to step up in this wide receiver room, and that's what training camp is for.
And look, I understand what Jake was saying.
Right.
But
right.
I look at it as I think this is how the Broncos view it as well. You need Courtland Sutton to be who he is this year. You probably need him to be who he is next year as well. And then after that, I would assume that the Broncos look at these other guys in Marvin Mims, Devon Bailey, Troy Franklin, and Pat Bryant. And sure, maybe we are the Pat Bryant show, but guess what? We were the Bo Nix show last year. How'd that turn out? It's
what did Todd McShay say about Pat Bryant? I'm sure it was wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It was, yeah, they're planning for the future. They know in 3 years from right now, they shouldn't be relying upon Courtland Sutton the way they're going to rely upon Courtland Sutton in 2025.
Yeah, no, I think it's awesome because it's about the future and it's about this window with Bo Nix. The window of opportunity is there for a championship. You take advantage. I know that Jake said, I think they're a year away. I don't. I think that, not Jake per se, obviously because he's incredibly bright, but I think it's a fool's errand to be like, it's a next year, like a couple years, like, why are you afraid of the end game? Why are you afraid of it? Baltimore's afraid of it. Buffalo's afraid of it. Cincinnati, they can't even get close anymore. They got there once, and then they can't get back. And they have arguably the best quarterback in the league is Joe Burrow. They have two incredible wide receivers. Run game's good enough. But look at everything they have. They can't get there. They couldn't even get to the playoffs last year. So why wait? And why? I know people say it because it's safe. You know what I mean? Oh, it's the Mike Evans riding the fence thing.
Yeah.
Is he riding a fence back east in Syracuse when he's driving there right now?
That's actually why he takes vacation, to ride fences at other locations.
Okay, so what he's saying is like it can be both ways. It can, but if it's right now, then. But I said it was a couple years. No, it's you're soft selling it. You're eyes on me. You're soft selling it because it's not a couple years. Oh, hey, in a year away. That's just kicking the can. There's no need to do that with this team when the talent is there, the quarterback is there, and the coach is there.
Well, the reason I'm not fully where you are, every single day I watch Evan Ingram, I get a little closer. But I will say it's all of those quarterbacks you named. Dude, I'm on the Bo Nix train with you. Kevin's driving. You and I are riding shotgun. Our hands are out the window. We're twisting our shirts around like a helicopter. But you said Lamar, you said Josh, Patrick in there, Burrow in there.
Yeah.
Those are the top-tier quarterbacks.
Yes.
Bo's not there yet. And I'm not saying he's not going to get there.
Right.
Today, on July 29th, he's not there yet. So you have to look at, okay, can he get there over the course of the next 6, 7, 8 months? Maybe. But can he get there and be looked at as, I would say this, by the end of this season, if things go the way I think they're going to go, Bo Nix is on that second tier of not Joe Burrow, not Josh Allen, not Lamar Jackson, but he's right there with the C.J. Strouds of going, these two. Like, if you look at the AFC, and it's not like Burrow, Lamar, Josh, or Patrick are 40 years old.
Right.
But the next group, it's Bo Nix and C.J. Stroud. And then some folks, you might want to say Trevor Lawrence. I'm not going to say that.
No, God, no.
They're right there to take it the next time. I just don't know if that's as soon as August, as soon as December, or as soon as next August.
Well, if Mark Schlereth is listening, he'll probably get very offended. But where's Justin Herbert at?
I think he's there right now.
From a natural talent standpoint, he's incredible.
Well, he's not with those 4 quarterbacks we talked about, but he's on that second tier.
Yeah.
But not at the top, yeah.
So why are we talking about the Chargers that historically choke when their quarterback's on the same tier as Bo? And I want Bo Nix, for multiple reasons, to be that studly quarterback, and I want him to be clearly better than what you see from Justin Herbert, because Herbert is amazing. He's amazingly talented. Bo's right there. Bo's right there. He's got that same level of talent, and he's got a better coach. Think about that.
Well, he's got a coach that'll run the football.
The Walton Penner group, they wanted Jim Harbaugh. They wanted him pretty bad.
Yeah.
Sean Payton was not their first choice. Bo Nix, Kev, cover your ears, was not their first choice. Jaden Daniels was, but they knew they were never going to get Jaden Daniels. And Daniels is going to have a step back this year. I want to alert everyone about that. We are not going to slander, besmirch the name of Jaden Daniels because he's my number 1 quarterback, and he's awesome. He's awesome. Hell, Bo Lowry knows him from LSU. And Bo and I have talked about Jaden and how awesome he is, right? So
he sucks.
Jaden's amazing. There's Stink chiming in. But here's the thing. Bo Nix, that second choice, might just be the best option. Sean Payton, the second choice, might just be the best option. And why bringing up old stuff? We don't need to discuss that anymore, other than it's kind of a historical note.
Yeah.
Like, hey, they wanted Jim Harbaugh. Sean Payton's here. It's his team. And I think Greg Penner has to be as happy as, a pig in slop, whatever you want to say. I think he's got to be over the moon with the direction of this team, following his path as owner. This is from him. Well, the product on the field is what Greg Penner wants to see, because if he doesn't get it, you know what he's going to do? He's going to get it.
Going to find somebody to get it.
What do rich guys like Greg Penner do? They win.
Yeah.
And if they don't win, you know what they do next time? They win.
Yeah.
They win.
They fire everyone around them and find people that can win.
That's why when the Walton Penner Group buys this team, and I said dynasty, and people made fun, you said with Russell Wilson it's going to be a dynasty. I said no. Get out of here with that nonsense. I said it's about the Walton Penner Group. I know those guys, and in knowing Greg just a little bit, he's going to win. This team is going to be back as listen, all the national media, Jay Glazer out here dropping F-bombs, whatever, like, okay, that's cute, buddy. That's fine, all right? And I like Jay as a man. I like how he approaches how men's struggles with mental health.
Yeah.
Like, I like all those things about Jay. I think it's a little much at times.
I saw him get pretty loose at a Super Bowl once, and I have a different opinion about him now.
Yes, you can have different opinions when these sorts of things happen. But I'm here to tell you this whole cutesy thing of like, I'm Chase Daniel, and I was at Broncos camp, and I tell you what, Bo Nix is really good, guys. All that cutesy crap, that's going to be done with, and it's nothing to do with Chase. It's nothing to do with Jay Glazer. But this whole, national, hey, guess what, guys? The Broncos are going to be – yeah, we know. We know. And you've been done, if you were here last year, and specifically listen to us talk about Bo Nix. You already know. And what Big Al always used to say, and if you know – then you already know, right? And that's the thing. We already know. We already know. Bo Nix is the guy. I don't need the national. I don't need anybody. Field Yates, name anybody. I don't need anybody to be like, hey, these Broncos are going to be pretty good. Yes. That's going to be the last thing anybody says because they're just going to know it going forward.
All right, we'll hit a timeout. Go into our fourth and final hour, a.k.a. our fourth quarter. We are going to hear a bit from Sean Payton. He got a lot of Courtland Sutton questions today about how they got the new deal done, where they were in the in-between, and what the veteran wide receiver means to that young wide receiver room. Let's check in with Coach coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free insulation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but were willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Let's be real. Big Mortgage doesn't get you. They want W-2s, a 9-to-5, and a job title to check their outdated boxes. But you're a business owner who knows how the tax code benefits you, even if the big banks don't. At CakeHome.com, we do mortgages differently. Our non-traditional loan experts get that your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. Invoices, bank statements, rental income, we work with that. While traditional lenders are stuck in 1998, we're built for how people earn in 2025. No red tape, no judgment, just smart approvals and sweet mortgage solutions. If you're a business owner or 1099 contractor tired of hearing no, call 888-EAT-CAKE to hear yes. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Visit CakeHome.com to see reviews from business owners just like you.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Into hour number 4. Start it right now, live out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Our 4th and final hour. We'll get out of the way at 2 o'clock in about 59 minutes from now. Zach By and Phillip Lindsay will take over. Those boys will give you a breakdown on things they saw today here.
Is today just flying by?
Sure feels
I mean,
like
we
it.
started talking about you looking at my butt, then we went to baths. It's been such an odd day. But like Court being back just makes time go by faster, right? Because we don't have to worry about oh my God, 1 catch. Like, nope, he's good. He's good. And yes, they are ramping him up. That's fine. That's fine. I'm okay. Everybody's okay. No Cart today.
I thought they would ramp him up. I thought that's got to be the play.
I mean, their decision are going to be that I need to see Courtland Sutton week 1 against Tennessee.
Yeah.
And then I need to see him play about 3 quarters as the Broncos going to smack that Titans ass, and Jarrett Stidham's going to play in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, let's get Courtland Sutton about, 8-9 catches, a touchdown, and about 90 yards against the Titans.
I was going to say week 1, I'd be good with like 3 for 30 and a touch. It's kind of a relaxed day, chill day. And, boy, don't let that Titans team even score.
Yeah. I can't.
By the way, not training camp stat guy. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right.
Cam Ward threw 3 picks today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
Wow.
that's the thing. Everyone's like, training camp stats. But when they're bad, I don't believe we saw one that was dropped, but I don't believe we've seen Bo Nix throw an interception in 4 days of training camp.
Off the top of my head, yeah, we saw one drop
yeah.
yesterday. He had one deflected that Troy actually caught off the deflection.
Yes.
That has been the only 2, and again, we're in the radio tent, so that's the only 2 I can remember. So Bo Nix, doing his part
Bo Nix
out here.
flawless.
All right, we mentioned Sean Payton and, of course, Courtland Sutton taken to the podium. Well, Sean was up first, and, of course, he got questions about Courtland Sutton. First and foremost, why was it so important for the team to get the deal done?
Oh, for so many reasons. Number one, I mean, he epitomizes like what we're looking for, and then you match that with his play, and I mean, just each box you're checking: leadership, work ethic. I'm excited for him and for the club. Sometimes they take a little bit of time, but I think throughout the process, there was never that feeling like it wasn't going to get done. It was just a matter of when.
All right, so just a matter of when. I wonder, we'll hear from Sutton in a bit. I wonder if he felt that. Was that reciprocated? Like, hey, he showed up, so I think he had some good faith that something was going to get done. I will say the only time it kind of sparked like a red flag, my challenge flag was thrown out, was Monday because you had a day off on Sunday. And then that's also when Payton took the podium and said, things are going to get done. And then guess what happened 7 minutes later? It was done. So I don't. Maybe they enjoyed an actual day off on a Sunday, but that was the only time where I was kind of like, hold up. Why hasn't this been done yet?
Yeah, and it's something that was curious at the time, but for me, I don't know if it's nonchalance, but I just didn't. He's here, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen, and it did happen, and he missed like basically a day because padded practices are where it's at.
Yeah.
The acclimation period, listen, this was day 4 of training camp. If you're saying it's day like 6 or 7, like, you're not paying attention. The acclimation days do not count. This is day 4. Sutton missed basically a day with pads. Who cares?
Yep. Sean asked what Courtland means to the guys in the wide receiver room that are a little younger.
He's one of those guys. He's been a captain. If he didn't say a word, the young guys watch his preparation and his work ethic. But yet, obviously, his experience with all of those players. But it really starts with his preparation in here, onto the field. He's everything you want in a pro.
All right, so preparation, everything he wants in a pro. That would have sucked. Daniela forgot his water bottle, had to walk all the way back. And that's exactly what he is. You do define who you are as a wide receiver by how you handle some of these things, moments of adversity. And Courtland showing up shows the young guys, hey, this is maybe how you handle a contract debate rather than being the distraction that we've talked about before.
How would Jerry Jeudy have handled this?
Oh, God. I can't even imagine. He's over here
trying to work in.
Trying to fight Schlereth during breaks. And,
right. Mm-hmm.
God, I'd love to see that fight.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
That would be incredible. But, like, he
Schlereth
is
would power slam that dude.
like he did to Huff. He exemplifies everything that you want from a pro's pro. And that's what Courtland Sutton is. Another reason why you paid him. Another reason why, and he took a team-friendly deal. This is a team-friendly deal. Don't get it twisted any other way. This is not a bad deal for the Broncos. This is not a, oh, my God, why are they paying Courtland Sutton? This is a team-friendly deal. The guy wants to be here. The guy's going to be here and now continuing to grow with Bo Nix. So it's absolutely outstanding. And, yeah, when you get things done the right way, you will get the reward, and that's what Courtland Sutton got yesterday.
Sean Payton, continuing to hear from Sean, was asked, hey, Coach, when did you know that 14 was somebody you absolutely had to have on this roster?
I think it was early on. He'd had an injury year. I remember looking at some 2019 film and bringing him in saying, look, I want this guy. You know, whatever your weight was that year, you know, oftentimes if we're not paying attention, player in a skill position will gain additional weight, and I don't know that it's always a good thing, but just his consistency, and he reminds me of a number of players I've coached.
All right, so a number of players that he coached. Actually, let's just roll right into the next one. Who would be one of those players, Coach?
Marcus Colston was maybe a little quieter, day in and day out, so consistent in their performance. And then in game days, they were very similar. They both played split end, strong hands in traffic, really, really good football instincts. That's one player. I'm sure there's a number of players, but when you get to know him, you know, he doesn't have too many bad days. And those guys with the right energy, man, there's a lot to be said for that, because you're going to hit.
The right energy is a big one. Right energy is a big one. But do you think he reminds you of Colston?
A little bit, yeah. I remember Marcus from the 2006 Shrine game. That was down in San Antonio. And coming out of Hofstra, that was a guy that took the league by storm as a rookie. You saw it immediately, week one, essentially, with Colston. So we're the Pat Bryant Show, at least that's what we're called. They have Michael Thomas and they have Marcus Colston.
That worked out pretty good back in NOLA.
That's pretty good combination there, and I think Marvin Mims could be their version of Brandon Cooks. We've seen this before. Do what you need to do. Prepare in the right way. Do what Courtland did, and I really like that about the mentality, the right mindset, because he doesn't really have bad days, and not in a fake Russell Wilson way, you know what I mean? Like, it's okay, guys. Like, no, but just knowing that through the trials and tribulations, what are you learning? How are you growing? How do you stay positive? And that's it. Good or bad, you know that Courtland Sutton is doing all of those things, learning, growing, staying positive, and being infectious to his teammates. I mean, this is a guy that as a rookie fought Emmanuel Sanders. Remember that?
Yeah.
Right over here.
Yeah.
Throwing Gatorade bottles at each other, and those are both SMU guys.
It was awesome.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
And, you know, Emmanuel, I love E, like love E. You know, he get a
I
little.
don't necessarily feel that way.
He get a little cantankerous. I think you and I have different experiences with E. But Emmanuel, he get a little cantankerous. Maybe got cantankerous with you, but you didn't throw any Gatorade at him.
No.
But like you could see that fire with Sutton early on, going at his SMU guy. So now today, to see the way that he approaches things, it's absolutely fantastic. And again, everything you want a Bronco to be.
Last one from Payton about Courtland. He was asked how Courtland, as the veteran wide receiver, helps out young quarterback Bo Nix.
Well, as the ex-receiver, as the split end, there was a consistent player there for him. You know, we weren't developing the QB as well as developing a new split end. And I think, you know, not only the timing, but there's a confidence. There's all those things that go into, man, his targets when covered, third down, you know, a lot of things. And so, but overall, you know, separating all the nuances from it, we're getting a player who's still young. He's smart, he's tough, he's reliable, he excels in a number of areas. And again, we're getting a leader.
Sounds like Sean Payton listened to the drive yesterday, breaking down a little third down action for Courtland Sutton.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a laundry list of things he's talking about. A ex-wide receiver, a veteran wide receiver, the best wide receiver on a team brings to not just a quarterback, it's just emphasized that it's a young quarterback.
Yeah, a young quarterback now that can play like a veteran. The veteran experience that Bo Nix has, because think about the game experience, but then think about the film study. Think about how this guy has studied with Drew Brees. It can be incredible this year. Do not be afraid of the end game. That end game is Santa Clara. The Broncos, Super Bowl 60s is theirs until it's not. So let's go, Broncos. Good job, Courtland Sutton, man. So happy for him.
Sutton got his deal done, and he talked to the media about a half an hour ago. Let's check in with the newly paid wide receiver. Talked about him being patient after not even getting a deal last year, having to deal with incentives, and then playing the long game to get it done yesterday after practice. Let's hear from Courtland Sutton coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the roof comes up, till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, hanging out for another 45 minutes, and then we'll get out of the way so Zach By and Phillip Lindsay can talk about what they learned today down here at Broncos practice. Day 2 of pads. We'll figure out what tomorrow may look like after 2 consecutive days with pads. But story of the day, really coming after practice yesterday, was Courtland Sutton getting his contract, and that means Courtland Sutton could talk to the media for the first time since the season ended back in January for the Denver Broncos. And the first thing that he was asked about, or the first thing we're going to give you at least, is him staying patient even after wanting a contract a year ago and not getting a contract then, but waiting until now.
Yeah, man, I knew that things were going to work out the way they were supposed to work out. I knew that we had, a great group upstairs that, believes in me, and I have a great team, like I said, in Jacob Presser and Daniel Gresham that, worked diligently, and the communication was amazing. That there was never a time that we felt like things weren't going to be able to get done. The communication was there, and we were able to keep moving forward, keep taking steps forward, and I had the utmost faith that something was going to get done. And the last thing that I wanted to be was a distraction, and that's what I've done my entire career, and that's what I want to continue to do, is not be a distraction. How can I do things the best way I possibly can for this team and for this organization to continue to stay in the light of progress and moving forward? And like I said, the communication was great, and I knew that something was going to eventually get done, and that's what I had to hold steadfast.
All right, so I think it's interesting that he says that the communication was great.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's probably leading to him showing up, the little mini hold-in, and that makes me also wonder, do you think Courtland Sutton's telling the team, or maybe via his agent telling the team, like, hey, I'm going to show up, I'm going to do my best, as he said, to not be a distraction, but I can't risk anything until I got some more guaranteed dollars. Do you think they knew his plan moving into this?
Yeah, everybody knew the plan. In my opinion, like, this thing works out as smooth. This was smooth. I know Terry McLaurin actually ended up reporting with Washington, and then now he's on the injury report with an ankle injury that he suffered last year that's still here in August.
That's weird.
Yeah. Was that smooth?
No.
Is that whole thing smooth?
I mean, Terry went out to the practice report, signed autographs for the fans, and told them all, it's not about you guys, it's about the ownership.
I mean, it was so stressful in Washington that Deebo Samuel had to stress eat about it. So, watch them LBs out there, Deebo. But this was smooth. Why? Because they were on the same page. This was smooth because of the communication between both sides of like, hey, how do we best approach this where we can get what we want but not be a distraction? How can we best show the young teammates this is it? You show up, you don't do everything, and you wait. And the payoff was actually fairly soon. 4 days of training camp. On the 4th day, sound like biblical. On the 4th day, Courtland Sutton turned to the field, and the heavens opened up. Actually, the heavens haven't opened up. And by the way, speaking of the Lord, thank you, Lord, for it being so cool today, because yesterday was hellish.
Lord, if you're listening, help
Help!
with the heat, and he did.
Yes, he did. Your phone will work today.
Oh, nice.
The camera will work today. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't.
The camera still doesn't work. Going back to Courtland Sutton, he was asked about his legacy here in Denver and wanting to leave a legacy specifically in one spot. Did that go into him wanting a new contract with this team?
Legacy, being able to be here, signing the contract, that was the biggest thing for me, was being able to be here and, bring back, the years that Broncos fans have have known. You know, the organization has such a long historic tradition of being successful, and you all know that, you know, I've been here through the thick and the thin, and, you know, there's a lot of promise on the other side of the horizon here. And, you know, to be able to be here and to have more years of being able to chase greatness, you know, with this great team that we have and with this great organization, you know, that was one thing that I was looking forward to. And, you know, we have the best fans in football. And, you know, it's not a cliche thing to say. It's one thing that I believe wholeheartedly. I've played in almost every NFL stadium, and there's nothing like Empire Field and being able to play in front of Broncos country. And so I'm just grateful to be able to be here and to continue my legacy here.
All right, doing a good job checking the boxes, talking about the fans, list the stadium, all that good stuff.
Yep.
And I think that matters. Legacy, and it's something that I heard Zach talk about in his the Ring of Fame take that he's got going in our promo right now. Of like, hey, if it's 5 more years, or you know, how many ever years of production plus some team winning, that's when you can really start to talk about the legacy stuff with Courtland. So now they have team winning to do, because he's been the one of the better offensive players on really bad football teams, and that doesn't leave a legacy.
Yeah, he said through the thick and the thin. I was like, where's the thick? Outside of last year.
Yeah.
I'm like, Broncos over Courtland Sutton's tenure is looking like olive oil out there. So, like, get some LBs on, get that thickness back, and you can be that now with Bo Nix. Bo Nix is thick? Is that what we're saying?
Oh, thick with 3 C's.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, we'll take that all day, because thick and the thin, Sutton's just been through garbage. And he's stayed true, and he's produced, and he's performed. Regardless of quarterback, regardless of the situation, yeah, you love to see it, and you love to see the legacy that he's continuing to leave now for the Denver Broncos.
He also talked about, he just signed his 3rd NFL contract, right? That's not a lot of NFL, not the longest list of players that have signed 3 NFL contracts, even shorter list to sign them with the same teams. He talked about kind of the process where he was going into signing a 3rd deal.
I mean, I actually had a conversation with one of the guys today in between periods about, you know, what it takes to be able to, you know, have a growth mindset. And I take every day as an opportunity to be able to chase greatness within myself. You know, 1% better, whether it's a football thing, whether it's a life thing, whether it's recovery, you know, film, pre-practice, post-practice, you know, all these different things. I feel like if you get to a place of complacency in your life, whether it's career-wise or personal, then you get to a spot where you're no longer able to grow. And there's always growth that's able to be done. And, you know, I tell the young guys all the time, man, I'm always trying to find different ways to, you know, master and become better in my craft on and off the field. And I'm a thief when it comes to finding different ways to be better, whether it's a recovery thing, whether it's watching film, whether it's a pre-practice thing, whether it's a post-practice thing. I'm always trying to find something to, you know, be better at whatever it is I can be better at.
Man, that the whole time he was talking, I just kept thinking about Sean Payton's culture comments. That's all that is.
Yeah.
This is why Sean talked about how important it was to get Courtland around these younger guys. We say all the time, Sean and Bo are addicted to ball, addicted to becoming better at their craft. I just heard Courtland Sutton tell me the same exact thing.
Yeah, addicted to your craft, and know that it takes the little things to mean a lot. And that's where this Broncos team is at, with Bo Nix taking attention to detail, Courtland Sutton attention to detail. I'm damn sure J.K. Dobbins has that as well. Evan Ingram clearly has that. So you have all the leaders on this team, both offensively and defensively, leaving no stone unturned when it comes to figuring out ways that they can be the best players that they possibly can be, and that portends championships. That's how you get there. You get there from that extra effort. Everyone here is physically gifted. Everyone here has a certain level of football intelligence, and here it's probably larger than with other teams. Everyone here has been the stud of high school. They've been the stud of college. All right, what separates you? If everybody in this league is excellent, what separates you from the excellent? And that's what Sean Payton is looking to find out.
All right, I want to continue to hear a bit from Courtland Sutton. Still a couple things I want to get into with what Sean Payton had to say today. We're going to do that in our final half an hour of the show. Also want to tell you about our fan golf tournament coming up. And it's going to benefit the Arthritis Foundation of Colorado, coming up on Monday, August 25th at 1:30 at the club at Inverness. You do not want to miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction, with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation of Colorado. Book your foursome now. You can do it at DenverSports.com/club. That is DenverSports.com/club. All right, what did Courtland Sutton say about how different this team is now, knowing what they have at the quarterback position? Find out from Courtland coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
DQ is about to be even sweeter because July 31st is Miracle Treat Day, when $1 from every Blizzard treat supports Children's Miracle Network hospitals. DQ. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to continue hearing from newly paid wide receiver Courtland Sutton.
That was me telling you to calm down about Evan Ingram. Now calm down now. Every little step Evan takes.
I can't, dude.
Dover will be there.
Right. Told you yesterday I wasn't a jersey guy. I'm thinking about breaking the rule for number one
Nice.
Broncos jersey.
Number 1 on the field, number 1 in Josh Dover's heart.
That's nice.
It's Evan
right
Ingram.
there. I'm high on Evan Ingram. That is for sure. I'm stoked that Sutton got his deal done. We don't have to talk about it anymore. The distraction, be it small or large, however you viewed it, it's gone. And that means he met the media today. He was asked about Bo, of course, and how nice it is. This maybe the first time. I know he had a good relationship with Russell Wilson, but that was quicksand and was never going to last. The first time he's had a real quarterback throwing him a football, and he was asked how good that feels.
Bo's my guy, and I think I've said that since we picked him up last year. But, being able to have the conversations that I've had with him throughout the offseason and so far throughout training camp, the dude's mindset, he was already light years ahead of where anybody expected a rookie quarterback to be last year. But to have the conversations that we're having together already, and the things that he sees and the things that are already possible through the first 9 days of camp I think we've had so far, man, it's promising. And I look forward to continuing to watch him grow, continue to watch his leadership grow, continue to watch his development at the quarterback position grow. And, Bo's a special guy on and off the field, and I tell him all the time, even beyond football, he's a special dude. The way that he thinks, the way that he carries himself, the way that he leads, he's a special guy. And so to be able to share the locker room with him, share the field with him, it's a special thing. And I just look forward to, what's ahead and us continuing to build what we can here.
All right, so he's very, very high on Bo Nix, of course, as you can hear there. Cecil, this popped into my head as he was talking. How much of Bo's presence or the fact that he's locked in at this quarterback position, do you think it helped attract Evan Ingram or J.K. Dobbins?
I think that helped with both. Now, J.K. is a little bit different because it was kind of one of those hey, Nick Chubb, and then, J.K. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's not like – there were multiple suitors, I'm sure, on J.K. Dobbins, and yes, it probably had a little bit to do with it, but J.K.'s in a different boat than Evan was. Evan was the cat's pajamas or whatever. People wanted to see what they can do to get Evan Ingram, and Sean Payton said, nope, here's the Joker role, here's this Bo Nix guy, here's Courtland Sutton. I think it's all part of it in the conversation when it comes to Evan Ingram, because there is recruiting in NFL free agency. You have to do that, and if you have a bull junk quarterback and a bull junk coach and a bull junk plan, well, then players are going to make you pay a little bit more. And I thought Evan Ingram's price tag was very commensurate to what he is, what he can be, and also including the injury history that he's had.
And I would say this, that I would assume, we talked about Sean selling to free agents earlier in the show. I'm sure Bo Nix's name got brought up because of how high Sean is on the guy. But I would look at this right now, and then obviously we're looking back at what happened this last offseason. I think the guys like J.K. Dobbins, I think the guys like Evan Ingram, a lot of that, hey, I'm in with this team was because of Sean. And I think that changes as we go through this year. And I still think Sean's going to be a reason free agents come, because it's like if you're a guy like Evan Ingram, hey, I need you to be in this role. I have this envision of you having, I'm sure they went over projected numbers and what it could be.
Right.
And hell, he told Zach Allen, or not Zach Allen, Zach Wilson, Carson Stokely's favorite player. Hey, my job is to make you millions either here or somewhere else. I think he can share that with folks. But I really do, because we're so high on Bo and it's a sophomore jump, not a slump. I think starting next year, when we get to free agency in 2026, we're going to hear guys go, yeah, I'm going to join the Denver Broncos because I want Bo Nix throwing me the football.
Yeah, I want Bo Nix throwing me the football, and I want a chance to go win a championship. That's what happens, and it's the attraction that Peyton Manning had. When Peyton Manning was here, everybody wanted to be here. Everybody's doing it, and you wanted to go be a Denver Bronco. Now, with Bo Nix here, it's not there to that Manning effect. Manning was already a Super Bowl champion with the Colts when he comes here to Denver. But when you have that attraction of a quarterback teamed with your coach, teamed with the fact that you play in the toughest division of football, and now, as I predicted, Chase Daniels on Twitter saying, Broncos better be thinking Super Bowl. Yeah, catch up, Chase. Catch up, man. Like, everyone out there is going to, national audience, they're going to be caught up to like, hey, something's cooking in Denver, and it's really good. But who already knows it? The players. Players already know it.
Yep.
And they talk to each other. Ball knows ball, and these guys talk. It's like a, hen house. They love gossip. They love to hear all the dirt and the tea and all that. So, yeah, they know. They know who Bo is.
Who doesn't love gossip, right? I love hearing a little dirt about people. That's the old Irv Brown always used to tell. You'd have a guest on, right? Like if Brian's our guest, like, hey, Brian, you know any dirt about Cecil? You want some? You know what I mean?
I'd always get really scared when he'd say that. We're like, oh, my God,
Man, is he about to put Joe's business in the streets?
Right. No, it's awesome. It's incredible. And when you look at this team, the reputation that they have, and it's more than just Greg Penner being mega rich. It's the reputation of –
Now that helps.
It definitely helps, because who wants to go play for Cincinnati?
Or the Spanos.
And
Gross.
even if, let's say, Jerry Jones has a ton of money, you really want to go to Dallas? You really want to go to Dallas? Where it's like,
He's
hey,
delusional.
it's Jerry's guys, and it's Brian you really believe in Brian Callahan? Like, for the love of God.
I mean, Jerry Jones spent last week ripping on Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons. Can you imagine if Greg Penner did a press conference and took a shot at Bo Nix and Nick Bonito?
Right. Yeah. Or Greg Penner had a radio, because Jerry Jones has his own radio show.
Yeah. Penner's way too smart for that stuff.
Yeah. So, there you go.
Last one from Cortland Sutton here, Kev. Sean Payton said, and we heard it earlier, that Cortland is one of the guys you just want to be on your team. You want him around your younger players. Sutton was asked about that.
It means a lot, for Coach Payton, someone who's been around a lot of really great players, for him to, see something like that in me, it allows me to know that, the things that I do on a day-to-day basis aren't going in vain. And it may be the things that, that the everyday person doesn't get to see, but, I try to, like I said earlier, try to be the best version of myself I can be, whether it's on the field or off the field. And whether it goes noticed or unnoticed, I know that those things are things that allow me to be the best version of me. And for Coach to notice those things, it allows me to have the confidence to continue to try to pursue that greatness, pursue that consistency of greatness. And it's a constant thing even to this point. The contract isn't the end all be all. The contract was just allowing me to have that stability to say, hey, you're going to be here for the next 4 years, and the things that are possible are still attainable. And I look forward to chasing those. We're putting together a great camp over the first week and 2 days, and I think that the guys are hungry. I think we have great pieces that we've added in this offseason. I think we have great pieces that we added in the draft, and I think we have great pieces that returned from this past season. And the practices have been competitive. The practices have been detailed, and I think that it's very encouraging to see the direction that the team is already going in at such an early stage.
All right, and again, saying all the right things right there about where this team is. I was thinking as he's talking there, is Cortland now officially a Sean guy?
Wow. I think with Sean's comments he is.
I think so, too.
Oh, my God, he's going to have a job forever.
Yeah, that 4-year deal is going to get lived up now.
Well, what also going to happen is you can go into coaching. What does Court want to do? You know, when he's
Super
done
Bowl,
playing.
make a bunch of money?
Yeah, win a Super Bowl, make a bunch of money, and, maybe get into coaching afterwards. I've said the same thing about Adam Troutman. Adam Troutman's going to be their next tight end coach.
Yeah.
You know, that's just the way Sean Payton operates, because if you're a Sean Payton guy, wow, Cortland Sutton, I think that's bigger news than the contract. Like, Sean Payton loves you. That means you're going to work a lot.
You want Sean Payton to love you. You want Dick Momford to love you because you're good for life. And with Sean, you're going to do a little bit of winning.
Yeah.
So that's the preference right there.
Yes. I mainly want Greg Penner to love me.
Oh, I'd like that too.
Yeah, for sure.
Greg Penner, Stan Kroenke, the rich guys. Hell, Jerry Jones. I'll deal with his nonsense for a couple years so I get all that dough coming my way. Yeah, we gotta get Kevin on sugarmama.com. Kevin, then, because Kevin makes it rich, then he takes care of us, and we're just like his assistants.
Yes,
Kevin,
I like that.
are you in?
I'm in. And then maybe I could buy part of the Rockies.
There you go.
Whoa.
Boom.
Maybe I buy an NFL team.
See, now you're talking mega rich, and that's what I'm thinking, too.
Yeah.
All right, let's wrap this thing up, put a big bow on it, and talk about Bo a little bit more. I'm seeing a couple questions coming in from the RamosLaw.com text line about Bo's day today. Well, we'll tell you what we saw coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this This just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but were willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're wrapping it up. We're putting a bow on it here at Tuesday's edition of Practice out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. It's been an interesting day out here because it was the second day of pads. It wasn't 98 degrees. Thank you for that. But it was kind of you and I said yesterday, man, Sutton's going to get this deal, and then they're just going to highlight him and get him the ball as often as they can. Didn't necessarily see that here today. Yeah, we saw both throwing the ball and kind of the individual stuff. He came over and had some fun with the quarterbacks to lighten the mood up a little bit and got the crowd fired up. But it wasn't this, hey, let's send 14 on 9 routes and let Bo throw bombs to him all day.
Yeah, let's not showcase everything. So I guess it was the under because I said 3 catches in team drills. And it was the under for that for Courtland Sutton. I'm fine with that. I'm just glad it's not as hot as yesterday. I'm glad my pants haven't ripped. And I love the fact that, hey, Courtland Sutton gets his deal because he did things the right way, even though others have said and speculated that he would never get his deal. I mean, can you be wrong all the time and keep your job? I guess the answer is yes, because Sutton, this thing was coming. This thing was building for a while, and that's why Sutton shows up. Sutton reports. We don't hear from him during mandatory minicamp. What's going on? What's going on is negotiations.
Yeah.
And as Sutton said, I don't want to be a distraction. I think it was a little bit just for me because I was annoyed with talking about it. But now we don't need to. We get to talk about him being well paid and moving forward with the Broncos.
Day early on a don't be that guy. Don't be that guy that's like, yeah, I knew all of that. Now that all the information is out. We don't believe you, sir. We also have a couple of texts coming in about Bo Nix. One from the 303-819, heard Bo had a rough day. I haven't heard that from anybody out here. I did mention he was missing some of the targets with the net drill right here.
Yeah,
but,
that's just silly stuff.
Well, he missed the first 2 and then made the next 3. So, I mean, are we upset about that? Does that make it a rough day? Or maybe it was 2 and 2, but nonetheless, figured it out at the back end. And like I said, they worked on the far field. I saw every media member not stand on the far field, so I don't know that anybody could take away. I'm not here to tell you he had this great day, but I'm also not going to say he had a bad day either.
Well, and as we've said many times, I reiterate this is a programming note. Training camp stats do not matter. Now, we had said earlier, hey, I don't think Bo Nix has thrown an interception on a day today. Cam Ward for the Titans, rookie, throws 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's normal. Bo's had a couple, that one deflected that could have been picked, one that was in a defender's hands that he dropped could have been picked. So there's been a couple of close calls. Would I like to see Bo Nix throw some picks? Yeah, I'm not against it. Why? Because he's learning. No, that doesn't mean Lammy said he wants to see Bo Nix throw picks. No, I want him to learn. And you learn through your failures.
Yeah.
And with Bo Nix, he hasn't had many of those. So is today the best day for Bo Nix? Today was more than fine for Bo Nix. The timing was there. I liked in individual drills how he's talking to his receivers. Where do you want the football? That's a continuing conversation with these young receivers. And remember, today was an emphasis on the ground game. It's why you saw Jaleel McLaughlin rip off a big play, R.J. Harvey with perhaps the play of the day, and on a 50-50 ball with Troy Franklin comes down on it. That's the play of the day. 40-yard strike from Bo Nix to Troy Franklin. Yes, please.
Yeah.
And we're continuing to see more and more of that. So Troy Franklin having himself quite the training camp. Not going to keep stats on it, but you just like what your eyes are telling you.
Kyle out in Cali. Kyle asks us on the RamosLaw.com text line. What's up, Kyle? Says, how does Bo Nix look in training camp? How does his performance stack up against the other quarterbacks we've seen here through the past 10 years? The turnstile that was the quarterback room. Says, I want to give you tons of space to answer on this, but my quick answer is he's just, one, he has it. Like, he has this aura around him, I guess is the popular word these days. Like, he just has it as a quarterback, that internal swag almost. And it's not, how he looks or carries himself. I guess it is a little bit of how he carries himself, just calm, cool, collected at all times. And then just the understanding of it, what he seems to understand what it takes to play this position at the high level, willing to put in all that work where guys like Paxton Lynch certainly were not. Drew Lock just didn't have that level of ability like a Bo Nix has. And then guys like Flacco and Sanchez, that was all on the very back end of their careers and was never going to work anyway. So, I mean, I think of the quarterbacks that have been here the last 9 years, and this isn't breaking news because it's very obvious, like, none of them hold a candle to what Bo's done here.
Trevor Siemian was a hard worker, didn't have the skill.
Yeah.
Didn't have the talent. Hard worker, very hard worker, very smart, very smart. Bo Nix is as smart, if not smarter, and he has a ton of natural talent that Trevor didn't have. Paxton Lynch physically had talent, had a big arm, and he could run. Ran those 8 plays at Memphis, couldn't really do much more than that. Take that for whatever it's worth. Bo Nix can run pretty much anything you throw at him while still having perhaps not as big of an arm as Paxton, but as good of an athlete, perhaps even better. Paxton could scoot, but Bo Nix can as well. Moving on. Case Keenum?
Oh, I forgot about Case.
Yeah, Case Keenum was pretty much washed, riding off of one play, the Minnesota Miracle.
It was never going to work with Case Keenum.
Yeah, it was never going to work with Case Keenum. Joe Flacco hated everybody, including Drew Lock, who was here. Drew got a little bit over his skis, and I appreciate Drew, but he got a little bit, too big for his britches. I've arrived, that kind of stuff, a little bit.
Okay.
Bo Nix has not done that. Bo Nix has actually even kind of deflected any sort of that talk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's my team, but I got a ton to will. I got a ton to do.
See, it's kind of interesting to me that you think he was feeling himself a little bit because I just didn't think he was good. Drew.
Oh, he definitely was feeling himself, for sure. Putting it on for his city and all that. Teddy Bridgewater, Drew never had the team. They had a competition with Teddy Bridgewater that was fake. As fake as last year's competition was with Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix, that Teddy Bridgewater thing, Vic Fangio wanted Teddy from the moment they got him. From the moment that he put pen to paper saying he's going to be a Denver Bronco. That's when Vic Fangio wanted Teddy Bridgewater in. And Teddy, incredibly smart, but his body was broken. And, his arm not that strong, but very accurate, very smart. Okay, Bo, very accurate, very smart. Body not broken, and he can run. All right. Who am I missing? Oh, Russell Wilson. Next.
Yeah.
If we've gone through the majority of them, I hope I've gone through the majority of them.
Got close at least.
You can see the problems that arise with each and every one of those quarterbacks. Either over the hill washed or never were. Or someone like Trevor. Like Trevor, he was always nice to me, even though I was really hard on Trevor. He just didn't have it. He didn't have that natural talent. Super smart. You want him as like an assistant coach. He's like Kellen Moore. He's going to be a coach someday, whatever. But Trevor just didn't have that physical talent. And even guys like Teddy, again, physical talent. Like he was very accurate. He was very smart, but he couldn't really move anymore, not in the way that he did as a young player, and he didn't have that arm that Bo has. So Bo's got all the pieces of the puzzle that you want to build an NFL quarterback. He looks like Bo Nix. Now it's time to put the pieces around him. I'm going to put a check by that for this offseason. Now you got to go play the games and win them.
Well, I would say they put the pieces around him. Now can those pieces develop or turn into what they have hinted at they can? Evan Ingram and Cortland Sutton basically talking about. And even Vele, as good as he was last year, there's still the guys still have a lot to prove on the offensive end, including Bo Nix. I'm just very confident that Bo will do it.
Yeah, I think the Achilles for this team, ILB, and running back.
Somebody wrote.
Because if J.K. Dobbins gets banged up, like Tyler Bidet can do a little something, but I don't like Tyler Bidet as much as I like J.K. Dobbins. And Dobbins is only on a one-year deal, and honestly, as good as he's been, like as we sit right now, end of July, I don't really want to sign him longer.
Not without seeing anything.
But this is where only drafting R.J. Harvey was a mistake. You should have drafted Taj Brooks, who's tearing up Bengals camp. You should have drafted Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who's getting first-team reps with the Commanders. You should have done something else so you could say, these guys, that's our backfield of the future. You could still sign Dobbins. Taj Brooks was a 6th-round pick. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt was a 7th-round pick. You still could have got J.K. Dobbins. He's your guy, but then next year, I got a guy. Right now, you're like, okay, because Jalil's Jalil, and that's fine, but it's also very, very limited in what he can do. And I don't think Estime makes this team. And, moving forward, you go, okay, RJ can be that guy. You need to have that other back. Sean Payton likes using 2, and you don't have that second guy of the future. Getting a bit ahead of myself, but I think those are the Achilles heels right now. You got to worry about injuries to J.K. Dobbins, and you got to worry about injuries at ILB.
Well, it is. I mean, with running back, especially because it's. Now Phil will be mad, but like deep dime a dozen. You know what I mean? You could throw something at somebody. You can try a draft pick next year with a 2nd or 3rd round pick and see where that is. Like running back is. Yeah, I'm not for paying any of those guys more than like 2-3 years at a time.
Well, and the thing is, this is where I hope Jordan Dizon, and I know he does a fantastic job, of course, in learning under Howie Roseman. Jordan, incredible eye for talent. Start working that waiver wire. Start working those practice squads. Somebody's going to get cute and try to sneak somebody through to the practice squad. Snipe them. Take them out. Grab them on this team, get them here in Denver, and that's Dizon's job. I know he'll do a great job at it.
Yep. All right, let me ask you this. We're watching guys paint numbers on the field.
Yeah.
What would you rather do, this job or be the guy that just sits in that riding lawnmower and streams our show every day? What's up, bro? We appreciate you.
Yeah, riding lawnmower.
Really?
Is there anything more relaxing? Now, you're talking to an old farmer.
Yeah.
So who grew up listening to sports. Remember.
In your tractor, right?
On my swather.
Yeah.
On a swather. So, like, you're out there swathing hay, swatting hornets that land on you or whatever. And I used to do it without my shirt off. And then, of course, have a headset. It was the little headset with the cord down to, like, the transistor radio.
Heck yeah.
With the little, like, foam ear pads. You know what I mean? So, listening to sports radio, when it was a new thing, by the way, because, like, in the mid-'90s, it was like, what is this sports talk radio? AM 950 The Fan. It's something where there's something relaxing about riding a tractor that you can enjoy. You can kind of, like, lose yourself in the farming or the mowing or whatever you're doing riding a tractor. So get me on a tractor, man.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of – because it looks like they're only dealing in white and orange, and I've got a grasp on those 2 colors. So I might be into the painting job.
What color is my shirt?
Oh, green?
Light blue.
Okay, that was close, I think.
Yeah, so there you go. You're close enough. And for me, as an artiste, I'm absolutely terrible with color.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm a black and white, like a pencil artist.
Okay.
I'm absolutely terrible with color. I've tried. I'll keep trying, but yeah. If it's white and orange, that's too many colors for me. I need black and white, and that's it.
I would have never guessed. Your whole world, your second world is comic books and characters, and you create your own stuff.
Yeah. Well, I've got artists that I pay to do that.
Oh, I knew it. I was actually going to tell you. My boy Kevin streams the show from a tractor daily. Just got the text. I'm driving in a tractor streaming you guys right now.
Look at that. That's a John Deere. That's a big one right there.
Oh, they do all right up there, Kevin and his crew.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, look, and you can see it there, streaming the show. Boom.
Let me see. What is it? It's almost harvesting season.
Okay.
You make a lot of money. You work all the time during harvest.
Yeah.
You make a lot of money.
I wonder if Kevin would let me drive that thing out there looking like Pauly Shore and son-in-law. Thank God I'm a country boy, remember that saying? Just driving around.
We can get you out on a horse. We get you a horseback, right?
Okay.
I get a rope in your hand.
Yeah.
You get out there and see what you can do.
I'm somewhat athletic. Maybe I can figure it out in 4 or 5 tries.
Yeah. Plus, the great thing about the country, smack your golf ball anywhere.
Hell yeah.
You're never going to find it again, but just smack it anywhere.
That's the same golf I played yesterday, so all good. And again, shout out to Kristen Mackey and Zach Bye carrying my dead weight for getting a win in our golf game yesterday. All right, it's KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. We are going to get out of the way. Zach Bye, Phillip, Lindsay, what did they learn today? What did they make of day 2 in pads? We'll turn it over to you fellas right now. Oh, I lied. They're not there yet. Zach Bye's not in there yet, so they'll tell us in a moment
relax.
what they've seen. Phil is out there.
Yeah, we're here.
Phil's always there.
You know,
ZB, are you there?
Oh, he's
I
here.
am here. What's up, boys?
What up, ZB?
What up? Thanks for those notes, ZB.
Oh, you got it, man. You got it. You guys have fun today?
Yeah, it was less hot. We didn't melt. That was nice. It was kind of a slower day with pads on and everything, but that's all right. They all can't be winners.
Yep, all can't be winners. They're not all going to be on the edge of your seat. But, Phil, it was a day that heavy emphasis on the run game. And I can't think of a better team who needs that emphasis.
Zach, what did I say before camp started? The identity of this team needs to be through the offensive line that you paid a lot of money for and the running backs. You just acquired J.K. Dobbins off the quote-unquote streets, and then you drafted R.J. Harvey in the second round. You need to get this run game going. The identity needs to run through your offensive line that's experienced and a running game that can keep you on the football field longer. Now, I'm not saying you were right earlier when we were arguing back and forth. It doesn't have to necessarily be a run first, pass second kind of identity, but you have to be balanced. And it starts with working it in practice. It starts with inside drill. It starts with, even though it's a passing period, you're still throwing in runs and little wrinkles here and there to keep the offensive lineman going. It's easier to get things going when your offensive linemen are moving downhill, 330 pounds, 320 pounds. It's not meant to just sit there. You have to get it going forward. I'm talking about the offensive lineman if you want to have success through a 17-game season and build up your run game.
Yeah, I love to see it. I think there's nuances in all of these practices, and not every practice is going to be a Bo Nix light show, right? And there's context to why some of that didn't happen today. We'll talk about it throughout the afternoon. But, gosh, we have a million things to get to. I love it. I love to see it, the emphasis on the run, okay? The Broncos need to be able to be more explosive. Oh, and did you hear me ask Sean?
Oh, come on now. You know I did.
So we've been talking about it for 9 months, so I feel like disingenuous, like banging against it on the air more than anyone in this market is at the top 3 running backs for the Denver Broncos over the course of a 17-game season failed to have a single carry go for 22 yards. That's insane.
How nervous were you when you said that? Because you did say, "Hey, the 21 yards comment."
Yeah, I did.
You didn't have a running back go for 21 yards.
And because if I'm going to do this for 9 straight months on the radio, now Sean's standing in front of me. The right way to do it is frame it the way that I've been framing it on the air, and we'll get to it because he sounded definitive that we will be better in this category, and he knows it.
Zach, it's showing. You had 2 days in a row, or not in a row, but 2 days in 2 weeks. One, when they first started camp and they didn't have the pads on, they were still running. And that was the first thing that they had on their mind is, hey, we are going to get the run game going first.
Yep.
And then today, when you're in full pads, it's the dog days, you're tired, and now you're having your offensive linemen and running backs being aggressive and physical, getting downhill, getting used to just running the ball, getting used to chasing after each other, and the offensive linemen moving downfield for those second blocks. That's how you have explosive plays. Getting used for the receivers getting used to going downfield and getting a block. You have a bunch of younger receivers on this team, so they have to get used, and muscle memory has to kick in for them. That's like, hey, if I don't have a defender in front of me, go find some work. That's what they call it. Go find some work. Find a way to put your hat on another hat.
Yep.
And that's how you have these explosive plays, and I love what they're doing. And honestly, Zach, it's going to be more creative this year. You know me, and people got tired of me saying, why do you keep saying creativity when it comes to the run game?
I know, I got tired of it.
Oh, hey, you're going to keep hearing it. You're going to keep hearing it, Zach, because it matters. But what it seems like this year is their identity as a run team when they're running the ball, it looks like it's going to be a lot more outside zone, a lot more of stretching the field and looking for cutbacks. Why? Because J.K. Dobbins thrives on the outside zone. R.J. Harvey did a good job of outside zone work. And when you do have speed, like someone like Jaleel McLaughlin, and you're able to generate some speed and some momentum going forward, and then being able to cut on the dime off of a offensive lineman's butt, that's when you have more explosive plays.
Well, they're coming. They're coming. And you want to know, I'm feeling frisky right now. We're just starting the show, okay? It's a Hot Take
over there.
Tuesday, presented by Papa Murphy's. Order your pizza for pickup today. And we'll get into it, okay? And we'll hear the audio from Sean. We heard from Sutton today. Told you, right? You hadn't heard from last year. I'm like, you're going to hear from Cortland Sutton. I did miss his voice.
Court, I missed your voice. I missed you. I've been all in on you this whole time. Good job, Court.
Glad it was the right price point, Court, that we were able to make this work. No, honestly, it was good to hear from Court. And Court is pretty thoughtful. Court's a pretty thoughtful dude, and we'll hear from him throughout the afternoon. But just to finish the thought here, Hot Take Tuesday, presented by Papa Murphy's. I don't think it's a hot take, but I'm gonna just file it because we haven't seen it in now a couple years. That 22-yard run, we're seeing it on week one. We're seeing it on week one against the Tennessee Titans.
How many times though? At least
How about this? This is what makes it a hot take.
All right.
We're gonna see it twice, and it's gonna come from both RJ and J.K. Dobbins. They will each have a carry. This is my hot take. Okay, so it's like a real opinion, but just overextend yourself a little bit.
You really are feeling frisky today.
It's got to live it. It's got to live within reality. But what the Broncos running backs room, and it's on everyone. Okay, the combination of Audric Estime, Jaleel McLaughlin, and Javonte Williams, they combined for 328 carries last year, and not a single one went farther than 21 yards. I've done this bit 1,000 times, and it's still shocking each time I say it to me. Each time I say it, I can't believe it actually happened. That will happen for two players on the Denver Broncos week 1 on September 7th at Empower Field at Mile High at 2:05 in the afternoon on Fox.
Let's go! Let's go!
Come on!
22 yards! That's all I want is 22 yards!
And you do see, even compared to last year's camp, Russell Wilson's camp in 23, there's just more of an emphasis on the run game. And Sean knows it. He's got to get better at it. So, yeah, here we go. And while we're here, and we'll circle back to it, I thought Jaleel had a couple nice runs today.
Really good cuts. And honestly, Zach, to be real with you, Jaleel, every single practice has had a really good cut. Now, when you're talking about explosive, sometimes it's hard to see if, like, they're going to break for a 50-yard run or if it's going to be a 15 or a 10.
Sure.
But when you're looking at the practices and you're looking at the running backs, it's all about the cut. It's all about the explosiveness after the cut in the run. And Jaleel has been able to do that almost every day. He has had at least one play where it's like, hey, that would have been an explosive play for at least 15 yards.
Sure.
Can't put my man at 22.
Sure, right.
But 15.
Yeah,
We're
don't
going
get the
for
benefit
15.
of the doubt. No, I like that. No,
So
you're
he's
right. You're right.
showing, like, consistency. That's what I want to see from that group. For Audric Estime, be consistent every single day. And today, he was really good out there.
He was. I think it was his best practice.
Running with authority. It was like, okay, he would have broke that tackle. Catching out of the backfield. He has some juice. But can you do it again the next day, and the next day, and the next day? That's how you get on the football field. That's how you gain the trust of your teammates and your coaching staff.
Do you think Audric needed a day like today?
Yes, for his confidence.
Sure.
For the coaches to see, okay, it is in you. Now, can you do it again? And if he can, because he does have athletic ability, because he is a bigger running back, in that he fits the mold of the Denver Broncos system and getting the short yards and getting the red zone touchdowns, the goal line touchdowns, he can carve a rollout for himself. He's in a battle.
He is.
It's not over for him. It's not over for Jaleel.
No.
It's not over for Tyler Bidet.
Yep.
Even Mr. Watson.
Yeah.
You're in a battle. Who can come up with that number 3 spot? It's every day. Who's going to be the most consistent offensively and special team wise?
Well, we had a conversation about Estime last week that ended up going viral. I mean, literally, it ended up going viral. all over social media. I know
the bad juju with you, or the great juju. Every time you're around, something goes viral.
I don't know about that.
No, it does.
But we were having a conversation about Estime and some of the body language stuff and that stuff. And I know, like, I got it sent from my buddy who lives in Washington D.C. and like he's on YouTube and like the algorithm is like feeding him this video of me and you, and he's like, dude, this thing just fed me you and Phil talking about Estime.
It just loves us.
So that's kind of cool though.
It is.
But yeah, he is in a battle. Estime is in a battle. This thing is far from over. I mean, we're still closer to the start than the finish. And but at the same time, the days are stacking. And we're gonna be. I mean, honestly, in terms of like, I want to say the Broncos training camp is available. I want to say like 13 total practices for fans.
That's it.
So we're already halfway there. Training camp will extend beyond that period.
And then you'll have the joint practices, which you're going to get a lot of work, and you're going to see, okay, who can really play and who cannot when you're a rookie.
Yep.
And then when you're in a battle, they're watching, they're evaluating film, because now you're not going against your teammates.
Right.
Sometimes you get so used to going against your teammates that you start to let up on each other. Or you're just like, hey, let's just get through the practice.
Sure.
But when you're going against a different opponent that's trying to make you look bad in practice, you get a lot more out of it.
All right, what were some of our bigger takeaways from today's practice? We were out there watching every rep, and we'll dive into it next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Style fades, great design lasts. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows combine timeless elegance with cutting-edge strength. They boost curb appeal and your home's resale value. At Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, you'll get windows designed to impress and built to outlast the elements. No warping, no peeling, just clean lines and lasting performance. Appointments fill up quickly as the weather warms. Book your free consultation now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Mention Mark, get 25% off this month only.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Haven't filed your taxes in 3 years or more? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, where he'll answer the tough questions. Can you still get a refund if you file late? What if the IRS filed returns for you and you didn't even know? How far back do you really need to file? What happens if you've moved and missed critical IRS notices? What does the IRS do to tax protesters? And could I possibly go to jail? Todd will walk you through how to get back into the system, understand where you stand, and how much trouble, if any, you're actually in. Don't wait for a wage garnishment or bank levy to find out. Reserve your spot now at advancedtaxsolutions.com. The Fan. That's advancedtaxsolutions.com/The Fan.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Tuesday, July 29th. Reacting to yet another training camp practice. I guess I feel kind of rude, not off the top, but I'll ask you here, Phil. How you doing?
Yeah, you didn't ask me that yesterday, by the way.
Sorry about that. We just get right into it sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on, and we're so intense. And we got to get to the business part of it.
Yes.
But I'm great, man. I will say this: backing up out of my garage today, I look at my grass, and it looks glorious. Before I got into my car, I looked at the backyard. Flowers blooming still. Water bill's a little high.
How's
so
the
I'm a little
rose?
pissed off with that. But the rose is growing more. It's growing more roses on it.
Okay.
And of course, I keep you updated on my vegetable garden.
Okay.
All right.
This is
the cilantro strong. I'm bringing it in for you.
Oh my gosh.
It's like this big. It's probably like
We're on the radio, so you got to be a little more descriptive.
4 inches. It's like 4 inches right now. It's growing. I didn't know it grew like that.
Phil's saying 4 inches, but he's holding out 1.5 feet with his hands. Holding Phil.
Hey, it might be 1.5 feet.
He's like, it's about 4 inches, and he's measuring with his hand, and it's like 2 feet. Do you see that, Dante?
In my squash. I got the squash growing. The squash is growing.
Oh, the squash.
You know, and shout out JJ
Pelini.
Yes.
Yeah. He's the man.
He is. All right?
He works here behind the scenes on the other side of the building, but he does just about everything. He's like, think of a utility player in baseball. JJ can play every position.
And he's also, like, you talk about a handy man. He knows how to build houses.
Oh,
he
yeah.
knows how to build things inside of a house.
Yeah.
Knows how to build, like, sprinkler systems and help you with that. So he helped me with my sprinkler systems and helped me kind of get me going taught me.
You get that water bill yet?
Oh, I don't even want to talk about it, Zach. Actually, let's talk about it. Dude, how much do you think that water bill was?
So, well, I know what mine is.
No. How much? Like I
got it yesterday. It's $258.
It's yours.
Yeah.
Something's wrong. Bro, my stuff came to $400.
Is that right?
Dude, maybe even more. It's like $430.
That's insane. That's like
something must be wrong, right? Like there's a leak. So I have somebody coming out to check because it's like there's no way in heck I'm spending.
How many days are you watering?
3.
Yeah, same.
3. So, at night.
Did the guy set it for you? Did someone set it for you?
He did. But I went back and I reset the programming because it was way too long. But even after I did that, I'm still getting a bill for $400. It's crazy.
Yeah, it can get up there.
It comes down to this. My father told me this a long time ago when I asked, hey, Pops, why do we not have grass in our front yard?
Yeah.
He said, son, there's 5 of you guys in this house. You have 2 options. Water the grass or wash that ass.
Yeah.
And I was like, I got you, Pops. I got you.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That is good.
I got you. Let's go. Get the soap.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we didn't have a yard. I grew up front and back. We did not have any sort of yard. So this is new territory for me too, being a homeowner these last couple of years. Yeah, it can get up there, man. It can get up there.
Man.
Okay, what were we supposed to be doing? Yeah, training camp.
Yeah, training camp.
Training camp. I'll say this. Here's one of my bigger takeaways of the day. And we'll get into some of these other micro observations and have more expansive conversations about these players. But, man, that defense is suffocating. Man, they can make that Broncos offense humanized real quick. I mean, Phil, Bo Nix might have completed 4, maybe 5 passes in team periods on the whole day.
The defense is huge.
Yeah.
The defensive front with Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, like they're flying around. They're fast. You got Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito off the edge, and then you put in Drake Greenlaw, who just looks like a massive linebacker. He looks like an old school linebacker, like a Ray Lewis type of linebacker.
Yeah, he needs like a neck roll.
Yes.
Yes.
It's going to be hard, one, to run on this team now.
Yep, agreed.
And 2, with how explosive this defense is, especially in the interior, it's going to be hard for Bo Nix to have great reads, but that's going to help Bo out because we've been talking about how this defense could be top 5 again and should be top 5 again, maybe even number 1 in the league.
I mean, they could, like top 3 is like totally inbounds.
Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
If you're able to do well against this defense over time, you're not going to always beat this defense, but if you can go back and forth and have battles, when you get to that first game of the year against the Tennessee Titans,
yeah, I'm telling you what. Hey, dude, I'm just communicating my thoughts in this moment. The Tennessee Titans are in very big trouble.
Oh,
dude, I'm being dead serious. No, I'm not. I don't think I'm jumping the gun. Dude, the Tennessee Titans are in very big trouble. They are coming to altitude in week number 1
with a rookie quarterback,
with a player playing in the best football league in the world in his first ever game. Okay, but the coming into altitude for game 1, it is historically over a 50-year sample size the last place you want to come for week 1. The Broncos have the best winning percentage week 1 home games anyone in NFL history, and so that's the first time coach over there too, right? In Tennessee,
he's going to year 2.
Excuse me, in year number 2. Year number 2, yes.
Rebuilding still, year 2.
Yes.
It might be bad for my man.
The rosters are in just 2 different places. You earn that number 1 pick. And I'm not, look, they're an NFL team. Like, you're going to game plan. You're going to be, like, I got
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Maybe Cam Ward's the best, the next Jaden Daniels. But he threw 3 picks in practice today. Cam Ward did, okay? Do like Hulk Hogan said. Train, take your vitamins, and say your prayers. Because you're coming to Denver week 1 and getting that ass whooped. I'm just telling you.
Like, buckle up.
I'm just telling you how this is going to go.
It's an L on the roster, so buckle up. It's an L on the schedule, so buckle up. And then let's get ready for week 2. No, but that's how you should feel. And if you're out there during practice like we are and some of the fans are, the 800 fans that can attend, you feel it too. You feel the energy. You feel how serious the practices are, and you feel how dangerous this defense is.
Yes.
I sat there and I contemplated, okay, today when the offense struggled, because the offense did struggle passing, is it because of the pass rush or is it because of the secondary, right, the cornerbacks and safeties? Or is it both of them working together? Because they both have to be on the same page in order to have success. But when you have a pass rush that's able to get to the quarterback so fast, it makes your job easy as a cornerback. You don't have to do as much. Vice versa, if you have really good cornerbacks and safeties that can stick with these receivers long enough, then you have someone like Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper having the ability to go out there, pin their ears back, and get some sacks.
Yep. I thought Jonathan Cooper had a great day. I mean, there was several times where Bo Nix is running for his life from that guy that wears number 0. I mean, so you have to, when you're out there, and this is to, I guess, the fans, if you're making your way, and we know there's not a lot, 800 per day. But when you're out there, and we even have to remind ourselves, like, what's real and what's not. You have to look through a lens, like a sifter, a sifter. Like, you have to have a sifter to, like, okay, what really would have happened on that play? Because they're not going to go hit Bo, right? They're going to pull up and do all this stuff, and it's thud football and all that. So you got to examine it through a certain lens or sifter, as I said. But, I mean, I think Bo Nix would have got dropped 7-8 times today. I mean,
no, you're not lying, Zach. You are not lying. But now this becomes the issue, though. If you're the head coach, what do you tell your defense? Because offensively, you still got to get some work in. Do you say, hey, man, pull back a little bit so we can do the play? The play? So we can run this play?
Imagine telling a pack of dogs to calm down. You remember what Warren Sapp said? Pack of dogs come into town. Everyone stays inside. That is a pack of dogs on that side of the ball.
But there were times where I felt Bo Nix was frustrated because it's like, hey, man, I can't get settled. I'm always on the run, and I can't just set my feet and hit the middle of the field because Bo wants to hit the middle of the field.
He does.
Now, every so often he was able to get that done. Now, one wasn't Bo in the game, but Court was able to get something.
Yeah.
Evan Ingram, another one. He loves the middle of the field right now.
Yep.
So it's just hard when you have a pass rush and they're big and they're tall and they're aggressive and they're so fast that they're getting back to you that you can't set up. You can't think. And now the first thing you have to do and the first reaction is, let me get out of the pocket to give myself some more time.
Sure.
Then it turns into scramble drill. The offense is going to have to do a better job this year learning scramble drill. The receivers are going to have to do a better job of understanding where I need to go if Bo Nix floods out of the pocket so I can get open for him.
We are more than a week into training camp now. We have multiple padded practices under our belt. And the question that I ask, is there a darling emerging on the offensive side of the football? We'll talk about him next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about intimacy. You know, intimacy is one of the more wonderful things in life. But when erectile dysfunction harms intimacy, it can have devastating effects on a relationship. Do not let that happen to your relationship. And if it already has, you need to do something about it, okay? Because ED, guys, it's a medical condition. And like most medical conditions, it's treatable. And I'm talking about success rates of over 90%. All right. And here's the other thing you need to get through your thick skull. You're not that special. ED is pretty common. Okay. And I know that because Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has treated successfully tens of thousands of men who are brave enough to make the call or go online. So schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. That initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. Guys, real simple. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is completely free. There's no downside, all right? So call them at 720-440-7900 or visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Peter, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver. But have you tried getting a mortgage? Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? Your employees get mortgages, but you can't? You built the tech stack that runs their bank and they're denying you? That's insane. At cakehome.com, we look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved fast. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means we understand complex income streams. If you're self-employed, a founder, or freelancer, someone who's built something real, you don't need to show a W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 1-888-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-888-EAT-CAKE to learn what makes us different.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
DQ presents how to make a blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ, happy tastes good.
Now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots where your grass can use it. Revive is the protection your lawn needs, so use Revive now.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Cause I got it like that.
But it ain't even gotta be like that. Yo, man, he be calling me back. He say I'm fine, and a matter of fact.
All right, hanging out.
Yes, how I do that.
Talking ball. We're out of practice yet again. And we are, it's no longer like the beginning of camp, right? We're into this. We're more than a weekend.
It's flying.
It is.
It's flying by into those guys out there. It's like, dude, here in a couple weeks, you're going to be playing in a preseason game.
Yep.
Rookies, get ready. This is your time to shine. This is how you make the football team. This is how I made the football team. One little story, Zach.
Yes, please.
Going into the preseason game, number one, right, there's a pitch count for usually your vets. Either they're going to play, they're not. Well, there was a quarterback on the team. I'm not going to say his name. It's like you probably know. Quarterback on the team.
Hold on a second. So your first preseason game was against the Minnesota Vikings.
Yes,
in 2018.
2018.
Yep.
And
42-28 loss.
Yeah. I didn't even care. I was on cloud nine. I had a touchdown.
I love it.
I had a touchdown. That's all I cared about.
Of course.
And going into that game, one of the quarterbacks got a hold of the quote-unquote script of how it's going to go throughout the game for the players.
Oh, God, that was Chad Kelly. Oh, God.
I'm not saying any names.
All right.
I'm not saying any names.
All right.
We're sitting there during lunch. He said, hey, guys, do you guys want to know how much you guys are playing? So everybody just circling around, and there were some guys that were happy, some guys that were happy for different reasons. They weren't going to have to play at all. Some guys were happy because it's like, oh, I'm going to play a lot in the first half.
Yep.
You know what that means? If you're playing a lot in the first half, then, you're going to have more opportunities, and they value you a little bit.
Of course.
And then there was a couple that were upset as heck, saying, yo, I'm getting in the fourth quarter and I'm a vet?
Wow.
And so it was chaotic. I don't think he got caught. But I know for me as a rookie, I was sitting there smiling from ear to ear because I knew I was going to be starting on kick return, punt return, second on punt return, and I was going to get my opportunity earlier. I thought I was going to be in the fourth quarter with 5 minutes left. No, sir. I want to say, Zach, it was like the second quarter like midway in the second quarter, they were going to let your boy eat. And so I was just sitting there just happy. And I remember sitting there by Royce, and Royce was smirking from ear to ear too because he's like, hey, man, I'm going to get in early. You're going to come in right after me. Like, we're going to have some good times. And then right after the game's done, we're going to go enjoy ourselves. And so it's just like bringing back memories. Of
my gosh.
But you have to produce. And I was able to have it was a choice route. And
yeah, because you scored a touchdown, but you didn't have one on the ground. It was in the pass game.
No, it was a pass game. And it was a perfect.
And if you're just joining us, we're talking about Phil's first ever preseason game.
Yeah, and it was a perfect defense built for the choice route where they had like a zero blitz. And it was just one-on-one with a linebacker. If you beat him inside, there's nobody else. And Kelly was able to get me. Chad Kelly was able to hit me.
Oh, so it's Chad who threw you the pass.
So we're in the huddle.
Because I'm looking back at the box score, he played on that day more than anyone else by a long shot.
People were chanting his name. He actually he had a great game.
He did.
Honestly,
he had a
really good
quarterback rating of about 105, 177 yards on solid completion percentage, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception.
And the thing about Chad Kelly, Zach, if he told you he was going to give you the ball, that man was going to get you the ball no matter what.
Yep. That's who he was.
We're in the huddle. He said, Phil, it's your time.
Yep.
I'm setting you up for success. We're at the 15, 20-yard line. Beat this guy's butt. I'm going to hold tight. I'm going to hold in the pocket. Get open. And sure enough, it was a zero blitz, and Chad could have easily just threw it to somebody else. He stood tall in that pocket, wait for me to make that move, and was able to get me the ball for a touchdown. And that changed everything for me, Zach.
I know we're going down a rabbit hole.
No,
I know we're going down a rabbit hole.
Preseason.
No. This is good. I'm glad we're here. I wouldn't change it. We'll get to who could be coming a camp darling here after more than a week and several padded practices. I have not forgot about paying off that tease. And we normally will do that, but this is better. We'll get to that here in just a second. We got nothing but time. So, dude, Chad Kelly should still be in the NFL today. And that's just the real, man.
Is it real or is it a hot take?
No,
what we doing?
I don't think that's a hot take. Chad Kelly should still be in the NFL in some way, shape, or form. He's probably not a starter, but there's no way you can tell me he's not a backup quarterback. And you got teams that carry 3. I mean, Chad Kelly just could not get out of his own way. And it didn't matter if he was in college. It didn't matter if he was in the pros. He just could not get out of his own way. And John Elway drafted him as a favor to both of our Uncle Jim Kelly. And
how many uncles are you on now? You have like 4 of them so far.
I got a handful. My Uncle Jim Kelly, my Uncle Kirk Signetti, my Uncle Rhett Lashley down there at SMU. Yeah. So we got a big family. But dude, when he was in college, he jumped the fence. Do you remember this video?
Oh, I remember.
He jumped the fence at his younger brother's varsity game back in Buffalo to like go on the field and fight because someone hit his brother after the play.
I mean, come on, man. You could talk like what about the Halloween party?
Oh, well, that came later. I was going in chronological order.
Oh, okay.
Because there was another moment when he was in college, Ole Miss, right?
Yes.
When they wouldn't let him in the club, and he said, "I'm going to come back and spray the club up." They file that under things you don't say, okay? And then he came to the NFL as a favor, and he started to catch traction, and it's Halloween night, and he was inebriated on something. I don't know if it was Molly, cocaine, hallucinogen. I don't know, but
Maybe it was all of it.
He wasn't drunk because he blew a 0-0,
yeah.
the cop said.
Yeah.
So he was on something that would have you so inebriated that you would wander into a person's home. He is lucky he is alive and didn't have a bullet put in him.
No doubt, Zach. And it was scary. And hearing that the next day, it was just like, wow. Like, we're here as a team having fun. The next thing you know, you're having a team meeting. You're having a team meeting and having to answer questions. Like, what happened? I don't have to know all the details, but what happened?
Yeah. And he's on video. And he's
Yeah.
on video. No, Phil, seriously, he's lucky he didn't get killed that night. Because if you stumble into my house, I'm telling you, you're getting a bullet.
Well, didn't someone say he got hit with a vacuum?
He did. He was getting hit with a vacuum hose.
Yeah, a vacuum
She
hose.
chased him out of the house. He was dressed like Woody from Toy Story. My son wore the same thing at 5. At 5 year his 5th Halloween.
Like, Daddy, I want what Chad Kelly has.
Dude,
give me that uniform.
I'm telling you that, like that. And then here's the kicker of it. You get another opportunity in basically the New York City of Canada, which is Toronto.
Yeah.
And he's playing in the CFL.
He's balling.
He kills it.
He's balling.
They go like win the Grey Cup, I think, with him, which is their Super Bowl.
I want to say 2 of them.
I forget, but he didn't. He came in like a reserve role, ended up taking over the job by force, winning the championship. They signed him to a $2 million.
Zach,
he was the highest paid guy in CFL.
Thank you. if you type in his name, Chad Kelly, he may still be the highest paid quarterback in Canada.
But he got in trouble again. Remember, it was like something, a trainer on the team. He did something to her.
Yeah, I do remember that story.
And it's like, dude, you have made a living of getting in your own way. You're an SEC quarterback talent. There's no way you were a 7th-round pick. You should have been a 4th or 5th-round pick. And it's just he gets lifeline after lifeline because of his ancestry DNA. His last name's Kelly.
Yeah, and he's good.
And he's good. And he's good, right? And
you sure you wasn't at that party?
I was not.
I feel like you know more than me. It's like you're telling about what I was doing. I feel you was on the dance floor boogieing. Like,
I was not one of the 700 people at Vaughn's Halloween party. I was not.
You weren't invited.
I was not invited.
Well, you should have got with someone like Noah. Noah might have got you in.
Well, Noah wasn't on the team at that point, I think.
He was he was still in college.
And so because that became a story.
Because that was my rookie year.
That was your rookie year, yes.
Yeah.
And then because it was on TMZ the next day, Broncos throw cocaine-themed party.
Oh.
I'm just telling you what the headline was.
Yeah.
Now, Emmanuel was acting like the guy from Chappelle's show, and he put the fake booger sugar around his. Yeah. And then it was like Brandon Marshall, I think, was some character where he was acting like he had some nose nachos, and it was a whole thing. And then they brought in the guy that sang the song, I'm in love with the coke. Yes. The whole thing was out of control. They invited, the whole thing was out of control.
Oh, boy, do I know.
and then a couple of years later, you talk about a rabbit hole. A couple of years later, Vaughn tries to do it again. And they start beefing over the money with the younger players.
Yeah.
Where they split the bill, because I remember we asked Noah Fan about it.
I mean, come on, you're like, you have a party like that, like you can you imagine how much that is?
Yeah,
to like entertain everybody,
hundreds of thousands, I would imagine.
Have foods and beverages, like a soda pop, you know, you need it. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Man, you were there for the good years.
I was.
Oh my God.
Not on the field. Off the field, yes.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
and then Vaughn. All right, remember, guys, Vaughn was like, "Hey, look, we're winning this game." It was against the Cardinals.
Oh, that was the big declaration, the promise.
Yes.
The guarantee.
Like, we're winning this game.
Yeah.
Huddle up, guys. Now, I just promised that we're going to win this game. If we want to have this party, we have to win this game.
Right.
So everybody had extra motivation on a Thursday night to go out there.
Right. It's like it's not going to be a good look because we're 6-11. But it's going to be even worse if we lose and then go party. I mean, goodness gracious. You can't make that stuff up. I mean, it has been hilarious. Like, oh, my gosh. All
Good times.
Let's get the wheels back on the tracks. Is there an offensive darling emerging here out at Broncos? We'll talk about him next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa, then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Pen Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Pen Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today, or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, that I gotta be honest with you. That was hysterically fun to go down, and I know every piece of the subject matter isn't necessarily fun, but looking back at that period of time.
What?
Like, dude,
I know we gotta move on, but
like,
what were you guys talking about on the radio during that time?
What we just talked about. I mean, dude, it was unavoidable. It was such a big story, and then some of the pictures and videos started to emerge from the party on social media.
It was a costume party.
It was a costume party. Yeah.
I was a boxer.
It was Halloween. There you go. But it was just way too much. But I will say, you know, and. That was part of the problem. It was a microcosm of where the culture was at that point. A lot of those guys had won the Super Bowl and got paid.
Yeah.
And the foot came off the gas a little bit in the desperation department. And I've been saying the phrase for many years on the station and long before I ever showed up here back in Albany, quoting the Marvin Hagler quote, saying it's tough to get up and do road work at 5 a.m. when you're sleeping in silk sheets. And there were a lot of those Broncos that were sleeping in silk sheets, and you can't manufacture being starving. There's only one version of that. And the Broncos got a little fat.
Well, what ends up happening, Zach, when that happens, when you have veterans that have done it before and they know it's a rebuild, they know that they're tired and they just don't have the energy. They don't have that hunger like they used to. They stop holding the young guys accountable like they should.
Right.
And then you have the young players that feel like they have arrived, that thinks they can do the things of Emmanuel Sanders, Demaryius Thomas, Von Miller. And it's like, guys, we're just starting. They've done it all.
Right.
And we're acting, or some of the other players are acting like they're a part of that unit. You'll never be a part of their unit. We can make something for ourselves.
Sure.
They can help guide us, but we have to stay in our lanes. And then you start to see some of the players that did not stay in their lanes. They think that they're rolling with the high rollers, the big dogs, and now they're not in the league but 1 or 2 years because they didn't handle business. They didn't have the right mindset and understand that we have not arrived yet. We just begun. And this is why this team, Zach, to kind of like make this a full circle story, this team is different.
Yes, it
You
is.
have a bunch of vets that are hungry, that are going to keep these young guys and hold them accountable.
It's a good blend with the young guys.
It is. They're going to hold themselves accountable.
Yep.
Because you said it before. How many of these vets have won it all?
None. No, seriously. Has any member of the Denver Broncos roster won a Super Bowl? I don't think that they have. I think
there's a couple that have been there.
Been there, McGlinchey and Dre Greenlaw.
And Hufanga.
But
after that, who else?
No, and all three of those guys came from the same operation. So out there in the Bay Area. So like there is, and you're right. This does sort of bring it home to these current Broncos, and we talked about it really for the last 4 or 5 shows. This serious nature of this team right now. It is so healthy, and look, like you're looking for little things that like how it could manifest itself. And we talked about like the dancing, again, I don't get carried away because there's nothing wrong with doing a little dance when your favorite song comes on in warm up. But it's just interesting. We have not seen that a lick. We haven't seen it a lick.
There's a little bit more hooting and hollering, talking a little bit. Malcolm Roach is one that I love. He's having a quiet, really good camp.
Yeah, he had a couple blow-up plays today.
Yesterday he had a couple blow-up plays as well. But he's like into it. He's talking to it, not only the defensive players, his teammates on the defensive side, but also the offense. He's hyping up these young players that are trying to make the team. He's very vocal, but that's a positive thing when you have one of your depth players who's actually really good and knows his role.
Yes, he does.
And he's speaking, and he's kind of taking on that leadership role of just interacting with the players, making it a little less serious at times, but then being able to lock in when you're on that football field. That's what it's all about, is time and place. What we said a couple times now, there's a time and place for everything.
Yep.
When you're on that football field and you have your chin strap buckled, go to work. When you're on that sideline, cheer on your teammates. Hype this up. Get them going.
To go back to and by the way, let me just finish one more point. That's why I was sort of torn in between because I know we still haven't paid off the damn tees yet, and I apologize. But like Bo over the weekend, he spoke over the weekend, and we didn't play really a lot of his audio. But he said we have no clowns on this team, and we have no divas on this team. No clowns, no divas, and I'm seeing it. This is the shade of this collar of the 2025 Broncos is dark blue. It's dark blue. Is there a offensive darling developing out at training camp? Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin, year over year, and we cannot emphasize this enough. So a year ago, when we're telling you guys the truth, that Troy Franklin looks like he has 2 left feet, and he's the 2024 can't get right player.
He was not ready for the NFL. He was not ready to be a starter in the NFL or play a lot of downs in the NFL, and that's okay. Everybody grows at their own rate, right? They grows at their own time. It's different, night and day with Troy Franklin this year.
It is, and he's out there, and I believe he had the most explosive downfield completion today. It was about 40 yards through the air, and I believe it was Sam Ehlinger who threw it to him. So it wasn't from Bo. It wasn't from Stiddy, but it was a 50-50 ball. That was the definition of a contested catch.
In between 2 defenders.
In between 2. He was sandwiched, and he went up there with 2 paws and snatched that thing out of the sky like a grown-ass man. And he's starting to string this stuff together, Phil.
He said that with some authority, man.
Because I'm trying to reflect that play, because that was an authoritative play.
It was very impressive. And this is why I said, and I was like, hey, it's different this year. Now I got to explain why. I can't just leave you guys out in the cold. It's different this year with someone like Troy Franklin because of his mentality, the body language, the way he's taking the football field every single play. Even when he does not have the ball in his hands, he's running and trying to get a block. He's running to the end zone when he's catching the ball. The routes are so detailed. We all know he has speed, but it looks like a faster version of himself. Why? Because now he understands the playbook. He understands what he can do. He's starting to unlock himself and say, you know what? I can do this. And nobody on this team can hang with me if I'm in the right mindset. So now for Troy Franklin, keep being consistent.
Right.
Keep bringing that confidence. Sean saw something in you that a lot of people didn't, and that's why he drafted you so high. Go out there and make sure that you let people like myself, who doubted you last year, have to eat my words, and now I'm praising you right now, saying, hey, man, you're doing a great job. And it started in the playoff game against the Buffalo Bills. Was able to blow the roof off by his speed, catch the only touchdown in the game, and now he's coming back during camp, and he's like, hey, I'm going to start where I left off, and that's making plays. It seems like every single day, Troy Franklin makes some type of play.
What a difference a year makes with Troy Franklin. Okay, you want to react to any of that? RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 is available to you. What was Sean's response to my question where I said, hey, your top 3 running backs a year ago never had a rush for 22 yards. What's the plan this time around? I'll play that response for you. Also, what did we see from Cortland Sutton in his first day participating fully in camp? We'll get to all of it next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my legs give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
One hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute. Woo! Hanging out with you guys on The Drive. And I mean it, man. That first hour was a complete blur. It's just so, going back in the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, the time machine.
Talking about your first preseason game. Talking about the Halloween party because Chad Kelly came up because he was the leading passer, had a great day, and all that stuff. But we circle back our focus to Broncos training camp, the second padded practice, okay? We're now over a week of accumulating practices. If you were to, and we'll get to Sean Payton's response here and how Cortland looked, how do you think it's been after it started last Tuesday?
Yeah.
So we're over a week. How would you summarize it to our audience who has not been out there? Let's just assume they haven't been out there at all with such a limited amount of people.
It's been clean, crisp, precise when it comes to just getting in and out of the huddle and organized. Everybody knows what they need to do. It feels like a team that understands that there's a lot riding on this season. It feels like a team that has a bunch of vets now, which they do. And when you're able to have veterans that have played a lot of football and they know how it is and it's a long season, they go at practice differently. They respect each other. You're getting your work in, but you're also not trying to hurt somebody. You're getting your work in, but you're not trying to make someone look stupid. You're just trying to do your job to the best of your ability and moving on to the next play. Because it's all about keeping each other healthy, but competing, but getting work out of this. And I think the most mature thing that you see when you're out there is you see players talking with each other about the plays. Players talking to each other on the opposite side of the football saying, what did you do on this play? Like, if I line up like this, how are you playing this? Because now you're helping each other out so that when you get into the season, you fix all these, like, many things that are going on that other teams are going to find out when they watch film.
You said many things?
Many things,
yeah, okay.
right? Like, many things that happen, like footwork. Chris Harris was great with this. Chris Harris knew what route a receiver was going to run because of their footwork or their alignment or how they would come out the huddle. And it's little things like that will help you win a football game, help you disrupt a pass breakup, disrupt a run play because you know it's coming. You know that now you can just do your job to the best of your ability because now there's no thinking involved. It's a run play because of this, and let's go out there and get it. So this team is so mature, and this team is ready already, it feels like. Now, I know we got to get through joint practices. I know we have to get through the preseason games. But the guys who have played a lot of football, Drake Greenlaw, Hufanga, Evan Ingram, you can put Bo Nix in there because he started 17 games last year, even more than that because of the playoffs.
Right.
They know that it's all about that first game of the year against the Tennessee Titans, and they have to win it. It's one of these games where we're penciling in. It's a win already.
And look, people will roll their eyes. You want to get to where the Broncos, we believe the Broncos are going, that's a must-win game.
But it puts more pressure on you. You can get tight because of it. But not when you have vets that know that this is just another game. And that if we go out there and we execute the plays and defensively we communicate, we're better than this team. And we'll win just because we are better than this team.
Well, I mean, we're going to be at the destination of these joint practices and preseason games like quicker than a hiccup because it is July 29th. Phil, the first preseason game is August 9th. I mean, what are we talking about? I don't know. I know.
Isn't it the Hall of Fame game, Zach? Is it tonight or is it tomorrow?
I don't think it's that quick, is it?
Yeah, it's around the corner.
No. I would.
We have to get that because I want to say it's.
Oh my gosh, you're right. It's Thursday.
It's Thursday.
Oh my God, I'm gonna bet on a football game. Oh my God, I'm back.
It's the Chargers. It's the Chargers.
Yes, and the Lions.
And the Lions.
Oh my gosh.
Football's back!
Oh my God!
Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, and yes, I am betting the Hall of Fame game. Don't roll your eyes in the car. Okay, so we are moving.
This is fast.
Right along through the summer. I mean, you flip that page to August. The Buffs play a game in August.
Their first day of camp is today. The Buffs are out there practicing. Juju, is he going to be the starter or is it Caden Salter? We're fixing to find out. It starts today.
Incredible. Sean had some words on Deion Sanders, too, which we will get to. But let's jump into the run game because today was a heavy emphasis on the run. And I know that makes your heart double in size.
I love it. I love it when they run. Music to my ears.
They need to get better. That was, and we've made the joke, it's Christmas miracle that Broncos made it to the playoffs with a rookie quarterback, no run game, and no tight end and no slot receiver. But it's not sustainable. They need to be more multiple. They need to be more explosive. And when you go an entire NFL season and your top three running backs never generate a single run that went for 22 yards, that is so unhealthy. And since I've been talking about this for months with you, I'm like, I got to ask Sean Payton. So I'm not going to play myself asking the question, but I want to make sure I frame it the right way.
You've been asking a lot of questions, by the way. I feel like Sean likes you. I feel like Sean, like he every time you ask him a question, one, it's well thought out by you, and he gives a well thought out answer.
Well, I'll say this too. I don't know if Sean likes me or not. I don't know. But I do believe that there has been a very healthy level of respect. He's very respectful, answering my questions, and if he's in a mood, I'll let it roll off my back. It's not personal to me, just like it wasn't, personal to Cecil last year or whatever. So stuff can happen, but he has been great with my questions. And so anyway, I asked him, hey, Sean, your top three running backs never generated a run longer than 21 yards. And what is the key to unlocking a more explosive ground game? And this is what he said.
We've got to be more explosive in that area. And so we first look at ourselves, the scheme and are we doing it the way we want to? And then we're looking at who are we asking to do it with. And obviously we've added some players
in the running back room, we're going to be much improved in that area.
And he was very confident at the end with that response. And you can't see the visual. It's on my Instagram and ZBy23 if you want to see it on our station account.
The hair looking good, by the way, Zach.
Whose? Mine?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There was another picture of you answering or asking the question.
That's all Anilo. Anilo, see, and somebody asked me about this. Like, how are you? Anilo Piro does a great job with our digital
Shout
stuff.
out AP.
And so when he hears me asking a question, he'll snap his phone over and just record me. And so you normally get like the second half of the question because he's not, I'm not like, hey, Anilo, I'm getting ready to ask a question. Can you point your phone at me? Like I'm just, naturally doing it and he's hooking it up. And it comes.
I'm about to ask AP that. I'm about to ask if you're asking for this.
No. I would never do that. I would
AP,
never
give
do
me on my
that.
good side. I'm getting ready to start talking.
But Sean was very sure of himself at the end there. Oh, we're going to be better at that this year. And he said, first thing we got to do is take a look at ourselves. What are we asking these guys to do, and who are we asking to do it? And then, we've added to the room. And it's just going to be, we talked about this in the very first segment because it was such a run-heavy day. But my hot take here on a Hot Take Tuesday presented by Papa Murphy's, order your pizza for pickup today, is the Broncos went an entire season without a run of 22 yards from their top 3 running backs. Okay? Top 3 running backs. And I think you're going to see it from both guys, R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, in the very first game of the season.
22 yards, baby, here we come.
And I'm as serious as a heart attack. Like, I don't have to overextend myself too much for that hot take.
But it's not going to be a hot take because it is going to be true. Here's why. When you're out there and you're watching practice like we are, all right, Sean is focusing on the run game, the running backs, every single day, whether it's coming and catching out of the backfield or running the ball. It seems like, guys, this team is going to be more of an outside zone running team. And the reason for that is J.K. Dobbins does a great job running the outside zone. R.J. Harvey, another fast, explosive running back who, by the way, had the run of the day. It was a crazy watching it from afar, but,
gosh.
He was on the opposite side of the field, running to the left. It was all clogged up, made a move, bounced it back to the right. The defensive end, and I don't know who was in at the time. Maybe it was Jonathan Cooper. Somebody didn't set that edge, and R.J. Harvey was able to dash for 15, 20 yards. And we finally got to see him open up.
Yes.
And he has some speed.
He does.
And so you have to be excited. And actually, Sean said somewhere, he was like, they both, he looked at his coaching staff and was like, wow.
Yes.
All right, this is impressive. This kid is impressive. His speed is impressive. We can feel him. And now it gets you excited because now Sean's like, okay, we can do this a little bit more. We have a running back that we can do the outside zone run with. We have another running back in J.K. Dobbins who will break the tackles and can run outside zone as well. And so now we can stick with the run because we trust it more. We have this offensive line that we put together and did a great job of, and we're paying them a lot of money. Let's put them to work. Make them earn their money. Go out there and be aggressive. Get the game rolling the right way, and that's picking up 5, 6, 7 yards if you can to start the game, and then it just eases the tension in the huddle.
Yep.
And also helps Bo Nix. And now it's like, hey, you don't have to make a huge 10-yard play if you don't have it there. Just do a dump off. Let's get a first down. Let's move the chains.
Honestly, I don't know who had a worse run game last year, the Buffs or the Broncos. They both were at such a deficit. Truly.
Yeah, it was bad.
The Buffs had one of the worst running games in the entire country.
I want to say it was the worst.
I think it was in certain categories. I think in certain categories it was the worst. And the Broncos, it wasn't a year for running backs. They had their opportunities. They couldn't maximize it. Now Javonte is in Dallas. He's gone. Estime's role, I think.
We got to talk about Estime.
Yeah, let's.
Because he looked good today.
He did look good today.
He looked good. He had energy. There was one running inside drill.
Yep.
An inside drill for running backs and linemen. There's no cornerbacks. There's no safeties. It's just linebackers and offensive line, defensive linemen, and running backs. And you guys are just going at it, so everybody knows it's a run.
Correct.
That's where you get your best work.
Yes.
Run fits for the defense and for the offense. I think when I was playing, Zach, it helped me out because now it's like if I can run inside and everybody knows it's a run, imagine when the plays open up and you have to respect the pass. It's going to be easier to run the football.
Totally.
So you're getting a lot more work out of it. But Estime, there was a play where he ran through the hole and
I remember the one because the inmates at the Arapahoe Justice Center could hear the pads cracking.
Pads were cracking.
Yes.
I'm like, that's how you have to run the football. That's how you run the damn ball. If you do it like that all the time, you're going to get the respect of your teammates, your coaching staff, and they're going to want to hand the ball off to you even more. Audric Estime had a lot better day. Now just keep stacking, right? Just keep stacking and being consistent. That's how you make the team, and that's how you get more opportunities.
Well, we had a conversation about Estime last week when you were critical of his, and it was fair, by the way. You were fairly critical of
Sure I wasn't being too mean?
No.
Right.
You were fairly critical about some of his body language.
Yeah.
And by the way, and I know you guys know this, but I'll say it anyway. 85% of communication is nonverbal. Okay, and so you're saying, hey, he's got to look like he has a better attitude. Like you're on the bubble here. You got to straighten this out. And the conversation went viral. And it was all Instagram and Twitter and all that. And I had buddies from the East Coast hit me up like, dude, you just popped up on my algorithm. You and Phil talking about Audric Estime. So he needed a day like today.
He did.
And I still don't. You're spot on in your assessment. Like, you don't get anything for having a really good Tuesday in July. You have got to continue to stack these days in a way that he started to, it looked like today.
But you have to get the confidence, and now it's there. It's like, okay, you have it. And the coaches are probably going to go back. You're going to watch film, and they're going to say, hey, man, that's how you do it.
How big is confidence at that position?
Oh, Zach, confidence is everything in life. I mean, there's times, even when we're doing this job, where it's like, man, did I do a good job today?
Totally.
And sometimes you can feel like, man, the confidence is just not there. And then you hear yourself say, okay, it's not as bad as I thought it was. And we can grow with each other, and I can grow. And so the confidence you have to build, and it's within you, right? And then you have the coaching staff that's supposed to help you out and give you the right tools to build your confidence up, like Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin has all the confidence in the world right now. Why? Because Sean believes in him. Estime is the same way. If you have your running back coach and even Sean, it's like, hey, I want you on this team, but you have to show me you want to be on this team. Now, all of a sudden, your confidence is skyrocketing because now you have someone that believes in you and wants you to be here. So confidence is everything.
I was just curious about the running back position specifically because
I lost some confidence sometimes, man. And it wasn't until I hurt my wrist and all of a sudden the media was blowing up that I can't catch. And I was pissed off because to me it's like, I can catch. If you go back and watch me in college, I had over 1,000 yards receiving. I don't think I dropped a ball, and if so, maybe one ball in my college career.
And I'll pump your tires a little bit, but that's how you became the all-time all-purpose leader in Boulder. It wasn't just because you're not the number one running back. I think EB still has that record.
Yeah, EB's number one, and I'm number one in all-purpose yards.
All-purpose yards because of the passing.
Because of the passing, right? Catching out of the backfield. So when I got here in my rookie year, I was all right. I was doing the same thing I always did with the University of Colorado. I hurt my wrist. And it was hard coming back when your wrist is shattered and they had to put together your wrist and the bones in it. You're not going to be the same. And so that first year back off my surgery, it was hard to catch.
What year was this?
2019.
2019. Okay.
It was hard to catch because it hurt. And so now it's like, man, I'm dropping balls because I'm not focusing, and two, it just hurts.
And I can imagine, like, when you're in those scenarios and you did catch the ball, your wrist is being punched at as well.
Yeah, it's being punched at. It's being snapped back by the ball. Everything, like, it's damaged, right? Yep. So, and now you have that put on you that somebody out there saying you can't catch. And whether it's coming from the building or it's coming from somebody like us that's watching and saying, hey, he just can't catch. Now all of a sudden people catch, they hear about it and they take it and run with it, and now that's who I am, a guy that can run the ball but can't catch. And so I know, like, in that right there, I lost confidence in myself at one point because now every time the ball was being thrown to me in a game, I was thinking about it.
Yeah, you're overthinking.
I'm thinking about catching this ball.
Thinking in general.
I'm thinking about catching this ball.
You've caught that ball your whole life, now you're thinking about it.
Exactly. I'm thinking about catching this ball, and if I don't catch this ball, then everybody's going to talk about it. And sure enough, I don't catch the ball. And now I'm walking back to the sideline, damn. They're going to say I can't catch.
Yep.
So there's a lot of confidence in, like, mind games when you're in the NFL that they will use against you too, by the way, when it comes to contracts. So you have to have confidence in yourself, believe in yourself, trust your gut, and go to work every single day with the same mentality that I want to get better and I'm competing.
Yeah, well, good for Estime for taking a step forward today. You know, he took a step forward. I still believe here in late July, man, he may end up ultimately having a tough time making this football team because they're probably going to keep 3, right?
You would think, right? Last year they kept 3. Every team I've been on, you kept 3, except for Houston. They kept 4 of us, which is usually something you don't do. So I'm going to go, we're keeping 3 and a fullback. Payton's going to make this team.
Right.
Or Nate Atkins,
yep.
who he's kind of that hybrid tight end / fullback. But you're going to have a fullback on this unit because they're doing so much outside zone, and usually you use a fullback when you're running outside zone.
Yeah, and we know Dobbins is going to make the team, all right, barring injury.
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly, that will be the scenario. Despite we talked about him as a potential camp cut in a dedicated segment. That our guy in the morning, Mike Evans, called a bombshell. Our guy have we talked about this on the air yet? No. Oh, when Mike goes, he's teeing up Stokley. He goes, "Hey, did you hear the bombshell that Phillip Lindsay dropped yesterday? J.K. Dobbins could get cut." And Stokes like, "Wait, what?" And then they play the audio, and
I'm seeing it on the Instagram. Somebody brought it up that, hey, Phillip Lindsay said J.K. Dobbins is getting cut. Like, oh, here we go again.
The dedicated segment, which I've done 9 years in a row here on this station, who could be a potential camp cut, and you prefaced it by saying, I don't think this is going to happen, but a potential name could be J.K. Dobbins for blah, blah, blah. But in terms of Estime making the team, look, Harvey and Dobbins are what I would consider locks if healthy. And then, talking about Dobbins' health specifically. Yeah. And then, man, Jaleel just represents a different profile of runner that you would probably like to have in your running back portfolio. And it's going to be Estime. Here's what I'll say. Estime is going to have to shine in those preseason games.
He's going to have to shine in the preseason games. He's going to have to hold on to the football. He's going to have to play great special teams. That's something that we both know Jaleel will do. He's willing to do whatever to make this team. And by the way, every time Jaleel has stepped foot on that football field this camp, he has had a big-time play or a great cut. Now, it's not all the time. He's not getting a bunch of reps. A lot of these players are not getting a bunch of reps.
Yep.
But he's making them count. And he's doing a good job on special teams as a gunner or as a kick returner, punt returner. He's valuable because of what he can do, not just by running the ball, but special team-wise, he can make tackles. So it is going to be between Tyler Bidet, who's out there and he's making a couple plays for himself, Audric Estime, Jaleel McLaughlin, and then Mr. Watson. He's still in the battle. He still has to have that confidence to go out there and try to win this number 3 spot. But Jaleel, in my eyes, he's winning this battle right now, and that's by making the plays, doing the right things. He seems like he's understanding the blitz the blitz packages and picking up the blitzes. And so, yeah, Jaleel to me right now would be the number 3 running back.
All right, we'll hit the pause button on the running back conversation here for a couple minutes, and we'll get back to it because Sean had some other comments on it that we'll play for you. Courtland's first day back after signing the contract. We heard from Court for the first time since last football season, which we told you yesterday was definitely going to happen. But I'll say this, Sutton, it looks like, and I'm really happy that they're doing this, it appears that they are easing him back in. It's not a full workload because he hasn't done, as we reported every single damn day, he hasn't done much of anything in team period or 7-on-7. And I think he's got his own individual tailored ramp up period, it looks like.
No, I love that. Maybe it's still a hybrid hold-in. Maybe Court's not ready to go all in yet. He's like, hey guys, let me kind of
We didn't talk about my incentives yet. I need some more cheese on that waffle.
If I'm able to get 10 touchdowns, I want another $3 million.
Yeah.
No, it does look like that, Zach.
Yeah,
like
although he did have one of the better catches of the day because there wasn't a lot of success in the passing game today. It was a day more of a defensive day. But he did from Jarrett Stidham in the middle of the football field, if I recall, dragging right to left, caught it right in between the hashes, and turned upfield, which would have been considered an explosive play.
Yeah, it would have been, 20, 25 yards, right down the middle. Great hands. It's like, okay, that's the Courtland Sutton we've been waiting for. And then the crowd went wild. People were yelling for Court. The 800 fans that were in attendance, they were yelling Court's name. Let's go, Court. That has to feel good to have your number 1 receiver back in action, hitting the middle of the field, which Sean loves to do, Bo loves to do. It's like, here we go. Got our number 1 receiver back. We back in action.
Yep. All right. So we'll hear from Court a little bit later. We'll hear from Sean talking about Cord. And I thought he made some really interesting comments that I think are telling to what Sutton means to this operation and this culture. And I asked him, does he remind you of someone? And he gave us a name and explained why, that we'll get to here shortly. I want to give a quick shout out here on the way out. Gilbert says, I work at the Arapahoe Jail as a deputy, and we love listening to your show. Thanks for the shout out. Absolutely. Love supporting our law enforcement,
Yes,
all right,
sir.
our first responders. We met a gentleman by the name of Eric Elliott, who is a police officer out there at Broncos training camp, just securing the perimeter or whatever. Big listener of our show. We took a picture with him and they put it up on their social media page. So we love seeing that. And just a shout out. Okay, shifting gears here a little bit. Who popped on the defensive side of the ball today that we haven't yet mentioned? We'll get to it next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? You know it's that time of year again. I'm talking about summertime, which means concert season, vacations, and all the things you want to do outside. And nobody wants to worry about how they're going to get somewhere or where they're parking. Guys, let Hermes Worldwide handle all the travel needs so you can focus on what really matters the most, having as much fun as possible this summer. I actually stopped by and visited with my friends at Hermes Worldwide a week ago. And guys, I'm here to tell you that they have so many different vehicles to choose from. If you and your friends are ready to go crazy and party this summer, ride in style on one of Hermes' luxury charter buses or Sprinter vans. If you're someone who's concerned about the environment, which a lot of people are nowadays, they've got you covered with something called the Lucid Air, which is an all-electric and totally silent vehicle. Are you and your lady friend heading to a concert this summer? You can take a luxury sedan or SUV, make it easy on yourselves. So no matter where you're going or what you're doing, Hermes Worldwide has you covered. Head to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or call them at 303-577-7600. Again, go to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or give them a call today at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride today.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Mira, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but were willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
Whoa! Let's come on top rope with it! 1! Alrighty. So, defensively, give me the name of a guy who stood out to you today as we were once again out at Broncos training camp. We haven't missed a practice.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a guy that just arrived. But he's a vet. You know I love my vets. The man's name is Dre Greenlaw. He is out there controlling the controllables of his defense, and that means he's communicating. He's the leader of this defense. Alex Singleton, we know, is out right now with a thumb injury, so now there's a lot more pressure put on Dre Greenlaw to go out there and command this defense, to make sure that everybody is put in the right spots, move some of the offensive linemen, defensive linemen, because sometimes they're not thinking, so put them in the right gap, and he's doing a great job of that. And my man brings the heat. He's a thumper.
Yep.
And that's something that I'm so excited for this year is stopping the run. When Dre Greenlaw is in there, he is going to stop the run. This defense is going to stop the run this year, and it's going to force offenses to just have to pass the ball. And we have the defensive player of the year in Pat Surtain, Riley Moss, who's getting better, Jade Barron, who's doing a good job right now. So Dre Greenlaw is my guy, Zach.
I absolutely love it. There was a play where he was in the backfield, and he's not a big sack guy, but he was, for whatever reason, he was flushing Bo out of the pocket, and Bo was running for his life. I'll go with Jonathan Cooper. I thought there was 3 to 4 occasions where Jonathan Cooper is just he's pulling up When pulling up, I'm talking about like so he doesn't take Bo's head off. Like he's in the backfield pulling up. Coop, man, he's an interesting defensive player, and we know he doesn't get regarded maybe the same way as a Nick Bonito because of sack total. But if Nick Bonito didn't happen the way that Nick Bonito happened, we'd be talking about Jonathan Cooper being the first double-digit sack guy since Von freaking Miller.
It was like you had the stat a couple weeks ago where Jonathan Cooper, was it getting
it was more pressures, I want to say.
Yeah.
Than Bonito.
But you know what? When you see him out there running around getting to the quarterback, it makes sense why he's getting so many pressures on the quarterback. He has a high motor. He is strong. He is explosive. And that's why someone like Nick Bonito is going to have another fantastic year. He's going to flush the quarterback to Nick Bonito's side, and that's an easier sack for Nick Bonito. Vice versa is Nick Bonito needs to help Jonathan Cooper out. Get pressure on the quarterback, flood him to Jonathan Cooper's side so Jonathan Cooper can get some sacks this year as well. So they're going to work together well this year. It's going to be fun to watch. They just have to stay healthy.
Just got to stay healthy. All right, those are a couple defenders that we highlighted today out at camp. Next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
All right, so there are 7 players in the Madden 99 club, okay? The Madden 99 club. Basically, you are just at the peak of your powers and at the peak of the entire sport.
You're the best to do it right now in the game.
Here are the 7 players in the Madden 99 club. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Lane Johnson, and Myles Garrett. Do you have any sort of issue with the cornerback who literally won Defensive Player of the Year not being on this list?
I got 2 issues. 1, why did you put Josh Allen in front of Lamar Jackson? We'll talk about that in a minute.
Dante did. This is just the order that he did.
Dante, shame on you. Don't piss me off anymore.
No, I think it's organic.
And 2, why isn't PS2 on the 99 list? Why is he not a 99 guy? He's dominant. He's a defensive player of the year. Nobody wants to throw his way if you're a quarterback. He's able to make the tackles when a player is coming his way. He's physical. He deserves to be on this list.
Of course he does.
It's crazy.
Of course he does.
The disrespect.
He belongs on this list, and you want to know what else? I mean, can you really have a list of the Madden 99 club that's got multiple quarterbacks on it, but doesn't have Pat Mahomes on it? I mean,
I didn't think about that.
Are we already here? Are we already here? We're like Mahomes. Are we like because this guy, he is. It's the best start to a career that we've ever seen. Maybe at any position, but certainly a quarterback. And he gets beat in the Super Bowl. Okay?
Now everybody says he's done.
By a better roster. And a year that they went 15-2, by the way. And even there's an asterisk to that because they didn't want to win the last game of the year. So, I don't know. I'd say
I will say
be careful with this.
There's a guy out there that, Zach, both you and I know well. And I brought this up about, hey, people are talking about the Kansas City Chiefs like they're done. How do you feel about it? And he laughed. He said, guys, they were injured last year. Like, we got to put a little bit more respect on the Chiefs' names, on Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Don't go out there and think that this is just going to be an easy game. The Denver Broncos or any other team have arrived, and the Kansas City Chiefs just fell off. They just went to the Super Bowl last year.
Again.
They were trying to three-peat.
Right. And then, because the 2 rosters were not comparable at the time that they played. Philly's roster was it's one of the best rosters I've ever seen. And KC, a part of, a reason why I could look at them skeptically this year. Now, I'm not planning on their downfall, but I am praying on their downfall though. I'm just not planning on it. But their tackle situation. They don't have great offensive tackles. And
I heard there's a young one that they just drafted. I mean, I'm doing some research on this. There's a lot of people hyping him up. And I'll get his name real fast.
They signed a left tackle from San Francisco.
Yeah.
You're thinking of Josh Simmons from Ohio State.
Yes.
They drafted him at the end of the first round. But they lost. Who'd they lose? Joe Thuney.
Yeah.
Right? They had to kick him from guard out to tackle in the Super Bowl. That's not healthy. So I would just, I don't know, man. It's like we have such short memories of goldfish that you can have a list of 7 players that are in the 99 club have multiple quarterbacks on that list and not have Mahomes? I don't know. And you could take out Lamar Jackson and put Joe Burrow in there if you wanted to as well.
Oh, don't do it.
So I'm just, yeah. All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right, to finish this thing off, did you see Luka Doncic is getting on the cover of Men's Health?
Do you see his physique right now?
He looks insane.
Muscles are popping, skinny, of course.
It looks like he lost
healthy.
30 pounds. I mean, Men's Health.
I need to find his workout and give it to you.
I mean, goodness gracious. Did the bullying about him being fat work?
I believe so. We all look at social media, Zach. You and I both still look at social media. You want to hear what people are saying about you. And when people are clowning on you and they're saying that you're fat, you want to change that.
Yeah.
And he's a great basketball player. And in order for him to continue to be a great basketball player, he needs to be in shape.
Yep.
And he's in shape now, which is very scary for the league.
I hope Jamal Murray is looking at this.
I actually saw a picture. Jamal Murray was at my old stomping grounds in high school over there by Denver South, taking a picture with a young man, and he posted it and was like, hey, I was just at the Broncos practice, came back, did some football or a sport, and Jamal Murray's there with his shirt off. I have to find the picture.
Okay.
He looks good, Zach.
Okay, and he took the picture with the kid?
He took a picture with the kid.
All right, I'm glad because
I'll find it.
I'm just going to tell you, I heard a story over the weekend from a young man, and he's about 21 years old, and he's a great kid, and he was out in Vegas, and he saw Jamal out there gambling, all right? And this is just very recently. This is within the last 2 weeks. And Jamal was away from the tables. No one was around, all right? No one was around. And the kid's like, and by the way, the day before, he's wearing a Jamal Murray shirt. He's a huge Jamal Murray fan. He goes up to Jamal and says, hey, Jamal, I'm a huge fan. Like, is it okay if I steal a quick picture with you? And it took about 5 seconds. He was texting on his phone for him to, like, pick his head up. He saw this young man. And how would you describe what I'm doing right now? Like
shooing him away?
Yeah, shoot him away, like flicking your fingers, like, didn't even say anything to him, just shoot him away. And it's like a huge Jamal Murray fan.
Yeah. But also,
and he told me that story, and I'm like, dude.
Do you want him to take a picture with him by a blackjack table?
No,
because then we're going to come back and talk about it.
He was away from the tables. Okay, he was standing alone.
Right.
He was there, gambling throughout the day and stuff,
Yeah.
but he was standing alone.
Then
he shoot him.
Like,
He shoot him.
Man.
It's like, you can't, come on. And I know he gets that more than we can imagine, but I'm listening to the story from this young Jamal Murray fan, and it's like, it just kind of my heart breaks for him because it was a bad moment for that young man.
Hey, look, I don't know what Jamal Murray's doing when it comes to his fans, but he had his shirt off. He looks slim.
Good.
He looks slim.
Good. And that is the most important thing. And I know sometimes these things can happen, but I just didn't like that story because I like the young man. Okay, shifting gears, we heard from Courtland Sutton for the first time since last Broncos season, and we'll react to that audio coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, DenverSports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
Your life can go from healthy and happy to hopeless in an instant. When a serious accident hits you with injuries, too many bills, and no way of caring for your family, it's time to strike back. Let Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury lawyers fight to get you the money you need and deserve.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Don't care for my friends at Embers Golf. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They're giving away pizza ovens and free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, free polos, breakfast burritos, balls, hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers gift card. You can't beat it. It's 2-man teams. You can register today at embersgolf.com. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs. They're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts.
Ready, set, cube. Starting July 11th, First Bank will pop up in front of local businesses to offer surprise giveaways and more. Support the places that make your neighborhood yours. Follow First Bank's social channels for clues every Thursday. Learn more at efirstbank.com/cube. First Bank. Banking for good. No purchase or payment of any kind is necessary to enter or win. Member FDIC. These events have limited spots available. First come, first served while supplies last. Promotion ends September 5th. Certain restrictions and requirements apply.
Football fans, gear up. Windish RV's model year closeout is going on August 4th through August 9th on all 24 and 25 models. Tailgate-ready trailers at clearance prices. Hit any Windish location or windishrv.com.
1877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I've made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, we heard from Cortland Sutton for the first time in a long time. All right, it had been since last football season since Cortland spoke in any sort of official capacity.
It was glorious. I see you out there. You were smiling ear to ear.
You know, I didn't stick around after Sean's press conference. There's a very small window of time where I want to go home and shower. And before coming in here doing the show, and
you need to do that.
So I sprinted
clean your
home.
Ears too. Did you clean your ears?
Yes, I cleaned my ears. I cleaned my belly button. Okay, don't let that jam fester in there, folks.
Wash your hair.
I did wash my hair. All right, I washed my body. Phil, anything else?
The toes.
I do wash my. You wash your feet as well,
right?
right?
I wash my feet.
Yeah, Dante, go ahead. You got something?
Real quick, I've heard that there's people out there that don't like
take the soap to like the bottom half of their body and they expect it to like run down from the shower.
No.
Are you guys those kind of people?
No, that is not
Dante.
hygienic. I mean,
You're gonna smell like butt after the shower if you do that.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying like below the knee. Let's call it that.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
people don't. They're just like, oh, the runoff will get that.
No.
Scrub.
No. Yeah, I can't. No. You got to wash your whole body. You're in there to wash your body. Do you not do that?
No, I do.
Okay.
I've heard there's a very
Dante.
large amount of people that do that, where like they don't wash below the knee.
No. I'm getting every inch of my body is getting washed when it's time to wash your body.
Necessity. Like it's something that you have to do.
You don't select body parts a la carte that you're going to wash. You're
you
in
do
the
that
shower.
just for Coach Prime.
I do that. I pick my issues with Coach Prime a la carte. I do. So I didn't stay for the Sutton because it was more valuable for me to go home and reset myself. Quick 15-minute walk, quick shower, get right back to the studio. But we did hear from Sutton. I listened to the press conference. He's very thoughtful. All right, and this is Sutton on how much legacy played a role in wanting to get an extension in Denver, Colorado.
Legacy, being able to be here, signing the contract, that was the biggest thing for me, was being able to be here and, bring back, the years that Broncos fans have known. The organization has such a long historic tradition of being successful, and you all know that, I've been here through the thick and the thin, and, there's a lot of promise on the other side of the horizon here. And, to be able to be here and to have more years of being able to chase greatness, with this great team that we have and with this great organization, that was one thing that I was looking forward to. And, we have the best fans in football. And, it's not a cliche thing to say. It's one thing that I believe wholeheartedly. I've played in almost every NFL stadium, and there's nothing like Empire Field and being able to play in front of Broncos country. And so I'm just grateful to be able to be here and to continue my legacy here.
Well, he's very aware.
Yeah.
He's very aware.
Well-spoken, growing up. I mean, think about it. If you would put a conversation with Cordon when he first got there in 2018 with me, it would be totally different, and he would sound totally different, young Cortland, than now. And now that he's been through a lot, he's played a lot of football, he's been able to learn from people like Demaryius Thomas, like Emmanuel Sanders. It changes your perspective. And now he's that Demaryius Thomas. He's the Emmanuel Sanders.
Yep.
And it's crazy to think that he can end his career with the Denver Broncos. The 4 years that he has left on his contract, if he finishes it here with the Denver Broncos, I think he would have been here for 10, 11 years.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy, man. Just for in the NFL period where a guy can stay with one team his whole career.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how long he's planning to play, but if he can finish off here the 4 years, that's great.
Yeah, it usually doesn't happen. It used to happen a little bit more back in the day than it does now. It'd be very unusual. And just because he signed a contract doesn't mean he's gonna finish out his career. We're still a long way away from that. And just like I do, infinitely more than I do, that there's mechanisms in the contract that at a certain point in time they want to get out of it, they can, or what have you. But I mean, this is as close to a Bronco for life situation as you're going to get in the year 2025. He also spoke on what it means for him to know that he has Bo Nix as a quarterback.
Bo's my guy, and I think I've said that since we picked him up last year. But being able to have the conversations that I've had with him throughout the offseason and so far throughout training camp, the dude's mindset, he was already light years ahead of where anybody expected a rookie quarterback to be last year. But to have the conversations that we're having together already, and the things that he sees and the things that are already possible through the first 9 days of camp I think we've had so far, man, it's promising. And I look forward to continuing to watch him grow, continue to watch his leadership grow, continue to watch his development at the quarterback position grow. And, Bo's a special guy on and off the field. And I tell him all the time, even beyond football, he's a special dude. The way that he thinks, the way that he carries himself, the way that he leads, he's a special guy. And so to be able to share the locker room with him, share the field with him, it's a special thing. And I just look forward to, what's ahead and us continuing to build what we can here.
It's got potential to be a very successful and fruitful long-term on-field relationship.
Very healthy one.
Very. And maybe a lifetime off-field relationship. But in this next window of time, based on what those two put together a year ago, man, it could be, we talked about it yesterday, and I think Courtland Sutton's going to have a Ring of Fame case here in the next few years. Less than 1,000 yards from passing Ed McCaffrey, going into the top 5. If he plays the life of the contract, he could be passing Shannon Sharp here for third all time. So it's got a shot, man. This movie between Bo and Sutton, like, we're one act in. There could be 2, 3, 4 more acts.
And Zach, this is why it was so important to get this contract done as soon as possible, to get Courtland Sutton back on the football field, playing football, building the chemistry with Bo, being able to talk, and not just talk on the sideline, but go out there and do it. Then come back and say, all right, like, this is what I want from you next time. So, like, that's how you're going to build the chemistry. That's how you're going to have a great relationship, a healthy relationship, and that's how you're going to win a lot of games. And for Court, this is how you're going to find your way as a Ring of Famer if you can continue to do this at a high level for 4 more years.
Yeah. All right, we'll circle back hopefully here today and hear a little bit more from Courtland Sutton. We'll hear a receiver comp from Sean Payton here within the next 18, 19 minutes that I think you'll enjoy. But we'll take, for the first time today, a very brief break from Broncos, because did you see what the owner of the Cleveland Browns said about Shedeur Sanders? Holy smokes. We will take a dive into that, as well as comments from Sean Payton about Deion Sanders coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Kwiat Diamonds, a legacy of brilliance since 1907.
We're proud at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood to have been chosen as Colorado's exclusive Kwiat diamond jeweler.
From Kwiat's Mine to Shine diamond, the natural diamond cut, polished, and designed just for you.
To Kwiat's red carpet collections of designer jewelry, including American Beauty, Lyric, and Kwiat Star. They're all here.
Kwiat diamond rings and diamond studs, Kwiat diamond bracelets, and Riviera necklaces have long been the toast of Fifth Avenue.
Because Kwiat's whiter, brighter, and larger looking diamonds cut to the world's highest standards.
I'm Dylan Williams. Shayna and I invite you to come experience the breathtaking beauty of Kwiat diamond jewelry for yourself.
Or the one you love.
For the American beauty in your life.
At Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Hey there. You hear that? Right, you don't. That's what it's like to order food for your workplace with EasyCater. No hold music while you wait to place your order. No tapping as you type in special dietary instructions or long, complicated searches for options in your budget. No crinkling of paper receipts. Just...
Dang, these are some tasty sandwiches.
EasyCater, the better way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Traffic and body pain can slow you down. But don't let the pain stop you. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief, so you can keep moving. Use as directed.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Last night we let the liquor talk.
All right, so second half of the show, 2 hours in the books. And we still have so much to get to. All right, as we sift through our notes from practice and pass all that along to you, we'll take a very brief break from Broncos today, or right now, just for a couple minutes, because we have something else relevant going on here. We'll get to it in about 10 seconds. But first, Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan, has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of myself, scan that QR code, all right? It doesn't cost anything to enter, and the upside is a memory of a lifetime. The Battle at Bethpage back in New York happens every other year. You guys know the one I'm talking about. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Okay, shifting gears here a little bit. The comment from Jimmy Haslam today. So Jimmy Haslam is the owner of the Cleveland Browns. There has been speculation that the Shedeur Sanders pick in the, 5th round, right?
Yeah, 5th round.
In the 5th round came from Jimmy Haslam, the owner, putting in a call of saying, okay, enough is enough. He's right there for, even though we took Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd, draft Shedeur Sanders. En contraire, Jimmy Haslam, I guess, wanted to set the record straight. This is earlier today from Cleveland Browns training camp. Owner Jimmy Haslam asked that question.
If you'd have told me, so you picked him on Saturday, right? Friday night driving home, y'all are going to pick Shedeur, I would say that's not happening. But we had a conversation early that morning, and then we had a conversation later that day. I think we had the right people involved in the conversation. At the end of the day, that's Andrew Berry's call. Andrew made the call to pick Shedeur. Just like who's going to start or what play we're going to call is Kevin's call. But that's Andrew's call. He made the call.
Okay, so that's Andrew Berry's call. Because if you told me, you said we drafted him on Saturday, right? Okay, if you told me on Friday night as I was driving home, we're going to draft Shedeur Sanders, I would have told you that's not happening.
And Friday night, that was the first night of the NFL draft.
Yeah, well, I think the draft starts on Thursday. I want to say, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so it's
second
the second
night's
day.
Friday, yeah.
So second day in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
You know what, man? Hearing that, if I'm Shedeur Sanders or a player out there and your owner's saying that, it doesn't feel good.
No.
It's
He's on
like,
your football team.
Yeah, and actually, from what we've noticed and what people are reporting on Shedeur Sanders, he's having a really good camp so far. But to hear your owner that you see pretty much every day, if he's out on the football field, say we would have took him that day too, it sucks for you, and it can kill your confidence. If you're a young player, like, why don't you want me? Like, I did everything I needed to do in college on the football field, and yet you're going to the press telling everybody that you would absolutely not take me?
Right.
It hurts.
Yeah.
Words hurt.
So we now know he set the record straight. Jimmy Haslam. That was not a Jimmy Haslam selection.
Do you buy it?
Yes, I do. I do. I think that Jimmy Haslam, he may, have a lot of shortcomings, but he's most of the time just a pretty straight shooter. You know, whether you want to hear it or not, he's just very, very plain and straightforward. Now, I won't expect, or I won't say that I'm like, I know his whole biography or, read a book about him or something, but just doing this for 17 years when, he has spoke in settings like this. And some owners don't speak. And we didn't hear from Greg Penner this year, and I think it's because there's too much uncertainty in the new stadium stuff, because I think otherwise we would have, on at that media barbecue last Monday. So, but also there's something else that came out of Jimmy Haslam's media availability today. So Colin Cowherd has floated that conspiracy.
Yeah.
That he told you twice, this is not a conspiracy. This is an open thing in the South that Jimmy Haslam surrounds himself with the Manning family, and they are preparing for Arch Manning to be the number one pick, and they're going to hire Nick Saban, and we talked about that last week. He was asked about that as well, and this is what Jimmy Haslam said.
Well, Tony, you're in the business, and you get paid by how many hits you get, okay? And I think if you know the Manning family, I would bet that, and I don't know Arch at all, okay? I bet he stays in college 2 years, so I don't even think that's worth discussing. So
I don't even think that's worth discussing. So now I will say, I do, and I don't know anything, so I'm just speculating. But if I were to guess, does Arch Manning play 1 year at Texas or 2? I would say 2. I mean, even if he's going to be the number one pick, which we don't know yet.
Knows that, and that's why he's stating it. Like, they are close. They do talk. And maybe something came out with the parents saying, hey, like, we're expecting Arch to stay in for 2 years. So he knows what's going on. That's why I asked, even with the situation with Shedeur Sanders, are you buying it? Because a lot of times an owner or a general manager may say something, even a coach, and then when somebody leaks it out, now they got to act like they didn't say it.
Right.
It happens all the time. So, I mean, who knows what's the truth? I mean, you got the owner saying it, and he's stating like, hey, I wouldn't have picked Shedeur Sanders, and I know that Arch is going to probably go back to school for 2 years. It's just interesting.
Behind the glass, you guys are such huge college football fans. If we're just speculating, 1 or 2 years for Arch?
I'm the boat of 2. I've been saying 2. The Mannings, he waited 2 years under Quinn Ewers to play for Steve Sarkisian and really develop as a quarterback. And there's a big stat out there about college quarterbacks that don't start. I want to say it's 20 games in college football, and they go on to be pretty poor NFL quarterbacks after that. So I think the Mannings are smart enough. There's no rush to get him there, just like there was no rush for him to play in college football either. I think he's going to develop at his own pace. 2 years.
Yeah, and I think so. And if you look at Payton himself, Payton came back for his senior season, right? Someone like Andrew Luck, he was going to be the number one pick. He came back for another year. And I think that, one, your family has incredible resources, so you're not like waiting for this payday. But that's the other kicker. he's already got a payday. Like, he's with NIL stuff, like, he's going to be making millions of dollars. I'm telling you guys, going down to that game in Austin against Florida this past fall, there was more Arch Manning jerseys than any other jersey in the stadium, and he wasn't supposed to play. Now, he ended up playing because it was a blowout, but, I mean, it's just, it's incredible. It's incredible. So I don't think there's any pressure for Arch Manning to jump to the NFL. And here's the thing. You have to go earn it. Like, and of course, like, no one knows this better than the Mannings. He's not going to get drafted just because of his last name. We haven't seen him play college football for more, what did he throw, 90 maybe total passes or something like that? Like, he's
just starting out. He's young.
Yeah.
He has to develop. A guy by the name of Anthony Richardson, I feel like he only had 2 years. He played for 2 years. Everybody was high on him because of his athletic ability. And it's like maybe he should have went back and continued to develop and then came out that next year. Maybe it would have helped him out because now we're talking about Anthony Richardson, quarterback for the Colts. He's in a battle for his starting positions, his starting job, because he hasn't been good enough at the position. Right.
Well, I'm fascinated to see this play out. I'm fascinated by it, and I can't wait for it. I mean, it's a blue blood brand with a blue blood name, and they're coming together for a marriage. I mean, this is like this is like the Mannings are like the royal family of football, and you're crossbreeding. You're crossbreeding that brand and name.
Yeah.
With
unique terminology, crossbreeding.
Yeah,
okay.
crossbreeding with one of the biggest brands in the history of college sports, Texas.
And guess what? They're getting ready to go up against Ohio State, the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Right, game number 1.
Game number 1.
So, Dante, you got something else here?
Just going back to the Shedeur Sanders and Jimmy Haslam part, do you see any connections there between like the Jimmy Haslam and Johnny Manziel pick where he, not a lot of NFL people loved Manziel coming out, kind of similar to the Shedeur thing, and then maybe Haslam says something, gets in the way there? Do you think that could happen? Same thing with Shedeur here?
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, it's total speculation, and that's a lot of what we do here, with conversations like this. But I have no idea. But but we have heard from coming out of Cleveland that Shedeur is the only quarterback to not get first team reps yet.
That happens all the time. For me in Indianapolis, I felt like I had the best camp I ever had. Maybe rookie year was better. And they did not let me one time run with the ones. It was always just the twos. And they would have a young buck jump over me to go with the ones. Why is that? Because in their head, they already have it planned out that for me, it was like, you're only going to be on the team for insurance. Maybe for someone like Shedeur, and I don't think this is going to happen because I believe he's having a great camp and he's going to show up in these preseason games and force their hand. But they have a vision for these other quarterbacks, and maybe Shedeur Sanders is not in it right now. And so it's like, let's keep him away with the ones, because if he's doing well with the 3s and 2s right now, if he gets with the ones with a better offensive line and better receivers like Jerry Jeudy, what does that look like? And now there's going to be a lot of attention and a lot of people pressing us to play Shedeur Sanders now because he's dominating with the ones. So there's a lot to this.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I mentioned crossbreeding. You know what you get when you mix human DNA and donkey DNA?
Donkey DNA.
You get kicked out of the petting zoo. All right. What player did Sean Payton compare Cortland Sutton to from his previous history? You'll hear it from Coach next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash, and you can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Buying an investment property should be straightforward, right? Find a place that cash flows, make your down payment, and start collecting checks, right? Wrong. First, it's time to get a loan, and suddenly you're trying to justify every tax write-off and business expense you've ever taken, explaining to some mouth-breathing paper pusher why it's good that your CPA made you look poor on paper. Traditional banks and lenders seriously don't get you, but we do. At CakeHome.com, we specialize in business purpose DSCR loans. Translated, DSCR means debt service coverage ratio, which is a fancy way of saying if the rent covers or nearly covers the mortgage, we can probably get you funded. So if you've always dreamed about owning income property or you're building your real estate legacy, call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. 1-800-EAT-CAKE or visit CakeHome.com to find out why life's better with cake.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal, especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Spending 2 hours staring at the back of someone's bumper isn't the best way to end your day. So Jack in the Box is giving you their new bonus Jack Combo. Fries, drink, and a burger with your choice of 1, 2, or 3 patties starting at just $3.99. Get so much more.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Yeah.
Downhill here on a Tuesday. We have covered a lot of ground today. We'll get back into Broncos. All right. Sean Payton was talking about Courtland Sutton, who is out, a full participant at practice for the first time. Really, this training camp was today. It feels like, Phil, they are sort of easing him into it, which I think is smart.
Well, I was going to ask you, was he full participant? Was he a full participant in practice?
I think he was a full participant in that he participated in every period that they did. It just wasn't a lot of participation within those periods.
Yeah.
And I think that's by design after not doing much.
For sure. I mean, now it's like, hey, he's not in a hybrid hold-in. He has his money, $92 million, 41 guaranteed. He's here for 4 more years. So it's not because of the contract. Now it's because, like, hey, you haven't been out there running around on every single play. We don't want to just push you out there and hurt you when we just gave you this contract. So let's ease you into it, and we're okay with it because you're a vet. We know what we have in you, but we need you to be healthy for the season.
Well, Sean Payton was asked why they thought it was important to get a deal done with Courtland Sutton.
Oh, for so many reasons. Number one, I mean, he epitomizes like what we're looking for, and then you match that with his play, and I mean, just each box you're checking: leadership, work ethic. I'm excited for him and for the club. Sometimes they take a little bit of time, but I think throughout the process there was never that feeling like it wasn't going to get done. It was just a matter of when.
Just a matter of when, not if. And here's a little bit more from Sean Payton of what Courtland Sutton means to the younger players.
He's one of those guys. He's been a captain. If he didn't say a word, the young guys watch his preparation and his work ethic. But yet, obviously, his experience with all of those players. But it really starts with his preparation in here, onto the field. He's everything you want in a pro.
We'll get to the comp here in just a second. But when Sutton came into the league in 2018, and that was your rookie year, was he, fostered to a certain degree by a DT, Emmanuel? Do you remember some of that?
Very, very much so. DT and Emmanuel were always around Deshaun Hamilton and Courtland Sutton, always explaining certain things that they should do better. I was right there with them. I was taking in knowledge as well, where I'm like, okay, like, what are they talking about when it comes to being a receiver? Because maybe I'll be put at slot sometimes to help out, like whatever the case may be. And for Court, he was always asking questions. Asking Demaryius Thomas how to do this route, asking Emmanuel Sanders how to do this route. And whenever he asked the questions and they would give him the answer, he would go back and work on it. Attention to detail. Like, he is truly a great pro, truly a great person to be around and a leader. But also, if you're going to lead, you have to learn how to follow. And he followed Emmanuel Sanders and Demaryius Thomas, 2 great people to follow because of the success they had in the NFL.
Well, I remember the one day where they it was 2019 where they got in a fight, Emmanuel and
That's like
Sutton.
big brother, little brother stuff,
Yeah.
right? Where you get tired of each other and it happens. And then you kiss and you make up.
Yeah. Yep. Here is a little bit more from Sean Payton when asked when he knew Courtland was a guy that you have to have.
I think it was early on. He'd had an injury year. I remember looking at some 2019 film and bringing him in saying, look, I want this guy. Whatever your weight was that year, oftentimes if we're not paying attention, player in a skill position will gain additional weight, and I don't know that it's always a good thing, but just his consistency, and he reminds me of a number of players I've coached.
So, well, what do you make of what he just said?
One, I love that Sean's a guy that wants players to stay at their weight where they were in college having success. I feel like I fell into that trap where I was 185 pounds my rookie year and I did well. Then next year I go into the office and say, hey, we want you to get a little bigger, stronger, because you're going to be carrying the ball a lot more. Well, I went from 185 to 193, which is still a lot more weight than you think, and even for muscle. And then after that, I gained even more weight. I got to like 198, Zach, and I wasn't myself anymore. And in 2020, I had the most injuries I've ever had playing football. But I was also the heaviest I ever been. And I wish I would have just stuck to 185 pounds. Now I can't get to 185 pounds. I wish I could have stuck and stayed at 185 pounds and just played at that weight. And Courtland Sutton seems like he's always lean. He's always healthy now because he's staying at that weight. And now you have someone like Sean that's like, hey, stay at that weight. Be the same guy that you were 2019. We're going to make sure we set you up for success because we have a vision for you. And now all you have to do is go out there and play. And now you have Courtland Sutton going out there and playing freely because he knows that the coaches believe in him.
Yeah. And it's interesting when he says, I remember sitting him down, and this must be before he coached his first game in Denver, but he had got the job, sitting down and reviewing who these players are in great detail. But he also did that same thing with Javonte Williams.
He did.
Remember, he showed him his rookie year tape. He goes, I want that version of you. One guy was able to answer the bell. The other guy, unfortunately, could not. But he says, at the end of that response that we just played 2.5 minutes ago, he says, he reminds me of several players that I have coached in my career. And I jumped right in and say, I was just going to ask you, like, is there a name that comes to mind that you would compare with Sutton? And this is what he said.
Marcus Colston was maybe a little quieter, day in and day out, so consistent in their performance. And then in game days, they were very similar. They both played split end, strong hands in traffic, really, really good football instincts. That's one player. I'm sure there's a number of players, but when you get to know him, he doesn't have too many bad days. And those guys with the right energy, man, there's a lot to be said for that because you're going to hit.
Yeah, so, and I like that. He doesn't have too many bad days.
Very consistent.
Like I pretty much know what I'm going to get from this guy on a daily basis. And there is incredible value in that. Because if anyone out there, you don't have to play football, if you just in the workplace, when you don't know what you're going to get from a mood standpoint, a temperament standpoint in your workplace, and you have to be in close proximity of that person, it can really just mess the whole vibe up.
Well, who would you rather have? A consistent guy that he's not always wowing you, but he gets the job done at a slower pace, or a boom or bust type of guy?
Right.
Where it's like, hey, when he's on, he's on. It's big. But when he's not, it kind of hurts the team in major ways. Like, give me the most consistent guy that I know I can count on and rely on every single game, every single practice, that I know that when things get tough, he is going to be around, and that when I put this 50-50 ball up, because we're talking about Courtland Sutton, I know that he's going to come down with it more times than not. Give me that guy.
Very interesting. And a good thing, just for everyone. Good for Sean Payton, good for Bo, good for Sutton, good for the Broncos, good for the fans. We have a bit of news that is coming out of Broncos headquarters, all right, about a defender on this football team, and we'll pass along the latest details coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, DenverSports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Quitters! This is the story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For Kitchens Done Right, our forte is custom kitchens. But also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Finished basements and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295 or 800-362-8370.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, hanging out with you on a Tuesday, recapping training camp. We were out there for every rep of it, yet again. Every rep, every day. We got your back here on The Drive, Phil and myself.
Although I'm taking like 15 reps, you take like 5.
What do you mean?
You with the 3s right now, Zach.
I'm with the 3s.
With the 3s.
Oh.
Step it up. Come on.
So we still have stuff that we haven't yet got to today. But we also just got a new piece of news, and we'll get back to training camp observations and hear from the head coach a little bit more, maybe hear from Cortland Sutton a little bit more after yesterday's news. But we have a piece of independent news, okay? And you could have speculated that this was the case, and we did yesterday. But we got confirmation from Chris Thomason of the Gazette. Source said haven't been any negotiations between Broncos and defensive end John Franklin Myers regarding an extension. And JFM, entering final year of deal, is at this point thinking won't happen before season. After Sutton extension, Broncos focusing on Zach Allen and Benito possible extensions, end quote.
I'm just saying this. Like, isn't it funny that every time we talk about a player, especially with the contract talks, the next day the news comes out of something that we already talked about, that we kind of said, hey, you guys, like, this is what it feels like.
Yep, and with the Sutton thing, we're like, it's got to be close.
It has to be close.
It's got to be super close.
With JFM yesterday, we're like, hey, look, it doesn't seem like it's going to get done because of his actions on social media. When he's sitting here and he's talking to a fan saying, like, he's underappreciated and underpaid. Yeah. What does that look like? To me, it looks like a guy that does not feel like he's going to get a contract done before the season starts. And then the news breaks like, hey, in the building maybe, or a source there is telling you that John Franklin Myers may not get a contract done before the season starts or even during the season.
Yeah, and then you have Franklin confirming to Thomason here that he doesn't believe that this is going to get done before the season. And again, we talked about this yesterday because he had that tweet over the weekend, and I don't know if it was Saturday or Sunday, but it was over the weekend.
I'm going to say Saturday.
Okay, so he tweeted on Saturday, I'm underpaid and I'm underappreciated. If I were you, I'd bet on me too, because it was like doing 6 straight years of 50 pressures or more.
Yeah.
You're one of the only defensive players to be able to boast that. Yeah, I mean,
What's on your mind?
This is basically this situation is the reason that he got here. The exact situation that he's in right now in Denver is the reason that he arrived in Denver, because he was in a carbon copy situation in New York. And there he was producing for the team, but they weren't going to be able to sign him to the deal that he was looking for. So they traded him. And I think it was like maybe a 5th-round pick or something. It wasn't some...
Yeah, I want to say maybe even a 6th.
It could have been. It was a late-round pick. But John Franklin Myers has come to Denver and pretty much knock it out of the park. I mean, I don't remember what my expectations were at the time, but the guy's just a damn good football player.
Last year, 18 solo tackles, 7 sacks.
That's more than a little bit.
And he was able to get a bunch of pressure on the quarterbacks.
Yeah, right. So you're talking about 50 pressures over the course of a season from John Franklin Myers for a 5th straight year, and now trying to do it 6 years in a row. He's in his 20s, but...
He's a big reason why the Denver defense is as dominant as they are. He's a key piece of this. It's not just Zach Allen, and you did a great job of putting it out there to our listeners of why John Franklin Myers feels like he needs to be paid. And he does need to be paid. It just may not be here with the Denver Broncos because there's so many mouths that need to be fed. Now, for John Franklin Myers, what do you do with that? What do you do with it knowing that somebody else may be paid in the same position as you? Maybe it is Zach Allen next. you got to stay focused and understand that now that this deal got done with Zach Allen, I have to go out there and play the best football of my life so I can get a contract done. And maybe it's not with the Denver Broncos. Maybe it is with some other team. But put yourself in the best situation possible. Don't cloud your mind now. Now's not the time. You had a great year last year. Build off of that and dominate. Listen to what's going on. Play within the system and make plays when they're there. That's how you're going to get paid.
Well, according to SpotRack.com, his market value is 3 years, $25 million. In my humble opinion, he is worth every penny of that. But my guessing is that's not what they're looking for, because that seems like pretty cheap for a defensive end who has had half a decade straight of 50 pressures or more, and he's as available as any guy at his position in the league. My guess is he probably wants 12, 13 million a year or whatever. I'm speculating. I'm guessing. But, I mean...
Are you concerned now? Like, it's here now. Are you concerned? Now, John Franklin Myers has been out there every single day working on his craft, getting to the quarterback. So is Zach Allen. You need both of these players to be healthy and on the same page to have a dominant defense this year. Are you concerned, Zach?
I'm concerned because of how vocal he has been, and now the reports are officially out there. We were speculating reasonably and drawing from substance that, man, if he's this vocal, there's probably not much getting done. We didn't hear much from Sutton. We did last year. He was as quiet as a church mouse this time. It's probably close. We're not hearing this stuff. These guys are out there, but he's the one guy, so we speculate, but now we know for sure. But here's the thing. For him, now that he knows, that we know for sure that there is no negotiation even happening, he could become even more vocal. And it just could become a distraction. That's all.
Well, he wants us to put it out there for him.
Yes, he tweeted our video.
Yes.
Our video.
He wants us because he feels like, hey, maybe the Broncos are listening. Maybe if I make enough noise and people can start talking for me like we did, Zach.
Yep.
Like advocating on his behalf. Something can get done.
Yep.
And that's all you can ask for. So it's one of these things where it's a lot of drama that's brewing if a player ends up getting a contract done that's on the defensive side of the ball, specifically Zach Allen. Because now you're playing alongside a guy that just got paid, but yet you had 7 sacks. Zach Allen had 8.5. So it's like, come on now. Like, don't disrespect me, pay somebody else, and then expect me just to play on my contract and be quiet about it.
Yeah, and Zach Allen's contract is going to demand and command the top of the market value. And that was my whole point of that sort of framing the conversation a few weeks ago that he repurposed on social media, is that the gap in pay in what these players will likely get is a way larger gap than the gap on the field of player to player. And that's not to say, and I made sure to choose my words carefully the first time around, I'm not saying that John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen are the same player. Zach Allen is a better player, but it's not as large of a gap as the finances are about to indicate.
They're closer than we think. And you need both of them on that football field. Now is not the time. You finally have a defense that's well put together. Stay focused, stay together, go win it all. And then everybody will get paid then. Everybody loves a winner.
I'm going to ask the question, okay, because this is literally how he got here. If he's this unhappy and you know you're not going to sign him and you're in late July and a negotiation literally isn't taking place, do the Broncos consider moving him?
No.
I don't think so either.
No. Keep a strength of strength.
He's too good of a football player.
No.
I
Stroke
think
his ego. Do what you have to do, but make him feel happy so that he has a great year. You need him.
Because he's going to be a rental player for the next team, just like he was for the Broncos. So the value of having John Franklin Myers a part of your 2025 defense is a much greater value than the late round draft pick you will get in return. It's just that those two things. So unfortunately,
if you were all in, Zach,
you
keep everybody together. You finally built a team, and it's been built brick by brick. Don't mess this up now if you're the coaching staff. So I don't know what you do. You're in a tough situation.
It is tough because I think Benito and Allen are going to get done, and I think there's going to be one guy left without a deal, and I think it's going to be John Franklin Myers. And so, I mean, it's trending that way. It's trending that way.
Come on, 7 sacks, 18 solo tackles, and he's the only one that may not get paid.
See, and he's 28.
And he's 28 years old.
So you have to pitch to him. See, you really have to massage this thing a little bit because he's upset, clearly, okay? And now it's confirmed there's not a negotiation taking place. So I heard my coach say this a couple times, my college coach, Brian Bury, New York State Hall of Famer. He would say, when people ask me what I do for a living that I don't know, a lot of times I will say I'm a personality manager because he's in charge of 15 guys who all have a certain vision for themselves and have different personalities. Now, I mean, this is a situation where Sean Payton will likely have to be a personality manager.
What are you going to tell a man? In the NFL, NBA, NHL,
I know
money talks.
I know what you tell him. I'll tell you what it is next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the moon comes off, till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Phillip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Williams Jewelers helped me find my new Tudor watch. They treated me just like family the minute I walked through those doors. And they didn't pressure me at all. And they gave me the time I needed to make the right decision for myself. And I can confidently say I made a great decision because of that. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you guys step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments and memories for yourself for the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler, also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and on Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
Celebrate $10.99 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's Pizza. On Tuesday only, get any large pizza for only $10.99. Awesome deal. Especially for the most scrumptious pizza with the freshest ingredients. Only at Papa Murphy's.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Injured in an accident? Call Postman Law. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients, fighting and winning nationwide. Others promise, Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer
calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
DQ is about to be even sweeter because July 31st is Miracle Treat Day, when $1 from every Blizzard treat supports Children's Miracle Network hospitals. DQ. Happy tastes good at participating locations.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
John Franklin Myers, it is being reported, is not even in a negotiation with the Denver Broncos. All right, and we speculated that that was the case yesterday. All right, and we got the confirmation today. So you have someone like Cortland Sutton yesterday who inks a 4-year, $92 million contract extension. Someone like John Franklin Myers, who's younger than Sutton.
He is.
By a couple years. Sutton's 30, right? Or is he 29 right now?
My guessing is during the season, he'll turn 30.
Okay.
Check on that.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Let's see
I'm
here.
still waiting for my cut, Court.
Yes.
If you're listening right now,
It's
my 3%.
Yes.
I did a lot of hard work of investing my time in talking Zach into wanting you to stay here.
Yep. And again, I look back on it, it's like this is a win-win. This is, what are you, 18th, 19th highest paid wide receiver in the league? Again, that was a good contract. Below $100 million. We know there's mechanisms that after a few years they'll be able to get out of it if they want to. But yeah, he's 29 years old. He will turn 30 on October 10th. All right, so a few months away from turning 30. John Franklin Myers is 28 years old. All right, he will turn 29 on September 26th. So that is, you're talking a couple days after the Chargers game, week 3, a couple days before Monday Night Football against the Cincinnati Bengals.
John Franklin Myers.
So we were just talking, and I just asked the question because it's low-hanging fruit that, like, hey, if John Franklin Myers was in this exact same situation with the New York Jets and he found himself in Denver because they weren't going to do a deal, you know, should they consider trading John Franklin Myers? And we both agree, no. The value that he will bring on the football field for a very important 2025 season is far greater than the value of a late-round draft pick that you'll get in a transaction like that.
And he's having a great camp.
He is having a great camp.
He's having a fantastic camp. He's getting to the quarterback. It seems like every other play, he's making the stops when it comes to the run, so he's run fit. The run fit is there with him. He's going to have a great year, and he's motivated. He's motivated by the people that are doubting him and not being paid.
Yep.
He wants the front office to see that, hey, look, you're making a mistake if you don't pay me the money that I want. So, and that's kind of what you want. But if you go ahead and you pay Zach Allen, you pay Nick Bonito, which you're going to pay Nick Bonito, it can mess that dynamic up. And then what does it look like, Zach? Then what does it look like?
Yeah, and this has potential to be a distraction, okay? And going into the last break, we were talking about managing personalities.
You said massaging it.
Yes, massaging the situation because he's
deep tissue massage.
Dude, that deep tissue has me almost like yelping. Every other month I do it. I should do it more. But yeah, you need to massage that situation because he's incredibly vocal, and now it's public that they're not even negotiating. That the volume on John Franklin Myers, which is already the highest on the team, could actually increase here. And I think that from a personality management scenario, you said, what do you tell him? Like he's upset. What do you tell him?
Yeah, I'm waiting for this answer. By the way,
if I'm Sean Payton, and if I were to guess, this is what Sean Payton's going to do anyway. You just need to be authentic. You just need to be real. And even if he doesn't like the news that you're going to tell him, you being upfront, transparent, and honest is going to be the best way to go about it. And you hear the old phrase, honesty is the best policy. When you just tell the unapologetic truth.
The truth can hurt sometimes.
It can. And my guess is it's going to prick him. But when you tell just the truth, you don't have to remember other versions of stuff. Okay? And so if he sits across the table, and I do believe Sean is like this, and we have a recent conversation that you and I had with Benny Fowler.
Yes.
Out there at camp, and you were asking him what it's like to play for Sean. And I believe Benny said he was my favorite coach that he played for.
He said he's real. He's going to be upfront and honest with you. Even when it's tough conversations, he's going to let you know. He's going to let you know that, hey, if you're making this team, it's because of special teams, not because of your actions on the offensive side or defensive side of the football.
Yes. And that's what he told. And that's what he told Benny.
Yes.
He's like, basically, you've been a good special teams player. To make the team, you need to be a great special teams player. It's got nothing to do with you catching the football. That's how you're going to make this team. Are you good? It's like,
good.
Okay,
right.
Yeah, I'm good. And so if you're just real, I think just that's the best way to go about it because this guy knows. He's a veteran player. He doesn't need to get told like what time it is.
All right, but so you know how John Franklin Myers is. We all do at this point. Like he's very vocal. How do you think he's going to react to it then? Do you think he's going to take it the way that some players do where it's like, okay, I appreciate you being honest and I know where I stand with things and now I'm going to go out there and play? Because there's certain players that coaches will lie to because they know that if they tell them the truth, that they get messed up in their head. And that you're not going to get the best out of them. And now they're looking at things a little bit different where it's like, hey, I know I'm not going to get paid here. I'm going to try to stay as healthy as possible and maybe try to force my way out before the season starts and try to get a trade partner with somebody. And if somebody's willing to pay me, we'll go that route.
Yeah. And here's the thing. You tell them as well, like, hey, dude, you're a central part of our defense. You go out and make plays and hit free agency at 29 years old. Like there's still a big bite of a financial apple. And I'm just, John, it's probably not going to be here. We have depth behind you. We have planned for a departure like yours. And like,
this is the pitch. This is the pitch. Like I'm listening to you. Like, and as a player, I'm upset with you right now. Like, oh, you want me to go out there? You think I'm a centerpiece to this defense, but yet you don't value me?
I said you're a central part, not a centerpiece.
Okay. So I'm a big part in this defense and the success in playing my role, but you don't value me enough to pay me. And then the guy that you're going to pay had similar stats to me. How am I supposed to feel about that? Zach?
So what do you want? Like I
want you to get on the phone and call my agent.
So you're the player, right? And obviously you want to get paid. And I'm telling you, it's not going to happen here. Like, so
you take a day. You take a day.
Is there a scenario where you're like, hey, do you want us to move you?
If you're John Franklin Myers, that's something that you have to be careful with. It's like, don't, because you're upset and you're angry, don't jump the gun and just say, okay, then trade me.
Yeah, make a decision off emotion.
Exactly. Go back, talk to your agent, see what he thinks, see how you feel after the next day, and then go to Sean and be like, hey, I thought about our conversation, and this is kind of what I want to do.
Yeah.
It's tough because you have pride. Like, it really is. Like, how would you feel if you had a really good year?
Yeah.
And a guy that's sitting right next to you had a really good year too, but they value him a little bit more than you.
Yeah.
But then they're saying, we're going to pay you and reward this guy and great. And then social media comes and is like, we extended, let's just like Zach Allen. How are you going to feel?
No,
that's your boy, so it's not his fault.
Right. No, for sure. No.
You're not mad at him.
No.
You're mad at the organization because now it's like you don't value me the same, but you want me to go out there and you're expecting me to put up 7, 8, maybe 9 sacks this year.
Yeah.
And then go get paid somewhere else. It just sucks. I know it's business. It's business.
Right. And that's a very cruel world that you used to live in, that JFM lives in. But it's like, hey, dude, your value is never going to be higher than it is on this defense. And we're going to go try to win the Super Bowl, and you're going to hit the open market at 29 years old. And it's not going to be the answer that he wants to hear, but it just may be the answer. And so the whole, I mean,
damn, truth hurts.
Right? I mean, it just is what it is. And I wanted to ask Sean this today, and I didn't, because it's treading on just a different territory. And the other reason I didn't ask it is because I think I already know the answer, and I don't want to ask a question to an answer I think I already know. But the question was going to be, how involved do you get with these extensions and these contracts? Because on paper, he's the football coach, but we know in reality he's much more.
Do you think he would answer that?
I
don't like. See, this is where it's like, hey, you're gonna upset him, because now, like, if you put that out there for him, and we all know that, okay, he's a bigger part of this than we think.
Yeah, no.
Now you got players looking at it like, okay, wow, maybe John Franklin-Meyer's like, okay, maybe that's who I got to talk to, and then George is feeling some type of way, saying, well, I'm the general manager, you're supposed to talk to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a tough question to ask. Will he answer that?
But here's
Probably
the thing.
not.
But ultimately, what put it over the edge, I'm like, I'm not asking that right now, is because I already know the answer. I have to tie one half of my brain behind my back to think that George Payton is walking down the hall with a contract and letting Sean know what's going on. Like, there's no way.
No, we already have our answer. What did Sean say? Was it yesterday when he said George and I sat down with Cortland to discuss
Yeah, that's
this.
right. No, you're right. Yes, and
It's
we
coming back to
and,
me.
And we had targeted this Monday.
That's why you keep me, damn it. I know everything.
You know some stuff.
But
But that's right. Yes, he said me and George sat Cortland down, and this was like really the end date. Like, we'll let it go 1 week into training camp, but that we need to get something done at that 1 week
And
mark.
so now it's not just George. It's not just Sean. It's both of them together communicating with Court.
Yeah.
And now it's an easier transition when you start talking to Court and his agent that, hey, we're all on the same page.
Yeah. And you want to know what's interesting too? Is someone on the RamosLaw.com text line asking the question, had George Payton talked yet? No. And that's, traditionally I would think, and every organization's different, but when you ink one of your longest tenured Broncos to a 4-year, $92 million extension, like, the general manager oftentimes gets up there and reviews the situation and reflects back on it.
Well, you know why he's not up there right now. There's 3 other mouths that have to be fed.
Correct. And I wonder if he will speak eventually, but it's like, again, it's like, we know, or we have probably a really good understanding that Sean Payton's hands are at 10-2 of the Broncos steering wheel. He's the one driving the car. Now, I'm sure he gets help left and right facilitating the stuff, and then we'll do hey, let me know what's going on daily. Debrief me of what George and the agent are doing. But if John Franklin Myers at the very end of the day doesn't get what he wants and his mouth does not get fed, it will ultimately be the decision from Sean Payton that's the way that it goes down.
And I also asked you this question maybe a month ago when we were talking about John Franklin Myers. Maybe it was a little less than a month ago. And it comes down to, it's not just about Sean and George. Who do you think they go to ask questions like, who would you rather have? Usually your position coach or your defense or offensive coordinator that has a little say in like, hey, this guy fits the mold a little bit better. This guy fits my defense.
See, I'd be surprised if Sean Payton was...
I mean, why would you not run and pass him like, hey, who would you rather have? If you're Vance, right, in your defense, This is your defense. I do believe that I believe that VJ has all control of this defense. I don't believe Sean's sitting right there,
I
like
disagree.
hands on the wheel with VJ, saying, "Hey, like this is what I want done." I don't get that from Sean because Sean's an offensive-minded guy.
Yeah.
And so I think he stays in his lane offensively. Now, of course, if he feels some type of way, he's going to talk to VJ. But this is VJ's defense, his scheme.
Yeah, but when you're talking about extending guys, I think that is over the defensive
But
coordinator's head.
he's asking, like,
yeah,
who would you rather
maybe,
have?
Maybe.
Like, if you had a choice between Zach Allen or John Franklin Myers, VJ, who would you take?
Well, here's the thing, Phil. It's like everyone's going to say Zach Allen. But that's if all things are equal. But what if it's Zach Allen is going to make $28 million a year and it's going to be a $120 million contract and you can get John Franklin Myers done for 3 years for $40?
That's why your defensive coordinator may be the tiebreaker. Do you truly need Zach Allen, or can you work with John Franklin Myers? And if the answer is no, I need Zach Allen, then okay, we'll bite the bullet and pay him all that money.
Yeah. Well, if you're just tuning in and not sure why we're talking about John Franklin Myers in more earnest fashion, is because about 25 minutes ago, it's reported that John Franklin Myers is not in any form of negotiation with the Denver Broncos. He's in a contract year. He has been very vocal on social media as recent as Saturday, tweeting out that he is underpaid and underappreciated. I doubt that feeling is going to go away after this news becomes official. So we'll continue to monitor the situation. Maybe ask Sean about it, how he, that could be a fair question, because here's the thing. It's all public.
Yeah.
So this isn't like happening in the shadows. You have a player with thousands and thousands of followers who's putting it out there that, hey, he feels underpaid.
He's unhappy.
Underpaid and underappreciated. How do you navigate that as a head coach? And I think that's a fair question. I think that's in bounds. Is that unfair?
No, it's fair.
All right.
It's fair.
So
Meanie.
Meanie. Someone's got to ask. Like, that's a fair question.
No, it is.
It's a fair question.
It is.
And it
Two
can get
black
asked.
guys coming Zach By's way.
Oh, gosh. One from this PR member, this from the other PR member. All right.
And one in the middle of your hair from Sean.
Yeah. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming forward. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive, hanging out with you on a Tuesday, July 29th, reacting to that John Franklin Myers news, but we spent some time on that. Let's circle back to training camp practice. We're out there yet again, all right, and watching every period, every rep, every single day. We are your eyes and ears in a unique year where fans will not be in wholesale fashion the way that they have traditionally been out there at camp, just 800 people a day. Today, Phil, I thought it was I know. I mean, the emphasis on the run game, that was the story of today. They are trying to dial this thing in a way that they simply could not a year ago.
Run, baby, run. What is the thing we talked about a couple of days ago about the identity of this team? And I felt like
this was the day before camp.
The day before camp, I felt like it needed to be about running the damn football. Your identity needs to be run first mentality. Get the ball rolling. Make it easier for your quarterback. Put yourself in 2nd and 5, 3rd and 2, 3rd and manageable, and then you move the chains that way. How do you do that? You have to work on the run game. It can't just be like, okay, playoff time is here. Let's run the ball. No, it's a build-up. Starts week 1, but before you can get to week 1, you got to go through camp. It starts during camp, and that's something that Sean has done a great job of so far, is running the football, going through the details of what he wants done from his running backs and the offensive line. For example, I believe that when I'm out there watching this practice, the details of the offensive line is more of the outside zone. We're going to be running a lot more. If you're a lineman, you're going to be running a lot more, getting to the second line of defense, getting to the linebackers. Why? Because you have running backs now that can do the outside zone run. It's all about fit. And Sean wants to stretch the field, because when you stretch the football field, it helps your play action game. And if it helps your play action game, you're going to stay on the field longer. You have more explosive plays, and Evan Ingram's going to get more involved because now your tight end's involved in the game. It's a build-up, man. I'm excited. Like, I could talk about this all day when it comes to the run game and how it builds and how you can feed off the run game to help your passing game out. And we'll talk about it. We'll dive into it, Zach. But they ran the damn ball today, and it looks good.
They did. And it, R.J. Harvey, once again sort of sticks out. He stands out. Like, if you didn't know draft statuses or anything, and you watched a week of practice, chances are you'd be able to identify, who is a real part of the plan, in addition to just the order of operations in reps.
RJ Harvey had the best run of the day, Zach.
You thought so?
Oh, I know so.
Yeah.
When I'm watching it, it was going to the left side. It got crammed up. Nothing was there. And usually a running back says, okay, if nothing is there, just cram it inside, get a couple yards. Not RJ Harvey. He was able to stop on a dime, reverse field. I want to say Jonathan Cooper didn't stand his ground, didn't set the edge, and RJ Harvey was able to get to the outside on the right side down the field for 15, 20 yards. We finally got to see RJ Harvey open up and see the explosiveness.
It's real.
And even Sean said something about, like, with his coaching staff, that he looked back after that play, and all of them were impressed. That means that RJ Harvey is impressing the coaching staff, which means he's going to be on that football field, which means maybe we'll get an explosive play more than 22 yards.
Oh, that would be so nice.
Give us 23.
Just get to 22 and the streak is over. But the Broncos have been under a hex.
Yeah.
All right. Somehow Pete DeBoer from the Stars is behind this hex. But not one carry that surpassed 21 yards for the top 3 running backs for the Denver Broncos. All right. And I asked Sean about that with that framing. Okay, and this is what he said.
We've got to be more explosive in that area. And so we first look at ourselves, the scheme, and are we doing it the way we want to? And then we're looking at who are we asking to do it with. And obviously we've added some players in the running back room. We're going to be much improved in that area.
And there was a sense of confidence when he finished that. We are going to be much improved in that area. Because the Broncos were the opposite of explosive in the run game, all right? And if he had a couple lattes in him, all right, and he referenced there, because he said the right things, like, hey, we got to look in the mirror. We have to look at our scheme. We have to look at who we're asking to do this stuff. But he also said we added to the room. And if he had a couple lattes, all right, I believe he would say, we just upgraded the room. We're going to be better because we have better players. And I believe he'd be right in thinking that. And I think that streak, Phil, of an entire year of not one of the top 3 running backs having a carry that went for 22 yards, that's getting broke week 1. And it's a
Tuesday?
It's a Hot Take Tuesday presented by Papa Murphy's. Order your pizza for pickup today. I think my hot take on this Tuesday is, much like we waited for years for the Denver Broncos to have a double-digit sack artist, and you got 2 of them in the same season, both J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey in the first week of the season will both have a carry for 22 yards or more.
Ooh-wee.
And that shouldn't be a sizzling hot take.
It's a sizzling one.
But based on how it's been around here, I think it gets filed under a hot take.
If that's the case, that means that we probably ran the ball at least 25 times that game, maybe even more. You're going against the Tennessee Titans. If you're able to control the game, control the clock, do that. It's just going to set you up for success later on down the line during other games, but also in that game, open up the playbook. It opens up the receivers for explosive plays. And you have R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins being explosive. I love it. Why not? Both of them are going to play. Both of them are going to get the opportunities to run inside out, catch out of the backfield. And it's going to be a lot more creative with Sean Payton's play calling this year. You see it already. The outside zone, that's how you have explosive plays, when you can have either pullers or you're stretching the defense, getting the defense to run, opening up cutback lanes backside. They used to say, like, light a match on the offensive lineman's butt. So keeping it tight, that's how you're able to break a couple tackles or get extra yards. And you have 2 guys that can do it in J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. So I'm expecting that as well. It's like, I love that hot take. 2 guys that can be explosive. Maybe we'll get a guy that breaks for a 30, 40-yard run the first game of the season. Give me that.
Yeah, and I think the game and the matchup itself lends itself for the Denver Broncos to be in control and run the rock and jam it down Tennessee's throat. Like, when you feel like you have control over an opponent, the way that I believe that will happen against Tennessee on September 7th, week 1.
The way that usually when I put you in a headlock, how I feel, right?
Kinda.
All right.
Kinda. But you remember, like, and of course you do, the matchup against Buffalo in the wild card. Buffalo knew that they had the better roster and they were going to be in control. And even when they got down 7-0, they just never stopped the blunt force trauma of running that damn football. And I think it lends itself week 1 to that setup.
There we go. There we go. And offensive linemen love it. I don't have to sit here and backpedal and pass block. I can get downhill. We can work as a unit. We can bully the center. We can bully the defensive end. That's what you're looking for. You're looking to get downhill, get the juices flowing, have some contact, but you're not the one taking it. You're the one giving it because you're going at them, and you're moving the chains. Like, this is what the Denver Broncos need to do. The identity needs to start week 1 against the Tennessee Titans. Actually, the identity is now. It was today. It's tomorrow when they go in third down and they have a passing down. And what does that look like when it comes to play action? Because they will still run the ball tomorrow to set up your play action. Guys, I'm telling you, it's going to be an explosive team. If 1, everybody can stay healthy, and 2, everybody's on the same page working together.
Yep, and I know we've talked about this for months, but the Broncos had their best offense in nearly a decade and went to the playoffs, and they couldn't run the ball. Now it's like you know your run game is going to be improved. We know that. Like, I don't need to see a second more training camp. Like, that's going to happen. But also, like, can you get to that level? And Detroit does this. Philly does this. Baltimore does this. When it's, we know that you know we're going to run it. And we're running it at you anyway.
We're coming right here, buddy. Stop us.
And also, arguably, the most important section of the field to run the ball effectively is in the red zone. And the Broncos couldn't run the ball in the red zone at all a year ago. And if they can unlock that, when it gets tight down there, you're still able to effectively run the
football.
football.
You're not one-dimensional anymore.
I mean, goodness.
It's like, you have to keep your eye on Cortland because he can win in the 50-50 ball for a fade route. You have to keep your eye on Evan Ingram because he's fast and he's going to be looked at down the middle of the field for Bo Nix. And then you have to keep an eye on the running backs. You have to keep an eye on them out the backfield and running the ball. So my question to you is, after a couple days, do you feel like there's a 1,000-yard rusher?
No.
Oh, so close. You didn't even think about it.
No, because I think it's going to be a workload split. I don't think it's. I'll say it like this, okay?
Yes.
I'll say it like this.
No 1,000-yard rusher?
And this is, Phil says yes. My streak is
Okay.
alive.
I like this. I like where you're going with this. I like where your head's at.
So I would say no because of the workload split, but I would say yes if it was any of the 2 starters that didn't have the other one. Like, if it was just J.K. Dobbins here with no R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, if of course everything with him is if he stays healthy, is a 1,000-yard rusher going into week 14, maybe 15. If it was just R.J. Harvey with no J.K. Dobbins, Harvey is snapping Phillip Lindsay's streak.
Watch yourself now. Hold on, man. How we know
your
this?
voodoo that you put on the Broncos
in 5 days. You ready to crown my man if he was getting more carries?
No, it's not just 5 days. It's the evaluation of him at Central Florida. It's the number 1 run block win rate offensive line in the NFL. And it's trusting Sean Payton's own evaluation of R.J. Harvey. So, like, I know what my eyes tell me, but Sean Payton's forgotten more football than I'll ever know. So when he says he's watching R.J. Harvey at Central Florida, and he knows how the gears in his Swiss clockwork on his offense, you have to a certain level, much like the trust a year ago with Bo, you have to trust Sean.
Well, I will say this. For J.K. Dobbins, he has played for 5 seasons. 4 seasons because he got hurt. 905 yards, 520 yards, 805 yards, and then 22 yards because he got hurt at the beginning of the season, like legitly the first couple plays. So he finds a way to bust off of some explosive plays and gets to 1,000 yards. R.J. Harvey's the same way. All it takes is for you to have a couple big-time runs throughout 60 minutes of football.
Sure.
But they also, for Sean, give him that opportunity. Set them up for success. Don't just run the ball one time and throw 3. Run the ball 2 times in a row, maybe even 3 if it's 3rd and 2. Like, reward them that way, and then when you get to the 3rd and 4th quarter, it will pay off. And that's when you have the explosive 22-yard runs, 23-yard runs, maybe it's 24.5 for Zach because he likes that. But it's that it takes time to build up. It takes time to set these plays up. And this is where Sean has to be a great version of himself this year. You have the weapons. Now go out there and put them in great situations and be patient with it. Whether it's passing or running, just be patient.
Someone's hot take, a Big Perm says, R.J. Harvey, his hot take, R.J. Harvey will become the Broncos' Jahmyr Gibbs, explosive running back with home run ability and speed. Now, Gibbs is
a bad boy.
That's a different type of beast. I mean,
that's a different type of player.
I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs is passing 1,000 yards when it's like week 12, 13.
The way that man moves, Zach.
Dude went for over 1,400 yards this year. 5.6 yards per carry.
And he was sharing time, splitting time with Montgomery.
Yeah, that's right.
And and did Montgomery go for 1,000? If not, he was close.
I don't think so.
His knee.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it was close, and then he ended up hurting his knee before the season was done. But that's a dynamic duo. You talk about two running backs that complement each other. Those two do, and maybe it is J.K. and R.J. Harvey doing something similar to Montgomery and
yeah. If David Montgomery didn't miss time and he missed 3 games.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see here, because he finished with 775 yards. I'm talking about Montgomery here, but he missed 3 games. So if you did 55 yards a game times 3 is 160. No, so even if he didn't miss time, if you prorated his stats, he still wouldn't have got there.
What do you got to?
It would be 775 plus 165. So 940, he'd be 60 yards short.
So 940 yards for one running back and a running back that went over 1,000 yards.
Oh, Phil, he went over 1,400
yards. Are you
yards.
kidding me?
It's only happened a handful of times. And Dante, can you look this up? It's only happened a handful of times in the history of NFL football where 2 running backs have both gone for over 1,000 yards. And I want to say maybe, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9 times. I want to say a couple times it's happened with a running quarterback. Like I think like Lamar Jackson and someone else is one of them. And I think
Josh another one?
No, because Josh doesn't want to run as much as Lamar does, so he doesn't get to those numbers. He throws it.
Oh, okay.
Really good quarterback.
So does Lamar, 41 touchdowns.
Well, unless when you get to the playoffs and it's 1 for 1. But I think I want to say Warwick Dunn and or maybe with the New York Giants, I think Brandon Jacobs and like Ahmad something. It's only happened a handful of times. Michael Vick may have been a part of one, as well as a running quarterback. Dante, you got the results
so it's like
here?
Brandon
I have the list.
Okay, you have it?
Yeah, sounds like Phil has it as well.
No, go ahead.
What is it here?
So Lamar Jackson did do it in 2019 with Mark Ingram.
Okay.
Prior to that, the Panthers did it with 2 running backs, Jonathan Stewart and D'Angelo Williams.
Wow.
And then I think this is the one you were thinking of, Brandon Jacobs in 2008 with Derek Ward.
Yes. Yeah, with the Giants, right?
Yes. And then Michael Vick did it as well with Warwick Dunn.
Okay, so I was on that one. Okay.
Yep. And then 1985, Kevin Mack was a fullback apparently did it, and Ernest Biner.
Okay, wow. Okay, so only a handful of times.
And then 2 other times, so it's 7 times total.
7 times total. Okay. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen here in Denver with R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins.
Let's just get to one running back getting close to 1,000.
Yeah, right.
Okay? Like, come on, Sean. Can you at least give me that?
I don't think it's going to happen. I just think it's going to be an even Steven split, and Sean sees the game through quarterback's eyes, and they're still going to chuck that ball around. So, but we'll see. We'll see. What else from practice today? Let's get to that R.J. Harvey cut because Sean Payton was asked about R.J. Harvey learning to pass protect.
For him specifically, the protections, the speed of the game, he had a run today that was something. We kind of turned and looked at each other. There's that learning curve for all of those young players, but in some of it happens a little quicker, maybe than others. But he's doing exceptional. And
then furthermore, Sean was asked. How will know when the run game is where they want it to be? How will they know? And this is what he said.
I don't know. Even after week 1, we better be improving to week 2 and to week 3. And I think, we'll have an idea at the quarter pole where we're at. It's a good question, but, you go into that first game and as a head coach, you're anxious to see what areas excel, where do we need growth? And so I always talk about that first month of the regular season. There's that race that you're having with everyone else to improve. And I think when we get through those first 4 weeks, you guys, myself included, will all have a better feel for, hey, this is what we're seeing now. It looks positive.
Yeah, in those first 4 games, we know hosting Tennessee, week 1.
Dog, we're winning.
That's it. Well, I'll tell you, and I said this in the first segment of the show because I was feeling froggy. Like, dude, Tennessee's going to come in here and get their ass whooped. No, I'm being dead
How do you
serious.
Still feel? Did you feel like you jumped the gun on that?
No.
Okay, all right.
And this is the ninth training camp here behind this microphone, and I've never, ever in the month of July talked about the dynamic of a week 1 win like that. Tennessee, they were from a roster standpoint, they're bad enough to have the number 1 overall pick. Cam Ward's going to get baptized by fire. All right, here in altitude.
You saw their starting receiver, Burks, receiver. Tyron Burks.
Treylon Burks.
Treylon Burks. He just got waived yesterday because he broke his collarbone. And he just can't stay healthy. And that was a first-round draft pick a couple of years ago. That was actually the trade with A.J. Brown to the Eagles.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the Eagles gave them their first pick for Tennessee to take that, and they traded A.J. Brown over there.
Wow, yeah, good callback.
Yeah.
Well, today was their first padded practice. Cam Ward threw 3 interceptions. Historically, the Denver Broncos have the best winning percentage in NFL history when hosting a Week 1 game. Your first guys, it's even worse than it used to or it used to be because these guys aren't playing as much football. And then you're going to come up into altitude and play 60 minutes. I'm telling you, it's going to be a long day for those boys. It's the biggest spread in the NFL. Week 1, Broncos over the Titans. And, it's going to be a problem for them. And then traveling to Indianapolis. Not the same vein. It'll be tougher, but it's not as tough as the challenge that is awaiting the following 3 weeks in weeks 3, 4, and 5. At the Chargers, who swept the Broncos a year ago and had, I thought, a good offseason. Cincinnati on Monday Night Football, and then at Philadelphia, the world champions.
Those three bunched games.
And that's why it's so important.
Tell us everything.
It's so important to start 2-0. They're going to win against Tennessee, and I think cover that spread for what it's worth. And then that game against Indianapolis in a payback game for Jonathan Taylor, who put that win on a platter for Sean Payton in this group by dropping that football before the goal line. Going to Lucas Oil Stadium and winning that football game and starting a 2-0 is of paramount importance.
I'll tell you this. If you go 2-0, you have momentum going into L.A. against a really, really good Chargers team that's looking to sweep you.
Yeah.
You're in their division. They're like, hey, we got to handle business. We have to beat the Denver Broncos, just like the Denver Broncos have to beat the Chargers.
And that team can win the division, the Chargers.
And it's Justin Herbert. And we know how Justin Herbert is, at least in the regular season. He's really, really freaking good.
Yeah, he is.
Now you get to the playoffs, you get a different version of him. So that's on them.
Like you know who.
And then you turn around and you come back home and you're playing Cincinnati on Monday night. It's a Monday night game.
Yep.
All right, Joey B, which he's on the quarterback show right now.
Yeah.
You don't like him anymore, I guess. I don't know why you don't like him.
No, he's just a little bit awkward, and I think he tries to be interesting and different the way that Aaron Rodgers does. But it's all good. I don't know his heart, so I really don't. So I want to make sure I say that.
You got to go to Philly.
Yeah, I mean that's
a well put together team with a well coached offense and defense with Vic Fangio. So here we go. Here we go. If the Denver Broncos want to be talked about as going to the Super Bowl, which a lot of people, it seems like it's starting to catch fire that they could go to a Super Bowl or attempt to, then you got to beat the big dogs. You have to beat the Bengals. You have to beat the Eagles, and you have to beat your division. You have to beat the Chargers, the Raiders, and, of course, the Kansas City Chiefs.
And you know the Chargers are going to want to run that football with Jim Harbaugh.
Run the ball, man.
They drafted Amarion Hampton. They brought in Najee Harris. Although, is Najee Harris hurt?
He almost blew his eye out with a firecracker.
Oh, that's right. Goodness gracious.
Yes.
JPP. He learned the lesson for you. Goodness gracious.
Almost lost his eye because of it.
So they're going to try to run the football on you. And then the Raiders are going to be running the football as much as anyone in the NFL this year as well with Ashton Jeanty. So, yeah. Hey, real quick, I got to put this on people's radar. Okay, and I know not everyone cares about this stuff.
What's going on?
But you mentioned the quarterback show.
Yeah.
Which is a flavor of like Hard Knocks. It's completely behind the scenes. There is a new show on Netflix that is completely behind the scenes of professional wrestling. And the teaser that came out, it's like a boardroom, and they are deciding who is going to be the Royal Rumble winner and represent the company at WrestleMania, and you think of all the promotion and everything that means for finances, planning, and they are deciding, they're going back and forth, like, this is why this guy should. And I, as a pro wrestling fan, like, have always wanted to be in those rooms, in those creative meetings when you're organizing the next year or WrestleMania, something like that. And
then you have your employees that are mad if they're the ones being beat, right?
Correct. Too, if like, man, you got to be getting beat 3 times in a row. Yes, and
what did I do to you?
And stuff like that. It happens all the time where it's either it's a problem with cash or you're creative. But to have a Hard Knock style show behind the scenes of these lives of these professional wrestlers, it's a carny. It's a traveling carny show, but it's never been more white collar at the top and business and billionaire stuff. It's just, I'm fascinated by it. So I wanted to put that in your ear for people who have maybe interests like me. I'll be watching that tonight. Okay, Sean Payton with some really interesting comments about Deion Sanders. Also, is there a name that should be higher on our radar out there at camp? We'll talk about both of those things coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen? Phillip, Lindsay here. And fellas, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men that are dealing with low T. And a lot of those men have seen amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. And if you're just like these guys, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will the workouts. And fellas, I'm here to tell you that the sex drive will be significantly enhanced as well. All you need to do is take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz full of yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes to do, so it's fast. Then, you'll schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. And I'm here to tell you guys that there are 5 locations out there that can serve you. All right, so there are no excuses about it's too far or I don't know where to go, because you can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So go and get your low T treated. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1. So you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
At Berg Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
You know how we do this. I'm the kind of brother who've been doing it my way, getting my way for years in my career. And every lover, in and out my life, I hear love and left the tears.
All right, rolling downhill, bottom half of hour 4. Reacting to training camp practice, reacting to some audio throughout the afternoon from Cortland Sutton and Sean Payton. We can get back to that here in just a second because there's some stuff we haven't heard. But we also haven't played the response from Sean Payton being asked about Deion Sanders. And this is what Sean Payton said earlier this afternoon.
No, I text him. I'm proud of him, excited for him, happy for him. I consider him a close friend all the way back to when I first entered this league. Unfortunately, I started with Philly. He was in Dallas. Then I went to the Giants. We saw him all the way up until he retired. And then in Dallas, when I was there, I had a chance to see his high school team play. Years later, they stopped in New Orleans and had a practice. Right after we practiced, they were on their way to Florida to open the season on an ESPN2 game and really got to know him. You know, our thoughts are with him because football's better with him. Colorado's better with him. It's impressive to watch him coach and teach. You know, he was calling offensive plays at one point when I met him, and I kind of looked at him with the funny eye, but he enjoyed that. His son was like a sophomore at the time. But it was great news to hear yesterday, and I know we're excited for him.
I thought that was a pretty thoughtful response from Sean. Got to turn your mic on the new radio.
Yeah, you're right, Zach.
Sorry
rookie
about
mistake
that.
still. No, it feels good when you're able to acknowledge like another coach to another one or a friend to say, hey, like I followed you throughout your career, and I've watched you grow up and as a coach and as a father, and then be able to say, you feel bad for what's going on with him, but also he is great for this game. He's great for the University of Colorado. It's just well thought out for someone like Sean to go out there and just praise Coach Prime.
Yeah, and Deion, we didn't play the specific audio, but Deion yesterday was talking about all the people that had not only reached out to him, but he had a collection of people come visit him and stay with him in Texas. We know Lil Wayne was one of those people.
Lil Wayne, Pac-Man.
Yeah, Pac-Man Jones
was another one.
Yeah.
There was a couple other ones.
Yeah, there's a couple others. But, he wanted to highlight Randy Moss. He said, Randy Moss called me every other day for months and months, and he and his wife would be on the phone because Randy went through something pretty serious.
Yeah, Randy did, and actually he beat, and was it, I want to say, I don't want to put it out there, was it cancer?
I think it was some form of cancer. Fellas, you guys remember that? Was it Randy Moss experienced some form of cancer? I forget exactly.
He was able to beat that
as
well. So,
yeah,
Randy
I think
knows
it might have been cancer of the liver, maybe.
Yeah, and so Randy Moss knows how Deion's feeling and what he's going through. So you always want somebody there that can acknowledge that and help you out through rough times.
Totally. A name that, and I mentioned this going into the break, a name that we haven't really talked about a lot. We actually did mention him last week because he had one of the plays of the day. But Payton was asked about the developmental plan for Caleb Lohner, the basketball-playing tight end, 6'7", 250 pounds, jumps out of the gym. I mean, he is a freak athlete. But he's more athlete than football player right now. But he is out there, making some plays occasionally. And he was asked about the developmental plan for Caleb Lohner, and this is what Sean said.
A lot of that is predicated on, all right, how much can he digest? Then how's he doing it? And I don't want to ever set the ideal plan because, look, I had a plan, I thought, for Jaleel, and he exceeded it. And, we were never going to get him to the practice squad 3 years ago. So a lot of it is let's pay attention to this progress early on, and then let's build on it. But let's make sure the things we're asking him to do early are things we feel like he can excel at early.
Very, very interesting approach here with the Broncos' 7th round pick.
Yeah.
Because this is the definition of an experiment. But if you can solve the riddle and he can continue to develop as a football player, the upside for a physical athlete like that is pretty legit.
And Sean says it right there for us to listen to is Jaleel McLaughlin. Their expectations were, hey, he comes in here, he develops, he gets on the practice squad, and they go from there. And Jaleel had other plans where it's like, I want to play right away, was able to have a great camp, and he made the 53-man roster.
Yeah, and in addition, and not to interrupt you, Phil, but Sean said, we didn't think we could get him through practice squad.
Exactly. So if something like Caleb Lohner's listening to this, it's like, hey, go out there and ball out. Force them. Now, of course, he's probably best to be on a practice squad and continue to develop, and I think he's okay with that. And my guessing is Sean has talked to him about, hey, don't worry about just making this team. Of course you want to make this team, but, we have a plan for you. We plan to develop you. But if Caleb Lohner goes out there and has other plans and starts to utilize his athletic ability, starts to catch these footballs, he blocks a little bit better, and he's growing, they may not have a choice but to keep him on the roster. Now, I don't expect that to happen. I expect Caleb Lohner to go through his bumps and bruises.
Same.
And develop and be on this practice squad, but you never know.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. But that is an interesting one. That is a really interesting one. I'm kind of fascinated about this Caleb Lohner. I'll say this. Do
you have a soft spot for Caleb Lohner? Because I feel like you do.
I do. I'll tell you why in a second. But with Lohner, he'll get to the practice squad, right? No one would claim him. Probably not.
Probably not, unless he goes out there and looks really, really great. It's like, okay,
in the preseason games?
In the preseason. I mean great. Not good, just great. And he's balling out, catching every ball thrown his way, scoring touchdowns, and looks good in the blocking game. then you have to worry about it, and now you're concerned. But if he doesn't do that, which, I mean, he's still raw, so my guessing is he won't do that, he should be able to pass through and get on your practice squad.
Yeah. We'll be following that one. I do have a soft spot for Caleb Lohner because I think if basketball didn't exist, half the pass catchers in the NFL would be out of a job. That's why.
I got you.
He's like, basketball's not working out for me. It's too hard. Only 5 guys. I'll play football.
I'll go to football.
I'll go to the NFL.
It's easy. It's easy. So easy a caveman can do it.
So easy a caveman can do it. We'll hear from Cortland Sutton the day after signing his extension coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for
Brandon
details.
Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business. I'm a big stepper, underground methods. Top notch, get the most, not the lizard. Straight terror, product of your errors. Pushing country, baby, got the.
All right, final segment here on a Tuesday. A friend of the show dropping by, the scrappy one, the scrapster, Scrap Peterson. What up, Will?
What up, boys?
Scrappy.
How we doing?
Great. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic. Doing absolutely fantastic.
What are you shaking your head for, Will? What do you have to say today?
Uh-oh. We have an
Are we
agenda?
I didn't know
Are
if
we
you were
good?
going to give me the floor.
Oh, no, never mind.
To be fair, you were piggybacking off a texter.
Which one?
But you did say, well, maybe Harvey and Dobbins can be Gibbs and Montgomery. And I about drove off the road, Phil.
Well, what happened?
You think R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins can be Jameer Gibbs and David Montgomery?
No, we just put it out there.
We didn't. No.
No, it was like, hey,
That
what-
was a
what-
texter saying R.J. Harvey could be the Broncos' Jameer Gibbs, and to which we said we're like, that's over 1,400 yards.
And then Phil was like, well, maybe that's our next duo.
I
And
said
I'm like,
maybe it could be. We don't know.
Sean's not going to run the ball like they
Hey,
do in Detroit.
Don't kill my dream.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll
Don't
see.
kill my dream.
If they both get to 600 yards, I'll be happy. That's my bar.
They both will be to 600 yards for sure. I mean, have you seen Dobbins' season or a Harvey season long number?
No.
Guess it.
702.
Dude, you are 2 yards off.
Wow.
You cheated.
It's 700 and a hook. 700 and a hook, and I think he'll clear that, and I think Dobbins will actually be the leading ball carrier if he's healthy.
So you got them both cracking 700?
Yeah, I do.
That'd be a great year.
I think it's going to be a way more balanced football team. Way more balanced. And, I mean, each of them getting to 700 yards. I mean, what are we talking about here? So 700 divided by 17, you're talking about 41 yards a game.
Well,
Yeah.
J.K. Dobbins probably isn't going to play in 17 games.
Yeah, I mean, the next time would be the first time for sure.
But I just think if they both got to 700, that would mean that Sean actually proved it to us.
Yeah.
Because I think you guys just assume Sean's going to be this new man. Sean's in his 60s. Sean likes passing the football.
Yeah, but
he
you
had to
also
run it on his play sheet. I'll believe it when I see it. And I think you two are just, I get it. You're taking him at his word that he's going to run the football.
No. I'm not taking him at his word. I'm taking him at his actions.
Well, whatever.
Actions over words.
His actions in 2 years haven't run the football.
No. But I'm saying, look at what they did. They used a premium draft pick on R.J. Harvey. You are taking that very seriously if that's your approach. And then you examined the landscape and said, this isn't good enough. We need to go address it again.
They used a 5th-round pick on Audric Estime, and he couldn't even get on the field.
I know, but a 5th round and a second-round pick aren't going to be viewed the same from the
and
guy
you
who's
For running backs, it's kind
no,
of
Will,
tomato.
Will, stop.
Yeah, but also this, you're looking at Sean through the lens of last year or the year before when he didn't have his running backs. when he was with the Saints with Alvin Kamara and Mark Ingram. I have it up right here. In 2017, Mark Ingram in the regular season went for 1,100 yards rushing, 416 receiving, and Alvin Kamara, who was, I want to say he was a rookie, went for 728 yards rushing and 826 yards receiving.
Take that for data.
That's good research.
Take
How many
that for
touchdowns
data.
Drew Brees throw that year?
I would have to do the research. Come on.
My
bro.
point is they were probably scoring 40 points a game, so everyone got to eat.
Okay.
If the Broncos score 40 points a game, everyone will eat, obviously.
I said that we would play a little bit of Courtland Sutton, all right, speaking for the first time since signing his contract. And he said, he was asked about Sean Payton saying earlier in the day that Sutton was a guy that you wanted around for all the reasons that he named, and Sutton was reacting to Sean's comments.
It means a lot, for Coach Payton, someone who's been around a lot of really great players, for him to, see something like that in me, it allows me to know that, the things that I do on a day-to-day basis aren't going in vain. And it may be the things that, that the everyday person doesn't get to see, but, I try to, like I said earlier, try to be the best version of myself I can be, whether it's on the field or off the field. And whether it goes noticed or unnoticed, I know that those things are things that allow me to be the best version of me. And for Coach to notice those things, it allows me to have the confidence to continue to try to pursue that greatness, pursue that consistency of greatness. And it's a constant thing even to this point. The contract isn't the end all be all. The contract was just allowing me to have that stability to say, hey, you're going to be here for the next 4 years, and the things that are possible are still attainable, and I look forward to chasing those. We're putting together a great camp over the first week and 2 days, and I think that the guys are hungry. I think we have great pieces that we've added in this offseason. I think we have great pieces that we added in the draft, and I think we have great pieces that returned from this past season. And the practices have been competitive. The practices have been detailed, and I think that it's very encouraging to see the direction that the team is already going in at such an early stage.
All right, so Sutton covered a lot of ground there in that 90-second clip, but my favorite part about it was when he said, because remember, he's reacting to Sean's comments about how consistent he is as a person as well as a player, and that how he reminds him of Marquise Colston. And, he said, it's nice to see that the stuff that I do every day here behind the scenes, gets seen. And I think we can all relate to that to a certain degree in our own jobs.
You want to always be acknowledged for what you're doing. And there's a lot of stuff that we probably do. I don't know about Will, but I know Zach, you do as well, where it's like you do good things. And when people see that, it feels good when they acknowledge it.
Totally.
I know you're good, Will.
I don't know about Will. Taking shots on me.
I don't know about you, Will.
No, of course.
We know that you're a good guy.
And obviously, this is not.
I know you're kidding.
I know this is not an attaboy. This is a $92 million contract. But it's even under that, he's got plenty of money. He is appreciative of the little stuff that gets seen and ultimately got rewarded.
Yeah, and obviously Greg had to sign off on the deal. He's the owner of the football team. But if Sean didn't want Courtland to get this deal, he wouldn't have gotten this deal.
Correct.
Sean Payton had to sign off on this as well, and you did a great job laying it out. Sean doesn't really pay receivers, so he really must like Courtland Sutton because that just hasn't been his philosophy.
Yeah. So all those guys had to sign off on him, but Joe Sakic didn't sign off on the Miko trade.
Here we go.
Unbelievable.
Here we go.
It's Denver Sports Tonight coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade